How's he doing these days? He benders, he goes off, he goes on.
Yeah, he's in
up for a little while, and right back in.
He's in a bird cycle.
Yeah,
it's real clean, and then it's not good. He was and some you want this or peanut particle keto, and I was like, okay. And then we go to this.
We twisted your head. It's such a bird.
And then we go to this bar, pouring drinks, those drinks, with like a brand, and it's like tons of people. It's a very fun thing. Everyone's out getting bottles and drinks and reciting things, and of course, like,
He's throwing
back. Next thing, sure it was in English. I'm not sure, but yeah, I can tell. And so, hey, some time passes. Yeah, this way, this place. Okay. So I turn this way, say something. Okay, I'll see you later, man. So I leave. I get the fuck out of there, and then I run in later. Yeah, I know. I got graduated. What happened to hardcore keto? Just and I go, that's not how keto.
It works. That's what the frosting is. What are you talking about? Oh my God. He's still alive.
Good job. Okay, let's do it.
Try my day, Joe Rogan. My day. Please introduce yourselves.
Good. Jeremy McBride.
And did you guys both do Tiger King as well?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of came in towards the tail end for meeting you about
Keep it this close to you.
Okay. It moves and stuff. Yeah, I met Eric kind of towards the tail end of filming Tiger King. That's kind of the first experience I had.
You guys struck lightning with that because it came right at the pandemic, where everyone's locked at home, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is going on with these guys?"
Yeah, captive cats and captive audience,
and just crazy people. And then your new show, Check Crazy, is basically on the same thing, and it is so odd how nutty these animals are. These people that have captive animals at their home. It's such a bizarre. I would like to see a psychologist, a clinical psychologist, do an examination of what type of personality wants to have these enormous wild animals captive in their homes.
Yeah, for sure. It's incredible, and of course that's what interests us. Because I'm an animal guy, but you have to have interesting people to tell a good story.
Well, we are animals. That's the weird part about it. We're this bizarre animal that likes to keep animals in cages.
And some people think we should have been in the same genus as apes.
Yeah.
But of course there's something called religion and dominion. And of course, we're not animals, we're not apes.
Well, we certainly are. I mean, those people, they still believe in religion, but the reality of observable science is also there. So, unfortunately, we're just a weird animal. We're the fucking weirdest ones. But the show Chim Crazy, I just finished episode 3 last night, and we got to number 4, and my daughter wanted to watch it. I'm like, I don't think I can do it. I was so bummed out after episode 3. I was like, oh my God. And I don't want to give away anything for people who haven't watched the series yet. I highly recommend it. It's really fucking good. But episode 3, man, it's like there's something about, first of all, this is one of the rare times where I'm fully with PETA. But it's like when you sign PETA on things, it's like, this got to be an egregious example of something absolutely horrific. And, with one situation with the woman who was a truck, kept the chimp, and then they attacked her daughter, and all things. at the end of the show, I was like, oh my God, I don't like keep doing
Yeah. No, it's interesting you mentioned PETA because I'm not fully aligned with PETA on a number of things. But in this case, I am aligned with PETA. But just to touch on PETA, I work with reptiles and I try to save turtles and tortoises, which actually are the most endangered group of animals along with primates. If you think about the percentage that are on the brink of extinction, over half of primates on the brink of extinction and over half of turtles and tortoises.
I had no idea.
But where I am not aligned with PETA is when you have to make a choice between, eradicating a rat that's killing off the last Galapagos tortoises, or eradicate a mongoose that was introduced that's killing off, an iguana in the Caribbean. I will make that choice. PETA basically is using this. The rat has rights just as much as the tortoise. And I'd like to have the tortoise survive for future generations. So I'm not always aligned with people, but in this case, yes.
Well, they have a background with the animal liberation organization, which essentially doesn't think that any animals should be captive. And I do understand their point. But then you have Carl. How's Carl gonna not have an owner? How's little Carl over there not gonna be fed? And do you want French bulldogs to extinct? Because they will. They can't even breathe.
If you did a poll and asked how many people at PETA keep dogs, it's like 95%,
Which is crazy.
So it's a little hypocritical if they don't want people to have pets.
Well, it's one of those things. It's like how it starts and how it's going. Where did it start from? And I see look, all dogs are a horrible misjustice that's been done to wolves. Like we somehow or another we have become friends with wolves and turned them into these strange things. But the reality of life in 2024 is we have dogs, and dogs need owners and they love you, and it's a great relationship.
But it's in their genetics, right?
Yeah.
It's been thousands of years.
Right. It's like saying that we should be going back to chimps.
Sure.
We should live in the jungle. We should live in trees, which is also crazy.
What is it there for you? Chimps are more like
Chimps are closer to us than there are gorillas because we are the family of chimpanzees, which are called hominids. And yes, chimpanzees are closely related to us, maybe like
Yeah.
But it's, back to what you said a minute ago about making these movies. You just want to touch on, why we do this. A lot of people miss the point of Tiger King even.
There's a point.
Yeah, there's a point.
I think I missed it.
Well, we were really trying to get jokes on the collective housing. No, but the point was that a lot of docs, man, are great and they are really informative, but they preach to the converted, people that already know the issue, like the code, and they're great.
Right.
And what we wanted to do is preach to people that don't know about the issue. So you had to get a lot of eyeballs on it to make a difference, right?
Right.
So that was sort of the goal of both Tiger King and in the end.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Running a business ain't easy, especially a small business. You have to wear a lot of different hats to keep things running smoothly. And when you have to do everything on top of hiring, it can be a nightmare. Thankfully, there's a place you can go to for help, ZipRecruiter. And even better, you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter does most of the work for you to make hiring more manageable. And the secret to their success is their powerful matching technology. As soon as you post your job, ZipRecruiter will get to work finding qualified candidates for your role. Experience faster, easier hiring with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, I think you definitely did that. I mean, I had a joke in one of my earlier comedy specials about Texas and the tigers. The statistics. There's more tigers in captivity in Texas than all the wild world in private collections. not in zoos, in people's yards. There's these wacky people that have fucking tigers in their backyards. And there's thousands of tigers in Texas that are in people's yards.
Yeah, that statistic has been going on for a long time. That may change. But yes, they used to say there's more than 3,000 tigers in Texas, and there's less than 3,000 tigers in the wild.
Yeah, they think there's 5,000 in Texas.
David?
Well, there's also other animals that are in Texas that are exotics, like scimitar oryx, which is very rare in the wild and is endangered in the wild, but is so common in Texas that you hunt them.
Yeah.
And they have them on these enormous ranches, 30,000, 50,000 acres, and they're wild, but they live wild. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if they could figure out a way to actually ensure that tigers could be kept in a 60,000 acre preserve, and you had adequate funding to where the fences were completely monitored every day to make sure that they don't get out and kill people, you're talking about a different thing. But what you're mostly getting is small enclosures of tortured animals who are fed cold meat. And that is not what they want. It's not what nature intended them. They're the cleanup crew. They're everything that has a whip, anything that's slow. They keep populations down. They make sure there's not an open population problem with ungulates. That's what tigers do. That's what they do in the wild. And so they're all with their instincts, everything, their essence of their being is all stifled by being captive. We were talking about giraffes. They're the only animal that I don't have a problem with at the zoo because they're so chill. They're so chill. Babies feed them. When my daughters were young, we took them to the zoo, and you could hold a piece of lettuce, and the giraffe with his giant fucking head that's like as big as this table would come over and gently take the lettuce with their tongue. And we're so confident that they have no aggression towards people that we allow little babies to feed giraffes. Giraffes don't seem to have a problem at the zoo. They seem to be totally relaxed with it. But there's a lot of animals where it's nothing but torture.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it's incredible that in the day that we live in, 2024, that in the consciousness of a culture, that we still keep certain animals in zoos that really are miserable.
Yeah.
Those are things like the whales and cetaceans and elephants are not happy in zoos, and
Monkeys.
and those primates are not happy in zoos. And I think there are animals that lend themselves more, I'd like to say, to being in captivity.
Yeah, it's like giraffes. I think giraffes is the only example.
Or a giant tortoise, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good example. Solitary, that's a good example. Solitary animals, even just animals that just don't, they just happen to become predators. Sure. And they're relaxed.
Yeah.
But the last time I went to a zoo, my daughters they were younger, but not like babies. And we were in Denver, and I was there for a gig, and we went to the zoo, and to this day it haunts me. There's this primate enclosure, and this one monkey was just screaming like an agony, like being tortured, just holding up the bars and screaming because he was by himself and just this tiny little cage, and there was nowhere to go, and people just staring at him all day, and he was just losing his fucking mind. I'm like, I don't want to do this, man. I can't. Because I felt super hypocritical because I've always had like an issue. Because it's animal prison. It's animal prison for animals that did nothing wrong.
I was at the Singapore zoo, which is a good zoo for zoos in Asia, like the best zoo, maybe the best zoo. I love the Taipei Zoo, but there was a polar bear at the Singapore Zoo. This is like 95% humidity, 90 degrees, and it was green because it was covered in a film of algae. So the polar bear was literally green, and you just say to yourself, like, it's just, if you have a zoo in Alaska, you can maybe have a polar bear at Phoenix, Arizona, Singapore.
Even if you have a zoo in Alaska, polar bears are the one bear that doesn't eat anything but animals. So polar bears are extraordinarily predatory, and they have hunting instincts. So all day they just want to roam and hunt. And I was raised here I drove limos for a while, and I had this old once in New Hampshire, and I was on my way home, and I stopped just because I do this job, or I drop somebody off, it's a few hours away, and on the way back, I got lunch, and I saw this zoo, so let me just check this zoo out, and I went to the zoo. There's this little shitty zoo in like somewhere in Peterson, Massachusetts, and there was this polar bear, this tiny little polar bear, just going in circles, like he was fucking crazy, just going in circles. Tiny little folder. And I'm like, what is this? Why is this made? What is this? This is not a life. This is terrible. It's terrible.
We this current there's another project we've been working on for equal time to Jim Crazy, and you've been spending more time in over 10 years, which loosely covers the exotic animal wildlife trade, international wildlife trade. And through that interest, we've had this incredible opportunity to explore all of these, oral truths about American zoos. For us, one thing that was super deeply fascinating is there's something like 142 accredited zoos in this country. 750 million people visit zoos annually, which is more than the 5 biggest sporting events combined. The way in which zoos function, there's like the 80-20 rule. There's 5 or 10 that contribute the majority of the income that cover most of the zoos, and they run like entertainment complexes, like amusement parks, and very little money goes down to conservation. Now, there's a lot of zoos that are doing great stuff, and I think that the things that we're learning about is the educational value of zoos for kids is no longer as what they intended it to be. I think there's great things that they do, but there's nothing proven around zoos are educational facilities.
Well, what really rocked zoos was the film Rothschild.
Yeah.
And they suddenly went, wait a minute,
Yeah.
it doesn't like us. And they started putting into effect all these kind of new programs for animal welfare, and particularly for bears and polar bears, like we just mentioned. And they have a new possibly a new one called enrichment, which means that you give a bear nothing to do, so it doesn't do what you just said. You put their food in ice, they have to work to get it out. You put their food in a ball, it makes them have to do things. But that was the big shakeup for zoos in terms of animal welfare. And now, of course, it's still evolving. The zoos are scared when they see Tiger King and even Chimp Crazy. But Mark Scotter's grandkids, let's go see what comes that sea.
Do you think so? Yeah. I mean, because
they live a long time. And they see that, maybe not granddaughters, but
I say it more. I have little boys, 4-year-old boys. It's particularly interesting. Those experiences are obsessed with animals. Educating them on these kind of moral issues surrounding animals. Right? We want the characters that are created to describe the feelings of where they should live, how they should feel, and kids relate to them in some form of a bridge to humanity. And we, you ask this fundamental question. You go to this zoo. Hey, what about the animals? What are the effects to get that?
well, that is basically right now is the sort of a big part of our next documentary, which is about the illegal animal trade, and also zoos were complicit in that for a very long time, maybe so.
Yeah, no, but another zoo thing, you're you get emotions. What's really cool about this kind of medium that we're in, we have access to all this information and all these people over large decades of working in conservation, zoos, and legislation, laws. It's really incredible. I just love the idea of synthesizing this information for today's content, which is, when you go to a zoo, no one seems to ask what the next question. It is a very simple idea that people miss the point of whether they're not. I'm not anti-zoo totally either, and I have no real position or ability to also suggest that, but I do think I'm interested in asking these questions. What do you do to make these distinctions better?
Yeah, I mean, for sure they should be big. I mean, there should be a size of them. You should have to have a certain amount of acres for each individual species, so that they don't, like we were talking about the chimp enclosure at the zoo, right, chimps figure off. They need space. They need space and they need activities, and ideally, what small, torture for them to not be able to express their natural instincts. I mean, it's one thing if you're talking about something like the Papacy, right? Where they kept them in captivity and the last known survivors, and you had this thing, and like, wow, we have video of this thing now, it doesn't exist anymore. So the zoos were like the last hope to try to keep this thing from going extinct. It may not be extinct.
Okay. Yeah, but Tasmanian tiger. Yeah, that was like eerie footage of the last ones.
Yeah, they think there might actually be living specimens that are alive. That there's,
Well, this thing they're bringing in.
I know you know Forest Lawn.
yeah, I was just going to bring up
I also have colleagues that are looking for thylacines in islands in New Guinea. So far, yeah, people anecdotally say yes, of course, but it's unlikely.
well, they're very hard to find. I mean, like, try finding wolves. Low rate of populations are pretty healthy, but good luck finding them. They're very, very, very good. Must spend an enormous amount of time alone in the bush.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. So, and then you're dealing with thousands, you're dealing with very unpopulated areas, extremely hostile to people. But there are anecdotal sightings. So hopefully that thing does exist, and I would love for Forrest to be the guy who finds it because he spent so much time looking for it. But other than a dying species, I can't see a good argument for keeping these things. It used to be that a zoo existed before there was videos, right? So if you wanted to find out about a lion, the only way a child could see a lion was to go to the zoo. Oh my God, that's a lion! Look at that! Look at that lion! And the kids it is educational for children, but at what cost? And are there better resources now? And I think video is a much better resource. It's much better to see lions in the wild.
No, I mean, of course, zoos were originally created it's like good civic planning 150, 200 years ago. Like, to have a park, a zoo, a library, a building a city.
Right.
So they were really just built as, a good city. These have a zoo, it's entertainment, and they weren't really designed to be, have anything to do with conservation or anything to do with animal welfare. But yeah, today, like you mentioned, oryx here in Texas, there are species that have either gone what we call biologically extinct, which means that one animal can't find another, they're virtually extinct, or they are extinct in the wild, and zoos may offer some hope for those animals where they can put them into what's called assurance colonies and try to maintain genetically diverse groups in a zoo for the day that one day you can return it to them.
Right.
There's a reason to have animals in captivity.
How much success has there been in returning animals to the wild?
Well, where we live is
Eastern box turtle.
no, that's too the example he's talking about is like California condors, California condors, or black-footed ferrets, or animals that, the whatever it's called, there's an endemic horse that that's a work with. But yeah, it's, much less than it should be, putting animals back into the wild when extinct or when virtually extinct. Much less than it should be.
Yeah, it should. I mean, it should be a priority. Yes, certain animals specific.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a really good success story of an animal that went back into the wild and it was really successful. California condors, the problem is they reintroduced them to the Grand Canyon in Arizona. When I was young, in the 70s, in the 2080s, in the wild, they brought them into captivity. Today, there's probably hundreds in the wild, but at a very expensive price tag. Because what they did in that case was a leg, the bullets that kill a deer, condor would eat the deer and then die from the leg. So condors, to use that example, it's just a lot of damage to keep them alive.
I think there's some dispute
About
whether or not it's the lead and the bullets that is killing them.
I mean, that's what they say.
Yeah, I was reading something recently about that. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't attribute to the you think about the number of animals that are shot with a bullet that aren't recovered. It's so small.
Interesting. Yeah.
That it doesn't make sense that it would be enough to kill off these animals, and there's probably some other factors that we are not considering.
I believe that because a condor in a Yeah, if you go a condor in a day can travel 400 miles in the mountains looking for a carcass.
Right.
And I would suspect that,
Welcome,
that
baby.
there's just less carcasses out there.
Right. That's
That'd be part of it.
like that's the argument. If the argument is less predators and less prey.
What's going on, Mr. Fino?
So like California,
How you living?
like
It's good.
Yeah.
Tell me everything that's amazing about your life.
fairly small deer population
That's cool too.
because you have so many animals that kill deer. Right. So you have California has a lot of coyotes, and California has a lot of mountain. And there's a lot of people where I used to live in the hills that did not like coyotes. I'm like, do you like rats? Okay, well, if you don't like rats, you should like coyotes. Yeah, don't leave your dog out. Because your dog's going to get, and my daughter's about to get killed by a coyote. And I've had chickens killed by coyotes.
Ranchers hate coyotes now.
And they kill fawns. They kill baby cows. They kill baby everything. That's just what they do, and that's their job. But there's an ecosystem, and that's a part of the ecosystem. And what's really unnatural is ranching.
But there forever, there was a bounty on coyotes where if you brought it 2 ears, you got like a buck.
Mm-hmm.
People would bring us 100 sets of ears, and you got $100. I mean, they were vilified. When I grew up in California, ranchers next to us was sheep ranchers, because sheep are dumb, and coyotes can get sheep easier than calves.
Mm-hmm.
They would trap the coyote with those horrible traps. They'd pour gasoline on it. They'd light them on fire and let them run off burning. I mean, they hate coyotes, which is really unfair.
Well, they're cool. They're just not cool danger cats. Yeah, they're a fascinating animal. I mean, I remember when I first saw them. I moved to California in '94, and I was staying at the Open Gardens are. It's like those they're pre-furnished apartments that you just rent with people that are like sort of transient. They allow you to like have a place in front of their place. And I was driving, so it was in Burbank, and I was driving down the street, and I was like, "Where's fucking dogs? Where's dogs around?" And then I drove. I'd never seen a coyote before. Oh wow! I was like, "That's a coyote! Oh my god, there's coyotes on the streets!" And that was pretty rare then. But 30 years later, it became insanely common. I would rarely go. I would live in a fairly rural area. I lived in California. I lived about an hour outside the city, and I had a lot of acres, and it was cool to live out there. But you experience a lot of wildlife. And I saw coyotes almost every day. Almost every day.
Yeah, they look like a mangy, wobbly, skinny dog.
Yeah, but it's cool. There's something cool about coyotes. But the reality of coyotes, I don't know if you know why they're so successful. But one of the reasons why is because they're the only. So red wolves can interbreed with coyotes, and then you get the coy wolf. But great wolves do not breed with coyotes; they just kill them. And so, because the great wolf, which lived in California and lived all over the West Coast, was the predominant predator, the coyotes had to develop a way of surviving. And the adaptation was when they call out, when they yell out in the night, they're trying to do roll call, figure out how many guys are around. When one is missing, the female will have a change to her reproductive system where she will develop more pups. And then they will expand their territory. So because they were persecuted by wolves, they expanded their territory. So now when people came in and started killing off the wolves, which they did successfully, but they were never able to kill off coyotes because of this trait. So coyotes are now in every single city in the United States. This was not the case just 30 years ago.
They're what we call, there's a word for that, it's called subsidized predators. And these are animals that do better around man. And crows are one of those animals, raccoons are one of them, coyotes are weirdly can thrive and do better around human activity than a lot of other animals. And so coyotes are one of those. It's a garbage, it's a water, they're better in arid areas. So they're a highly adaptable creature. And just for the record, I do like coyotes, and I listen to them almost every night having a tailgate party at my house. But they're cool. They're cool. They make the eeriest noise together. They caught something.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've seen that video from Woodward Hills where this man was unloading his car and a coyote came and snatched his tire. like right in front of them, they're fucking predators, right? And you have to be careful. Little things, little people and animals will get eaten by them, and that is what they do.
Like dingoes in Australia.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that we live in complex ecosystems, and we do not like the idea that we've developed these bizarre establishments called cities. And in these cities, we have removed ourselves from nature. And, if you go to the mountains of Colorado, people are well aware of mountain lions. They're well aware of bears. They have to lock the garbage up. They have like a neighborhood email list where they talk about like bears broke through this guy's car. Everybody's on the list. But they understand they're living in this system. They're living in this system. Most people in the United States that live in urban areas have no idea that they're in an ecosystem because we've essentially done some very bizarre stuff and isolate ourselves from nature, which is one of the reasons why we have this strange idea that we are not animals and that we are not a part of nature. It's just weird. We're fucking weird. We're weird in our justifications. We're weird in what we allow ourselves to do.
Yeah, that's back to the chimpanzees. That was one of the things that I just couldn't ever, I couldn't ever connect with this woman, Tanya, that kept this chimp and tried to explain to her, that we are chimps, effectively. And, and she just, took the page out of Genesis, where she just said, we're not animals. This is an animal. I can own it, like property. Anyway, that was just one of the things that she just never really fully understood.
Well, to be kind, she's not bright. She's not a bright woman, not a well-bred woman, unfortunately. And this seems to be part of the theme of all these books, which is weird. You got the one guy in Farrington that's essentially running like a little sex cult, right? That guy. Yeah, and then you've got the Tiger King himself, Joe Exotic, who is also kind of running his trades to sex cults. But, he's just got all this personality, and he's so interesting and fascinating. And if he wasn't in jail, it's really unfortunate, because if he wasn't in jail, he'd be very popular.
And you not jail?
Well, he's trying to get Donald Trump to exonerate him and pardon him. He was constantly, after what I talked about, I'm sure. I get messages from that guy. I was giving me messages. I'm assuming it's someone who works for him. Yeah. But I get messages all the time. Like, you've got to help get him out, put him on the podcast, do this, do that.
But he also has communication. It's something where you go to stuff and he's doing video calls.
Yes.
Yeah. There was a moment when we're filming this second installment of Tiger King where we covered this pardon, presidential pardon. There's a real shot where Joe's actually on a list, supposedly, that Trump was going to let go. It's hilarious.
So I don't remember exactly what the specifics of his accusation. So was he caught trying to hire someone to whack that lady? Yeah. So he was twice.
Yeah.
And that lady, is there any truth to this idea that she whacked her husband?
Carol Baskin. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence for this. It's like, who else?
It's not clean.
Who else? And it was either, it feels as if it was her or members of her family, and they were the only ones to get in. And so, yeah.
It's a really great way to dispose of the body.
I don't know how she disposed of the body. It's nice that.
Well, you have meat rockers in premises, and you have enormous predators.
But
on premises. And
Don't you think the only thing I'd say, Eric, is the circumstances surrounding the change in the will.
Right.
Alters it to come for disappearance.
upon my disappearance.
It's a very, very strange.
it says that.
And he's been disparaging the handwriting.
Yeah, we did the handwriting experts. We did the entire thing.
Yeah.
To prove otherwise.
It's also just when she talks about it,
You know, Joe, back to Joe, Alexander, you know, I was on the phone with him a lot up until he was convicted, you know, from prison. And he just was convinced he was going to be exonerated, you know, not convicted. And they offered him, the feds offered him a deal, which was something like 6 or 7 years. You know, we can plea or we can go to court.
He'd probably be out by now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he'd be out now. And so he was so convinced that he was going to win, which is so delusional. But yeah, poor Joe would be out right now. How you made that deal?
By the way, how crazy is that? That you could plot to kill somebody and let you out 4 years. Like I know you've been locked up with a bunch of murders and thieves, but I'm sure you're a better person than that.
Yeah. Well, it's plot. It's plot. And then intense. You know, it's paying someone.
Right. There's quite a few steps.
Yeah.
But yes, Joe's not pro-Trump again. He was pro-Biden.
Was he?
Yeah.
Is he trying to get Biden?
Yeah.
That's how it tends to go. But Trump might, especially this time around. Just for fun.
Well, let's hope Tommy doesn't go to prison. I know it was not on time.
I haven't seen episode 4, so I don't know. But when you guys were filming, again, spoiler alert, please, if you're watching the series, stop right now and scoot ahead by a few minutes. When they found that Trump was in the basement, and when I saw their film, when you guys were filming it, I was like, Jesus Christ, this lady is so crazy. She's showing everybody. She has, with like all due respect, she just does not seem like a smart person, and she's almost like you gave her an IQ test, like, and then gave the chief an IQ test. It was awesome, you know. I mean, I think that's part of the problem. I think this lady understands the consequences of what she's doing, just like she doesn't understand how crazy her eyelashes are. You know, like all of this, just there's some fuses that are missing, some wires that are connected, and then because of the fact that at one point in time, at least, it was legal for her to do what she was doing, and they become accustomed to being able to have, and then their identity revolves around they're the person that has all the monkeys and all the chimpanzees, which is fucking weird.
But it's still legal.
It is still
legal.
I thought they changed it.
No, there's no federal law preventing it.
Jesus Christ, you can own a fucking chimp still?
There's 20 or so states legally
Oh
do
my
it.
God.
Missouri's one of them.
Oh my God.
But, you know, background, we spent about 4 years making this documentary series.
First of all, how'd you start? How do you find out about these people? How do you get into your talking on camera?
I know a lot of people, Joe, but I did not know about monkey. On the course of making Tiger Cake, I started filming some monkey balls. And I mean, like, as you see Jim Crazy, you just can't make them up. And so after Tiger Cake, I was just like, no, let's scratch the surface and check into these monkey balls again. And so, you know, it's these women that dress up like monkeys, like dolls, like Joan Benet Ramsey, like a little magic doll, and they want them to be kids. And they seem to have the same pathology over and over and over. There's a lot of monkey balls out there that we did not film, and they have annually something called a monkey ball, where they all come together with their monkeys. Anyway, we discovered them in the course of making Tiger King, and
My grandma kept it. My grandma, she kept in the
really,
monk's name's Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's deep gum. They give Chi-Chi a piece of gum. Chi-Chi would unwrap the gum, put the gum in his mouth. I don't remember where.
You ever been a monkey?
I do not. I was very small.
Yeah.
I was very young at the time, and I remember she had to get rid of it because it bit my cousin.
yeah. Well, that's what happens.
Yeah. But Chi-Chi couldn't be around anybody other than my grandmother. My grandmother was great.
Yeah, they're territorial, and they're protective of their owner. So, when I was young, in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you could buy a monkey in virtually any place in the United States. And thank God, people realize, like your grandmother, they're not good pets. Yeah, they're not good pets.
I think my grandmother, after her kids were grown, she just decided she wanted a kid forever. You know, if I had to guess. Yeah, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
That's our thing.
Yeah. Also, a kid that doesn't talk back.
Yeah. It's a great book you got. by this guy who has a store in New York, Henry Shepherd, that it's they don't come back. And it's these kind of chronicles experiences, you know, the last.
This was a big animal, exotic animal dealership that existed up until the 70s in New York City, but they had everything: chimps, gorillas, elephants, and they sold stuff to the private sector too. Like,
I mean, you could go into a wolverine, right, and buy monkeys.
They still, to this day, catch people with large animals in their apartments.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't there one real recently where a guy had a large reptile? Right? Was it snakes?
The venomous snake bite.
Some guy, well, there's that one guy, I think he was in Harlem by the tiger.
yeah.
And there's a crazy image of the cops going up the fire escape and the tiger's in the window. And you see the tiger bearing its fangs in the window. That glass, fucking that is so crazy. And this thing is trapped in this like regular apartment with regular glass. Like at any moment, the only thing keeping that thing out is it doesn't know that it can just smash that and get on that fire escape and just go run through the streets. It just,
Yeah, crazy.
yeah, it's crazy. But the bizarre thing is that there's humans that want those. They want those. I mean,
the tiger thing is more like kind of a macho thing.
what about Carol though? She's a woman.
Yeah, she's kind of an anomaly. You know, it's funny.
She likes the tiger, doesn't
I interviewed Tippi Hedren, in the course of doing all of this, and her, Xanadu, it's called Shambhala, and all of her cats. And I know you've talked about this about Melody Griffith growing up with lions.
That movie Roar.
Yeah, that movie Roar.
Photographs.
That movie Roar. But yeah, when I interviewed Tippi Hedren, literally on our property in California, she lives with all these tigers and lions. She built a museum for herself. So she's got her own museum, her museum where I interviewed her. But yeah, there are some that we have with Calabasas. But generally speaking, I think it's one.
But I guarantee if you go through the Texas private collections, there's a bunch of good old boys.
Yeah, exactly.
With that. Private.
Yeah.
You know,
But
you've got
you've got canned ranches in Texas.
there's a lot of those. Yeah. There's a lot of canned ranches, which is very odd. And some of them are fairly small, like a couple hundred acres. And they keep animals there.
Yeah.
In my mind, what that is agriculture. Okay, it's just you're doing a different form of deer agriculture. You're not really hunting. Hunting to me is you go into the wild, you go into the woods, and you experience real nature. It's fascinating. It's enthralling. There's something about it. It's also so lonely. There's something about being in those mountains that just puts you in check. None of that exists.
Well, yeah, canned ranch you could go shoot like in South Africa a lion.
Right.
And the lion was raised in a kind of domestic situation.
And recently released.
Yeah, so it just sits there.
Yeah.
There's no sport in it. Hunting in the United States, for elk or deer, a lot of things people don't know about hunting, which is, one, just obviously, the obvious statistic is that more wildlands protect hunting. So yeah, you can't deer protecting all the other stuff.
Well, the amount of money, because of the Pittman Robinson Act, the amount of money that gets, I think it's 10% of all sales of outdoor activities gets donated towards wildlife preservation. This is the reason why we can have this enormous national forests, where you have wildlife biologists establish what the healthy numbers of these animals are and how many people can go hunt them. And they also know, because you have to, when you say if you shoot a deer, you have to register if you shot the deer, you have a tag, they make sure that your tag is right, you got the right species, you got the right sex, the whole deal. And so they have a very accurate number of how many animals in there, and they spend a lot of money doing this. And these wildlife biologists do an absolutely incredible job. There's more white-tailed deer in this country right now than there were in Columbus. Part of that is because of agriculture. That's where it gets weird. So agriculture, particularly, I have a good buddy of mine who is he's an archer, professional archer, and he lives in Iowa. I always get those confused. In Iowa, it's all farmlands, right? And they have enormous deer, and they set these ranches up. He has a place that's like 600 acres. It's all there's no fences. The animals come and go. But they establish these food plots, and they put these things in to make it a good place for deer to be, so they can hunt them.
Yeah.
So it's this weird sort of
Land
ethical bastardization of the wild, right? It's like dealing with the reality of what you have. You have untold thousands and thousands of monocrop agriculture acres. So thousands and thousands of acres of Monsanto corn. And now these deer thrive there because when they chop down the corn, they don't chop it all down. And these deer, they go there after fresh feedings. They go there, you see them eating corn, they eat grass. There's grass everywhere. There's plenty and plenty of food, and a very low number of predators. Like Iowa does not have they don't have wolves, they don't have a lot of animals that would sort of balance out the population of these animals. And so you have insane amounts of car accidents. Like when I was visiting my buddy there, and just driving from the airport to his house, we saw like 50 fucking deer. And if you're going there around November, which is the rut, the men lose their mind. So the male deer, they're horny as hell. They're crazy. The female is breeding. The female are running from the male. They're running right into traffic. And the male's running after them. They're running right into traffic. It's kind of nuts. It's a really nutty situation because it only exists because there's no predator. So, California has this bizarre model. And what California is like, California is, I think, the only state that doesn't have a fish and game department. They have fish and wildlife. So they treat it very differently. Instead of treating it as a renewable resource where people can go get their own food and hunt animals in the wild, they treat it like we should have the animals take care of themselves. And so that's why it's illegal to kill a mountain lion in California, and we have a large number of mountain lions.
I have my lights in my pocket.
Yeah.
All the time.
They're dangerous. They're underreported. And they are a predator, and they will kill you. And they have to. It's not often, but if you're on a bike, the problem with being on a bike is you're moving a little too quick, and their instincts take over. They think you're trying to run from them, and they can't help themselves. So you're kidding with all yarn, and their instincts put that in, and they just go chase an animal. But I've seen mountain lions in the wild. It is a sobering moment when you stare in the eyes of those things. Whoa, but you can't do much, man.
Make a lot of noise.
You're not supposed to run. You don't want. If you're on your weapon, you should really have that weapon ready because they will jump you. Every now and then they jump people. There's a crazy video. Yeah, well, I believe 2 people were killed last year in the Pacific Northwest.
Of all the big cats, I think jaguars kill the least people,
Which is so crazy.
for some reason. But
They also live in the least populated areas.
for the most part, yeah. But mountain lions, yeah, of course, they will kill someone. But typically they're not looking for people.
Right, they're not looking for people.
It's not like a tiger that has all prey. Get trapped by the local people in India, and they have to go out and try to find prey. Oftentimes.
And jaguars have to, at this point in time, realize that people have bows and arrows and spears, and every now and then, if you go after a person, you can get jumped. So they probably think like grizzly bears behave very differently in places where grizzly bears are hunted. So in the lower 48, it's illegal to hunt grizzly bears. So if they see you, if you run into them, they're not going to run away. They might run towards you. Especially if you surprise them, it's very dangerous. And that's why, and they will treat you as food if they're really hungry.
But of course, making Tiger King, I would interview people about tigers and how it's like keeping 100 tigers. And people always say to me, I'd rather have 100 tigers than 1 chimp. And that's because chimps, everyone thinks tigers are dangerous, but chimps can figure shit out. And one of the chronic problems keeping chimps is that they can figure out how to escape. So you can never use a combination of it. Just sit there all day and figure it out. And you got to use oftentimes 3 layers of rocks. And I'm just bringing it back to chimps because, people think, oh, it's a chimp, it's so cute, it's in the circus. Trust me, it's a lot easier to have a tiger act than a chimp act.
Oh, I can imagine. And also, when I was watching this lady's enclosure, I was looking at the steel that's drilled into wood, and I'm like, I can get out of that. I can get out of 100%. The way that thing is bolted into the woods, all you have to do is kick that door enough. You kick that door hard enough, and that wood will get out. It's the wood that you're. It looks like you're encased in bars, but the steel bars are connected by wood. Wood's easy for a chimp to break. They're so much fucking stronger than us.
Yeah.
If that thing knew that it could just grab those bars and slam,
It would work. It would have worked on that all day.
100% it would have got through. You would have had to figure out a way better cage, especially the one that you wouldn't have found.
You know, I'll tell you a really good story that I just never would have thought of a million years ago. Chimps. I was interviewing a guy in Kenya that had a chimpanzee, and the keeper was this blonde woman. All the chimps I saw was this blonde woman. So he started, the guy gave the chimp playbook, and then it graduated to porn. And the chimp, because he'd never seen other chimps who was raised in isolation, started thinking it was human, and started like sexually identifying with this woman who was keeping it, and started becoming sort of addicted to pornography. So like how crazy, and like these chimps that have a favorite show, like I remember I worked with them in South Africa, all they watched was Avatar. But anyway, just back to sort of how weird it is to keep a chimpanzee. You don't have a tiger here that addicted to human pornography.
Right.
They're watching Avatar all day long. So
Anyway, too intelligent. They're just way too intelligent, especially as they get 5, 6, 7 years old. They get really fucking dangerous. That lady in Connecticut, I had heard that she slept in the bed with the chimpanzee.
well, that's where I was going. One of the things we did not cover, which I always wanted to know more about, is what really is going on with that woman. I mean, I don't want to talk about too much detail here, but you have to ask yourself, you have to ask yourself, like, how weird does it get?
Right. I mean, how weird does it get? Wasn't she giving it Xanax and wine? Did that a lot?
Well, that was bad. And you haven't seen that.
She was giving it Viagra?
Oh.
I didn't like this. Yeah, me too.
Speaking of that, though, you saw the second episode. We actually, how did gyps eat Viagra? So they're very active.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I heard that chimps can talk 50 times a day.
Yeah.
In the hour.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't do that.
Well, primates are very promiscuous, and chimpanzees in particular. If you notice that chimpanzees have the largest balls of any primate, and there's a reason for that. The more promiscuous the female chimpanzees are, the more sexually active the males become, and the bigger the testicles are. So there's like a direct correlation between the size of the male's testicles, and they think that exists with human beings as well, but it's more problematic to examine. But yeah, that's what yeah, you're around a bunch of ladies. Yeah, there are a bunch of sluts. They get fired up. I think that with chimpanzees, you're dealing with these incredibly complex social structures. I'm sure you guys have seen Chimp Nation.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. It's so good. It's so good because it is a rare documentary that have this established element in that these scientists have been embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 20 years. And so these scientists have very specific rules. You do not look them in the eye. You don't get any closer than 20 yards. If they come towards you, you're going to move away. Don't ever have food. There's like a bunch of rules. And as long as you have those rules, they behave completely normally. And you're just a thing. You're like a tree or a bird or something. They're not interested in it, which is really interesting.
Yeah.
Right? Because they got incredible footage of the social interactions. They got a detailed analysis of how they establish dominance and losing control. And we used to think it's always the biggest, strongest chimp. No, it's not. It's ones that form unions and bonds and communities. Very interesting. It's so much like that.
Well, I think also what's so amazing about that film is, give them a ton of credit. Most people that go out to do a documentary don't have the capacity to film that many things. Like they covered,
Yes.
I don't know, that was like hundreds of things or something.
Yeah. Years.
Years. And I think, they really invested the time and they deserve the credit because they put in that amount of time. And for us to do even Trip Crazy, we film.
It's probably close to 250 days.
And most people can't do that.
Right. So, I mean, it's incredible. Resources suck. Like,
Jesus Christ,
That's why I go.
it's but in order to make a documentary this way, you have to catch it while it's happening, contemporaneously. So you have to be there. If you snooze, you lose. If you're not there, you're not going to make chimp crazy.
Right.
Or chimp, what's it called? Chimp nation.
Empire. Yeah.
You see Chimp,
There's two, right?
Chimp Empire, right?
Chimp Empire, Chimp Nation, another one?
Oh, Chimp Empire.
Yeah, that's Chimp Empire. Yeah. The way that, see, the thing about the difference between your show is you need someone who's compelling. And so you have to find someone from like, and you, what's her name again? Tanya. Crazy Tanya. You know, and Joe Exotic. You need someone who's like the figurehead. Like with the photo that you guys have on the promo of her laying down in the chimp behind her. Perfect. It's perfect. I mean, you need that nutty person to compel you because there's part of all of us that recognizes that thought would come into our minds, but then rational thought would go into play like, you can't do this, they're dangerous, they're big, they're older, can't control them, what happens to them, it's not fair, and then you go out of line. But if you're dull-minded, if you have a 9-volt brain, you look at this like, I am going to take, they're more important to me than my own babies. Like when she says stuff like that, you're like, oh, you shouldn't even have a dog. You definitely should be allowed to vote.
No, but it's interesting you say you have to find those characters, but you also have to find the story. And I mean, you can talk about this. How wide is that we passed? Because after Tiger King, it wasn't like we just jumped into this chimp ball world. We were filming, you know, Mark the Shark. You know,
Yeah, we were interested
it took a lot of time
in the animal-human relationship and a variety of
Yeah.
forms. I think we you see an episode one where the first thing we shot years before we even met Tanya was this woman, this part of the circus family from Rosaire, watching 2001: Space Odyssey with her chimpanzee.
Yeah.
It's I mean, talk about sobering experience. Me and Carl at a distance with Chance the chimpanzee, 15 years old, pounding basically a modified trailer phone, floor echoing. The loudness was that sound on the floor was so loud I had to take my headset off.
Yeah, it was a lot scarier, and you were there. It was a lot scarier to film chimps and tigers. The crew didn't have a problem going into a tiger enclosure. The thing about tigers is, once they're about under the age 4, even though it looks like a full-grown tiger, they haven't gone through puberty yet. They haven't gotten the tiger mentality of killing you. But a chimp, anyway, the chimp filming was much more difficult.
But also like human characters and wiring, and you don't know what's going to happen on these leashes.
It's also how they adapt. I mean, that's what kept them alive. If you watch Chimp Nation, it's like those sort of instincts keeps them alive.
Sure, very murderous.
Well, we didn't really know how murderous they were until after when David Attenborough did that series. I think it was in the 90s, when he captured the chimps eating monkeys. Yeah, and this is one of the things that I had the guy from Chimp Nation. I discussed it with him. It's like I don't call them these monkeys. We couldn't even show that. It would just be like the whole show would be chimps eating monkeys because that's what they want to do. They want to eat monkeys. That's their primary source of protein. They like fruit. Fruit's great, but they also like monkeys.
They call us monkeys. Yeah, they eat. I'm a reptile guy. In the range of those chimps of the wild, but there's a tortoise. This tortoise, it's like our box tortoise. It's much bigger, but it's called a hingeback tortoise, and it literally closes up like a rock. You can't see any flesh. The chimps will grab that tortoise, and they'll just bang it against the tree, and just crack it up like a pound. And and I'm just saying that because, yes, they're really hardcore when it comes to the way they predate other animals.
And they're about as strong as a 500-pound man. It's so yeah, it's so insane for us. We had a chimp on the news radio in the 6 or something like that. It was a baby chimp. It was a baby, and it was a diaper. And this chimp climbed on my back and whacked me a couple of times in the back, just playing, just having fun. And I remember, first of all, the feeling of holding it. It's like it was made out of steel wires. It wasn't made out of like baby. You pick up a baby. Baby is all soft. You pick up a 3-year-old. things and you hold on to them. These things were strong as fuck, like in a bizarre way. We like to look at something that's close to our size and think, oh, I could overpower that. You know, oh, I know I'll fight that fucking chip off. Like, yeah, zero chance. It's a different thing. Everything about it is different. The muscle structure is completely different. The tendon structure is completely different. And the amount of force it can generate at arm level is pretty incredible.
You know, but
They also
like,
want to fuck with you. They also want to
I was just gonna say, like people always talk about like when a bear killed a lion, or the bear killed a tiger. I think chimpanzees, near to actually fighting, I think they are the most diabolical fighters because, I don't know what a chimp would do to a grizzly, but a chimp that, goes after your genitals, your fingers, your face.
Yeah.
They know how to fuck you up like nothing else.
Yeah, they know how to debilitate you and take away what makes you human. Yeah, and they also have zero remorse. So they're like human, they can think, but they have zero empathy. And they're fucking dangerous.
And it was so fascinating to think, knowing all this about chimps later, what we were talking about, well, there must be like reported human deaths in the United States with chimp attacks. And we couldn't find any.
It's only me.
It's only there are globally, but it's not
in Africa, the kids get snatched and stuff.
Kids get eaten.
Kids get eaten.
Yeah.
But in the U.S., there has been no really human death caused by chimpanzee. Now, what was fascinating, you can watch this yet, but in episode 4, we kind of go, that was like from illusion to reality, and it's heavy. We filmed our first chimpanzee funeral. And what we didn't show, which I'm remembering this now, everyone that would come up to say their piece would share a story when they were attacked by one. It was so the kind of juxtaposition of this celebration of life and these attacks in this context of the situation that you've never been in. It was
right. And animal attacks in general across the board in roadside crews and the private sector are completely underreported because people want the animals taken away. So a tiger attacks someone and they have a huge laceration, they'll go to the hospital and say it was a chainsaw. Because the second they say it was my tiger or my chimp, right, they run the risk of losing that.
You also have the problem with less than extraordinary people being addicted to extraordinary circumstances. So if you have a boring ass fucking life in some middle of nowhere town, but you also have a lion, all of a sudden, cool. Life's pretty interesting. I mean, and that's Joe Exotic, right? Well, Joe Exotic, I think, is pretty smart. He's odd, for sure, but intelligent. But in Tanya's case, like, what would that lady be like if she didn't have chips? Like, it is the focal point of her life, the point where she neglected her own biological chips.
Yeah, it gives her an identity.
Yeah, in a weird way, in a very compelling way. And when people live boring ass lives, things like that seem like something that's who I am. Like, that's me, because it's extraordinary experiences. A person that, it's
Where does
like
that come from?
with Joe. I think we like experiences first of all. There's a part of evolution where human beings, part of our lust for innovation and for constant improvement of our environment and circumstances is we like extraordinary experiences. I think it's what made people successful. I think the more daring and the more addicted you were to extraordinary experiences, the more likely you were to find new hunting grounds, the more likely you were to conquer neighboring tribes, the more likely you were to survive an attack. But I think human beings like extraordinary experiences. We like comfort, but not as much as we like extraordinary experiences.
But having some of these animals is like chick bait. It's like, Cooch gets through a lot of cooch. I think that's why a good dog. Joe had tigers to get boys.
Which is so wild. Where you got straight guys. I mean, that guy had some fucking game.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess I see your point.
Come on, if you have a chimp, a baby chimp, you're talking about Austin, Texas, sure. You get people come up to you, oh, John, I want to be a little chimp. That's interesting. I don't know how what a weird way to try to attract people.
Like, you don't see that about puppies. Like,
sure, I try to bring a puppy to
I mean, I'm more interested with your Carl now,
Yeah, what's your motivation over there with that baby?
It's interesting when you see Carl interact with Marshall. He's so anxious, like, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want nothing to do with this. Stop biting me. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah. But you got two different kinds of things, you know? Like one of them is like a little bulldog, it's a little psychopath. And the other one is a golden retriever, it's like a love sponge. Like all he wants to do is be your friend. He wants to be your friend unless you're a squirrel. And that's really interesting. You watch his reaction to squirrels, his intensity when it comes to like squirrels and birds. He's so
Movement, right? It's the movement. Is that what
it's just instincts. It just fires up that part in the DNA that knows that that's what they do. But the bizarre thing with retrievers is it's not to eat it; it's to bring it to you.
Mm.
It's always to bring it to you. Like one time, I got home and I let the dog out. I opened up the back door and I saw I took a leak. So I took a leak, and then as I flushed, washed my hands, opened the door, and stand there with a squirrel. Like he got a squirrel that quick.
Wow.
And he was so happy. He was so happy.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, what did you do? He's like, "Ooh, what did I do?" I'm like, what did you do, man? And so I got rid of squirrel, but whenever he sees them, it's just, nobody had to teach him that. He's locked in. Like, that's what he wants to do. He wants to go get squirrels. And he wants to bring them back to you. It's a weird thing because it's like, you understand predatory instincts like cats have them. They're the worst. Cats they've killed so many fucking birds. It's something like it's multiple billions of mammals and birds are killed every year by outside cats.
The first thing that kills songbirds, birds is glass windows, skyscrapers. That's what second is domestic cats, and they are killing machines, and they really do control and character.
I went to everybody's podcast. I went down a dirty hole last night, but a wormhole of cats, predatory cats, and there's compilations of cats just jacking pigeons, jacking squirrels, jacking everything that they can get their hands on.
The cats are bad unless they're indoors. Domestic cats, they, in Hawaii, cats are the reason why so many species in Hawaii went extinct.
Yep.
They
And
just-
in Australia, they
Australia.
brought them in Australia to deal with certain animals, and then they got out of control. And now in Australia, they hunt them.
Dodo birds were extinct because of domestic cats that were introduced into Mauritius in 200, 300 years ago, whenever dodo birds went extinct. But they were killing machines.
They're machines. Sorry to interrupt you. No worries. Like their predatory instincts are more reasonable. Like I understand that they're cats and that's what cats do. But the weird thing about a retriever is he's not doing it to eat it. He's doing it to bring it to me. Like I didn't even have to teach him to bring the ball back. Like he learned within like the first 2 or 3 throws. If I throw the ball, he brings it back to me. It's just it's brought into them. Whereas every other dog that I had to teach him. You throw the ball, you're like, come on, bring it back. Come on, bring it back. You bring it back, give them a treat, and they understand, praise them. And then eventually there's commands, and they have this like pathway that you've carved into their system of chasing the ball, bring it back. We're gonna have fun. Chase the ball, bring it back. Marshall, it was in it. Was already
but that's
in
his
there,
programming, right? I mean,
which is crazy.
which is so much of what we find so interesting about the justification for this love that a lot of the subjects we covered have for these chimpanzees was that they love me. They do these things, and yet I train them to believe that they have feelings for me and I have feelings for them. It's understanding. And I feel what we realize is this kind of balance of this mutuality of caregiving that I think exists with a lot of our subjects that we cover, but also some of the chimpanzees. It's very, very incredibly selfish around the symmetry of needs.
But it's so disturbing. You're a beautiful lab, a dog, that, Tanya says constantly how much she loves this chimp Tonka, but the chimp is like incarcerated in this cage. So Tanya, if you really love this chimp and Tonka loves you back, buy the cage. Right. You don't have a cage for your dog. Right. And it just seems so obvious. Like, Tanya, this chimp does not love you, you love him.
Well, I think it does, but it also doesn't have a choice, right? So if Tanya lived in the jungle, if she had a shack in the jungle, and the chimp lived in the jungle wild and free, how much would the chimp visit her? First of all, it wouldn't be chicken nuggets and drink Coca-Cola, which is weird too. That she's feeding this thing, and she said it has to Jessica Parker, spoiler alert, it's still good. You still gotta watch it, folks. But if you give a person that, they fucking get sick. Like nothing you're doing to that chimp is natural. The cage is not natural. The food's not natural. Nothing's natural. You know what the saddest things for me was when she was showing me Instagram reels and just scrolling through reels and the chimp's just staring at the screen. That was weird.
That's really distracting.
That whatever. Let me lie to you.
No, that's a lot of the sentiment we see for babies. We are basically doing that ourselves.
Oh yeah, no, we do that to ourselves.
You're not
But
looking
at
at
least
your son.
you can make a choice. I'm gonna put this down.
Sure.
Really not running with human beings, have a good time with my friends. You can make those choices. The chimp doesn't have a choice. It's essentially a prison for no reason. And it likes the car.
And that chimp Kotaku is looking at its kids.
Yeah.
And that footage. Yeah, whether it's Kotaku it or not, but
And Instagram.
Yeah.
Just staring at the screens. But I don't think it probably understood that those were his kids, but it probably did remember what it was like to have babies.
you know, and to be outside.
Yeah.
Sitting there in that cage in the basement looking at these chimps washing a Mercedes that's outside. You know, we both still talk almost daily. Communicate with her. And it's the most bizarre communication because, you know, we don't, everyone thinks I lied to Tanya about this film. She would have talked to me anyway, convinced of that. And when I did come into the picture, she didn't skip a beat. And she was like, oh, it's you. Let's keep filming for another year and a half. But she continues to talk with us. And we continue to tell her, Tanya, you know, maybe this is an opportunity for you to rethink and reinvent yourself. You know, like, it's really interesting.
Well, it doesn't seem like she has a lot of self-reflection. With all due respect. You know,
It's hard not to be compassionate with a lot of these people, to be honest.
right.
It's really hard because I think
Well, especially Tanya, because she led us into her life in such an intimate way that, you know, it was, you know, she was really generous that way. So it is a black and white. There's a lot of that.
I understand an audience reaction. You can have those views on it, but being part of making it is, you know, we're partially complicit to it too as well. I mean, in a way of sharing that story away.
Well, you know, there's the age-old term, with great power comes great responsibility. It is a great responsibility to hold a large chimpanzee in your house. It is a great power. It is an enormous responsibility. And she should not have the option to have that responsibility. She's not capable of managing that situation. It's I don't think anybody's capable of it. I think the same way I think dolphins were lucky that they're nice. That's what we're lucky that they're nice. Because they should be killing us every time they kill. They are. They're not just that, but infanticide. You know, the reason why female dolphins are so promiscuous.
Yeah.
Well, male dolphins, when they find a female, if the female has babies, she will not breed for, I think it's a long period of time. I think it's around 6 years.
Oh, wow.
See if that's true. But so what the male will do will kill the babies. The males will kill the babies to force her into estrus, so she will start breeding again. So what the females do to counteract that is to have sex with as many male dolphins as they can. So they have sex with all the male dolphins. They're not monogamous in any way, shape, or form. They just go and fuck as many guys as they can. So those guys will protect their babies because they don't know if that's their baby because they know they've had sex with her. But if they have not had sex with her and then she has babies, they will kill that baby.
Are any animals monogamous? Because they used to think
Same ones. Penguins are, but they only do it for like a year. They're monogamous. So they also look based on trap.
They used to think macaw parrots were monogamous and swans, and then they started doing the genetics and they realized they cheat like hell.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. It doesn't seem to serve any purpose evolutionarily for them to be monogamous. It seems contrary to the idea of natural selection. You should be wanting, if you have potent genes, you should want to spread those genes as much as possible.
So that means we shouldn't be.
Well, human beings, we've fallen into this weird thing where we're more than an animal, and that we are an animal. We're an animal that expresses our thoughts and feelings to each other, and we are evolving. We're clearly different in that we are animals, but we can manipulate our environment. There's no animal that's ever existed. We can travel to any place in the world. There's no animal that's ever do on its own. We can do all kinds of things that other animals can't do, but more importantly, we communicate.
Yeah.
We communicate
stories.
Yes, and we empathize with each other. And we recognize things in other people, even heinous people, even people you don't like whether it's Joe Exotic or time, you recognize, like, I see, she's not, you know, she's just a person who's all fucked up. Even that crazy drunk lady who had the one that attacked her daughter. Like, what happened to her? You know, like, what was her child?
It couldn't have been good. And she's the one person out there who's still alive who I really don't want to hear from.
Yeah.
Because I really wonder right now, what is she thinking?
Well, the calmness while her daughter's being attacked on the phone, the calmness of that phone call was just shocking.
Suspicious.
I think, you know, when that lady from the liquor store was talking about how much that lady drinks, like, who knows what she's even responsible for. But she's got to be out of her fucking mind all the time. She's drinking that much food.
So I think she wanted out with the show. I think she was as caged, as depressed as the chimp, possibly in that house after 15 years living with this chimp that she thought, you know, was her son, and then later was dressing, you know, chimp up with the same clothing as her deceased husband. I think she wanted out, and somehow she figured it out.
Oh, the life choice is really remarkable. They're also basically agents. The humans taking care of each other. Really got into that. The same goes for Sandy Harold. You know, it was so great about revisiting that story in Connecticut. You know, we were set to come out with this show this year, and we were basically wrapped in November. We were going to finish finishing, and we suddenly got access to the entire Travis story. We worked with this guy who wrote this incredible article, New York Magazine article named Dan. It's one of the best written articles about Travis. It's called Travis the Menace. He has no attribution to sources. You don't know who he's copying. So it's a kind of foundational piece for the Travis story. Track it down. It says, I have everyone that was part of that story, and they have archived. Do you want to do it? And so we basically said, this is going to make our story better, meaning that we're going to have to extend for at least 4 or 5 months to do this right, and postpone our entire delivery schedule. And once we got into it, it was so worth it because we got this total intimate view of what it was like to be in Sandy's world. And we had this archived video that you see has never been seen before. This portrait of the family, this kind of very complicated, complex family life that's been inhabited by Travis, which was a descendant of Connie Casey's place in Missouri. If you think about that, where our starting point was for this project was always around how do we understand where captive primates came from. Connie Casey was this place, this kind of breeding ground for all of these animals that were kind of cycled through Hollywood. And what I found very interesting is this lineage that led to Travis. Travis was still with Sandy, and so so incestuous. It's so incestuous, and they're all connected. And you'll see a little bit in episode 4. There it is. Travis, and it's a remarkable story. This is Sandy who bought Travis from Connie. It was Susie.
By the way, how much of that photograph freaked you out?
Yeah.
So you see that chimp holding that baby at any minute, and just decide to pull that baby head off.
And when chimps smile, that's actually not aggression. It's not like us. We smile because we're happy. That's not a happy chimp doing that.
So he's trained. He's trained.
Yeah.
He's trained to smile. It's not necessarily aggressive, but he's trained to show his teeth.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Right.
It's more of a grimace. It's more of a smile.
Right.
So it was fascinating to us to get access to this story. We go into it and
So that's disturbing.
yeah, catch a bit.
Well, you're giving them the standard American diet.
But look at the canines compared to ours. With those daggers.
Well, the bite force, everything. I mean, everything about them. We are so watered down by the evolutionary process. And I was really aware of that when I was touching that 2-year-old chimp with diapers. Like, real aware. Yeah, it's a different thing. And when you're taking this thing and it's a time bomb. You have like 4 years where you can control it, maybe 5, right? And then they say after 5, it's just like you're basically rolling the dice anytime someone comes over your house.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically
Just so crazy.
But he was, this classic story was this kind of gothic fairy tale in Stamford, Connecticut, which was so unusual because it's a suburb of Manhattan. Everyone thought this was in the South. It was happening in Stamford, Connecticut. Sandy had this kind of void in her life. She buys Travis and raises her part of the family, and you see the story, the same arc as every other chimp story in a family setting. They get too mature and they have to, the thing that I thought you'd appreciate in terms of arc, kind of this idea that we show in the story really well, I think, is this chimp is happy and connected to the community because he's free. He's socializing, he's a town celebrity,
Right,
he's at work with Sandy in the tow shop, answering phones, filling out paper.
The mascot of the tow shop, Desire Motors.
Right.
Yeah, he's airbrushed everywhere.
And he lives a cool life.
That's a cool
And
life.
then one day,
Everyone gets to see the chimp, right? And then until one day he gets too aggressive. And this incredible story, which we don't put in the doc, but he's in this intersection, very busy intersection in Connecticut. A little boy throws a can of Coke over to the car with the chimp. Chimp gets out. Stops traffic. And it's covered in the news and it's a joke. Everyone's like, oh my God, it's kind of the VA.
The chimp is trying to get over the kid.
Jim's trying to he's irritated. Why did he bother the chimpanzee? He can't go get him. He runs out of the car trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, Sandy gets an ice cream cone, comes back in the car, and everything's cool. 2 hours later. 2 hours later, right? So if the state of Connecticut says, no way, you can't have this chimp anymore. You got to put him home. So this chimp is out in space for the majority of his life, and then built to confinement for the majority of his life. And so fast forward, and I'll spare you kind of the other stuff that we learned, but what everyone kind of talks about in revisiting media at the time is it was Xanax, it was the wine glasses, it was drunk, it was Elmo, maybe the relationship, but he got car keys. He wanted to go for a ride. He could drive a car. He wanted to get the fuck out of it. Yeah, that's what happened. Right. And the person who he runs into first represents confinement. Right. He was a nanny. Right. So what do you think's going to happen? I mean, he was also referred to, he left already. He was like cruising around in his graveyard, talking with the guy who was digging graves. That's what we heard. Yeah.
Insanely bored. Just like a person that's stuck in a cage.
the chips when they're bored, you always see it. They vomit. So you see, if you're watching that section of Chimp Crazy, Travis is just sitting and walking. It's just like a tick, Right. Big cats do a figure eight over and over and over. Chimps do this rocking. If you see that, that's a really desperately depressed chimp.
So we love this, love, but we're interested in this tension because we think we can control things. I mean, that's why you've seen the movie Nope with this great footage with this Chimp 40, which you can ever see from the show, inspired based on this whole idea of spectacle that humans have to control things. Nope, in that scene with 40, the chimp, is probably one of the most beautiful displays that dramatically done scenes of it's horrible, it's very tragic. But
the one person that has the 15-year-old chimp in their house, how have they been able to avoid all that?
she's careful. I mean, she's 77 years old, Ambrose. She's 7 years old. She was asked what she wants to do with her life in this circus animal family. And she says, I want to train chimps. I want to do something hard. I want to do something different. The rest of her family trained horses and elephants. And that was culturally...
But that's a really good question. How is it that Pam...
Okay, you're thinking about more different measures, but like...
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's a really good question. Because I always wondered that about Pam here. How come she's the one person that has sort of been immune to it? Or has she?
I think she's got some... look, I think she's lucky. I think it's the best way. I don't know what happens behind the scenes, to be honest. I think, to be fair, I don't know. But I do know that when I watched her interaction, there's a real, understanding. And and she has a huge shock. I mean,
Well, she also, they argue, do they use just
yes, right, for the life of
they remove their canines oftentimes. They do have to alter them to continue to live.
they're modified.
I mean, I should say there's a lot of dark parts of our story that we didn't relate to. One of the things we learned was that so many of the monkeys that have been sold, by China and others, are coming across the border from Mexico, just along with other drugs. And more recent times, we've seen a lot of Central American and Mexican species coming into the U.S. So there's a pipeline. Yeah.
So it's like, well, what we look, so yeah, yes, it is. We didn't realize also how dark this was coming out of it because we were so close to it, and the reaction from people was very heavy. So we're all desensitized from seeing this. There's some really interesting stuff that happens before Joyce can finish it. Including another time. It's an all person that we all know, and Rabbi, I'm teasing you, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, that's pretty good. It's a part of her body.
Come on, man.
I'm like, but I'm allergic to Trump.
Now you're giving it away too much. Look at her ear the whole show. So is that lady with the 15-year-old chick the only one that you know of that keeps a full-grown adult and has it just wander around everybody?
Just to be clear, Hannah doesn't live in the chimp doesn't live in her house.
It's in there sometimes.
Yeah, or something. But it's
How much of castrating it changes its behavior?
I think significant. Because Buck in Oregon was castrated, and then
Connecticut chimpanzee was that castrated?
probably, but Buck was castrated and started wearing a shock collar. In order to manage your chimp, as you say, after 4 or 5 years old, they typically alter, remove their canines, castrate the shock collars.
It's so crazy. Like fixing a dog is so commonplace. You don't even think twice. Oh, you're a good pet owner. You know, that way dogs don't have like that puppies.
Yeah.
But fixing a chimpanzee, like, what did you do?
It's like fixing, you know, think about what the medical community, the guy who's like,
Right, the guy looking at a chimpanzee. You're lucky.
Yeah. So if you think about the carrots, it's really horrible. But as an advocate, you're saying, Eric, one thing that we learned through the process about kind of what it's only talking about very specific matter of captive chimpanzees, which we learned there really only about 1,300 remaining in captivity, which includes those with in the U.S. But half of that is big zoos. And big zoos have about 250 of them. So in terms of the kind of roadside zoos, has a common ground between less than 100 chimpanzees that remain in captivity. So to answer your question, there might be more, but it's hard.
but globally, there's still many
Agreed.
all over the world. It's like U.S. There's less and less.
It's less and less. There's kind of the primates in general in terms of monkeys, cats. It's reported somewhere around 15,000 people in America have primates as a 15,000 according to the American welfare. So that's what we're finding. But through that, we had to zoom out. And I think that we've learned what I've learned personally about organizations that are doing something to protect wild animals, protect wild populations of chimpanzees. There's a lot of great ones out there. So we've been supporting a program that's doing 12 projects like in Africa, $10 million, 10,000 chimpanzees. And that's what we're hoping for. I mean, Africa is basically going to be China.
What do you do though with animals that have been kept in captivity so long? You can't really introduce them to wild animals.
It depends on the species.
Certainly not in Japan, certainly not at
Gotcha.
You can always tell that.
You have these animals, others just do like really about these scientific experiments people have maybe bringing chimps and reintroducing them to the wild.
So there's a place in Africa, there's a sort of island, there's a freshwater river where they have these chimps, but chimp studies this place in Africa. But yeah, to release them actually back into a population of large chimps is successful, for sure. Not with chimps. There's that famous, image of Putin releasing a tiger in Russia that was captured. They have done other times, actually. I work with an organization that's been releasing jaguars back in the northern Argentina. The jaguars have now disappeared. But the jaguar program is very, they do it very carefully. They put the jaguars in numerous enclosures and let them capture a lot of prey before they release them. It takes a lot of time.
Well, I mean, we were talking about house cats. Oh, house. No, I wasn't saying house cats. I just meant cats in general. I was saying that house cats, which are completely domesticated, you can't pet them. If you let them loose, they survive fine.
Yeah.
Feral cats. They all have instincts to kill and eat things. So I would imagine cats would probably be one of the easiest ones to reintroduce to the wild. But then you have things that are custom like bears. One of the problems with people living in rural communities is when bears start attacking your dumpsters and your garbage cans. They know food is there and you can't get rid of it. They will come back to that. No matter, you can't scare them off. You scare them off, you don't scare them for an hour, they'll be back.
Yeah.
They know there's food there.
Where we live in California, we have bears, black bears, monkeys, and we have mountain lions. And almost every night you see on our streets, when there's a certain night of the week when the garbage comes out, all the garbage cans are tipped over because of the bears.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. They once they learn that, then they have a pattern, and they go after those dumpsters.
California used to have big brown bears.
The California state flag is a grizzly bear,
This is crazy.
and we work with an organization that's trying to bring it back to
Settle down,
California.
folks. Settle down. Let's keep them alive where they are. Don't get nutty. I do think that reintroduce animals, it's just, you have to understand, you're playing God.
And there's a reason why it extinct, because the last grizzly bear in California was shot about 100 years ago, and it's because they eat people.
Leveque, California is named after the last guy who died from grizzly bear attack. Yeah, I think his name is Stephen Leveque. And he got fucked up. They were big brown bears, and we killed them all because they were killing people. And I'm not saying you should kill them all. I'm not saying what we did was good, but once you've established an ecosystem that if you make I believe I like humans more than I like other animals. This is my thought. I believe that we're more important to each other than animals are to us. Doesn't mean that I don't care about animals. But if you start bringing in things that are going to eat people, I'm like, hey, this is not good for us. It's not good for us. We don't have to reintroduce them to places. I think a better solution would be let's make sure that wherever they live naturally, their populations are fine. I think that's probably the better solution. There's been some success of reintroducing wolves into Montana, Yellowstone reintroduction.
Yeah, we know that.
Really interesting. Like they did have an overpopulation problem with ungulates because bears don't eat so many of them, and wolves are much more clever and they would act together. And it's kind of balance things out for now.
We worked with Turner Endangered Species, Tetra, and we worked very closely with this guy like Phillips in Montana. He's been probably the key guy to bring back gray wolves into this part of the western part of the United States. But yeah, it's been without, I know if we do this, that even gray wolves, there's a lot of controversy for that. So imagine bringing back big grizzlies, brown bears to California.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. But people that live in urban areas don't understand what that problem is. Like, this is the problem that Vancouver has. So, British Columbia has outlawed brown bear hunting. You can hunt black bears because people eat black bears. And you can eat brown bears now, but most people don't. And they have in their mind hunting grizzly bears is in line with what they want to call privilege. It's just gross. It's killing an animal so you can stuff it. It's gross. We all know it's gross. But the reality of grizzly bears in rural areas, I have a good friend who lives in northern BC. He lives in like a very rural area. He's like, they're fucking dangerous. He had a sheep one that was trying to break into his cabin 3 feet away. He shot a large grizzly bear trying to get into his cabin and eat him from 3 feet away. And he said they're really bold now because they haven't hunted them for a few years. So if you're running into a 4 or 5 year old male, they don't know what it's like to be hunted. No one has any feelings of being nervous around human beings.
And you remember the movie The Grizzly Man, right?
Yes.
Timothy Treadwell.
That's fascinating.
He was launched.
That's my favorite unintentional comment. Yeah. One of ours, I think, made that movie funny on purpose. That's like our, it's a sort of real life.
It's a good movie. But I never forget watching it in New York City. I was watching it at a theater. The whole time, I was just saying, like, oh my God. Like, I was angry at this guy.
Right.
The detective was like worried about his bandana or his, whatever he was worried about. I was so pissed watching that. It was good movie.
It's the same thing. It's a less than extraordinary person who gets attached and addicted to extraordinary experiences. You're constantly around this. I mean, we got some incredible That guy got some amazing footage. He did some fucking hard camping. That guy was out there roughing it for a long ass time for a tent, surrounded by monsters, living in a grizzly maze.
Yeah, talking.
Yeah, he pulled it off for a long time. But he knew what was going to happen. If you watch that, like, eventually something's going to decide to be right, and that's exactly what happened.
It's like these chicks with this guy.
Similar, but at least that guy's going to relate it.
Yeah, of course.
That, I don't have any problem with someone deciding to do that. If you're that fucking crazy and you want to throw yourself into the system and maybe live with them for as long as it lasts, I mean, and maybe also suicide by bear, right? Because that guy seemed really depressed. He didn't seem like he was having a good time.
Yeah, but he had the bear eat his girlfriend too. That was
Like
him
the bear
getting
ate his girlfriend after it him. He killed him. She was trying to defend him. She was thinking it was fun.
Yeah, but she was like, clouding the damage. I feel bad for the girlfriend.
I do too, but again, like, what kind of choices are we making in this life?
But think about you asked a question about reproduction or these attacks that occur. The story we didn't include was just too tangential. But there was a neighbor of the Missouri Primate Foundation, the chimp party, that's where all the animals were bred. At a time in the 90s, she had 42 chimps living in the house in a single property. One escapes. The 19-year-old boy recognizes his dog in the backyard has been attacked by a chimpanzee. He grabs a gun, shoots the chimpanzee. He gets charged with destruction of property.
Oh my God,
to go into prison.
oh my God,
6 months. It's out. He missed the birth of his daughter.
that's insane.
And his name is Jason Coates. It's a really interesting story.
Who the fuck tried that?
And then guess what? Here's what happened. Two years ago, I think, he gets his record expunged finally at 40 years old. And now he can't get work. But the guy's like a contractor, couldn't get work.
That's so crazy.
It's ending his property. He should have been in that situation in the first place.
Also defending his life. Like the reality, if you understand chimpanzees, the person who had that chimpanzee is responsible. Not this man who's defending his life. They are so vulnerable to a chimpanzee. If they decide to get after you, there's not a lot you can do. You could survive for a little bit, but it's going to tear you apart. That's just how it is. And if that guy is not armed and he can't protect himself, then what do you have? You have a person who gets torn apart by a chimpanzee. The idea that you can't protect yourself from someone's crazy fucking idea of harboring an animal, an enormous animal that's insanely strong and hyper aggressive and intelligent and uncontrolled.
Yeah, that was a tragic story. It's really hard making these films with so many good stories all of them kind of go forward, so many great subjects. And that was one of them.
Well, you have to have some discretion in the process of casting subjects. I mean, it's a choice. But I also think the idea is it was also kind of far away from where we were going with these things. I think
It seems like you can do multiple series.
oh my God, we could continue with this thing. It's harder. It's getting harder and harder to do.
But is it also harder to get people to be natural on camera and to not be performative?
It's harder. I mean, what is harder now, it was hard to think from the beginning also, is that these people that keep, I'm generalizing a little bit, but for the most part, they're very guarded about letting you in because, one, they don't know if you're spying for the white groups, they don't know if you're the feds, and they don't know if you can steal their items. So a lot of these people are very valuable artists, and they're, extremely guarded about letting you in. Now, of course, it's become harder because in our case, we've been sort of, become known. And so to continue this model, doing another story on, I don't know, Paris, people would be suspicious. But as far as being natural, I don't think that's so hard. With Tanya and Joe, Joe's obviously a performer in a sense, but he's just filming. And the more intimate you can make that filming experience for them, the more natural they become. So we work with anyone. With Tiger King, it was just me and a camera guy. And then, and I drove back and forth from Texas to Oklahoma constantly, Dallas to Oklahoma City. There was just two of us filming. And so the more intimate it is, the more, the less an audience is watching while you're filming, the better it is.
And also, before Tiger King, there's no way you could have known how big that's going to be.
I think
anticipated some bizarre, obscure documentary of people that are keeping pet cats.
I started, when I started making a film about the six
Big cats in America. Yeah, okay, that's like low risk.
we didn't even know it was going to be successful. So.
Well, like I said, you guys caught lightning in a bottle. It's the perfect timing of people being locked in during the pandemic. You guys were kind of the early stars of the pandemic, your show. It was also a welcome escape from the craziness that we were all experiencing. We were experiencing everyone's wearing a mask, keeping away from people, and then you're at least when you're home with your family, like, oh my god, we're not these fucking idiots. We're crazy. It's crazy. Like this the world is so much more insane than this new insane world that it became sort of a little bit of fantasy for us.
I think I was telling Eric this, we get asked this question a lot about, the state of, non-scripted, unscripted shows, documentaries, and this dramatization that we've seen as a trend for making very cinematic, real stories, dramatic recreation. And Eric and I were talking about it a lot because so much of our content is so much more surreal than anything we can even make up, or recreate. And that's what's so surreal about our process, and also just the stuff we capture.
Right.
It's stranger than fiction.
It's stranger than fiction, and it also comes off as authentic. And as someone who's worked in reality TV, it's not reality, okay? And especially the kind of reality shows you think of as reality shows, they have all these scenarios set up. They'll edit things to make them look like different things happen because they just want you to keep people tuned in for drama. So if you're following a family around, you create drama. They have scripted shit, and it feels like it, right? The thing about Tiger King and the thing about Chimp Crazy is it feels very authentic. It's crazy.
I'm so glad you said that because I would fly into St. Louis, drive down to the Ozarks to film Tanya, and she'd be like 3 hours late for some reason, and then she'd show up and she'd say, "Oh, I gotta go get my eyes done," and then I would be like, "Tanya, you're 3 hours late. Can I just film you with getting your eyes done?" And not once would we setting her up or say, "Can you get your lip injections?" She just would say, "No, I'm going to go talk to her with my lip injection." And we just shot her. So it was just her life.
Yeah, so it is authentic.
We also have we're also fortunate to have an incredibly talented team that can help, create these experiences in a way on screen that make it authentic.
Well, that's also editing.
It is.
Really great too.
So as they're doing it, are they like marking down like key moments? Do they have someone who's like a stenographer or someone who's like marking down so you know like what to look for? Or do you at the end of the day go, that thing where she learned how to lips on and stuff like that?
Yeah, I wish we had what you just said. It was very helpful.
It sounds like
we don't.
you're doing well.
It's pretty organic. I think there's also, you follow your story. This kind of story. You kind of knew that we had it. The minute the missing chimpanzee happened, or the supposed death occurred. So that was the story. We're essentially. And through that story, we were able to latch on these other things. Now, what you don't know is we shot these other stories, out of sequence. The tracks came at the very end, so we had to figure out a way to, weave it into episode 2 and leave it into episode 4. We really wanted that end to serve as a thematic connection to the story. But
I just have to be one thing over my point, which is that this is not a good recipe for people.
yeah, sure.
Making films like this, because it's not. Because we, there's always sort of formulaic styles of documentaries, like a biopic of a famous person or a takedown documentary or a true crime. What we do, and I think we've just been really lucky, is we just start filming somebody, never knowing, of course, where this is going to go. And that is not a good, smart way to make other documentaries. Because what if it goes nowhere?
Right.
I'm just bringing that up because, and so in order to do Chimp Crazy after Tiger King, we actually filmed so many different things to get to chimp people.
How do we spend less time? These things are what we can realize. It's worth it though.
It seems like there's no other way. It's not really authentic. Then just shadow these people forever and then splice it down to 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which is like, you have 250 plus hours of footage.
250 days.
And that's like about 1,300 hours.
Okay, 1,300 hours down a footage.
That's just primary camera. It's like, summarizing the days. I mean, most of the cameras, all those things happen in a day.
Right.
We're very efficient. It's an 8 to 12 hour day. We're capturing a lot of stuff in a day.
So are you archiving and like at the end of the day, so you know like what day this happened, what day that you're. So you do make sure
There's a process. There's a field process that we just that has kind of the notes that we have for the day. What happened? What's interesting about the day?
and are you
Gets in.
trying to form the narrative? Are you going to have the whole documentary series play out as you're doing that, or is it just
That comes so much later.
Yeah.
Like we have no idea where it's going. Probably for the first year and a half, I thought, in case we're too crazy, we didn't even discover timeline until a year and a half in.
Year and a half in. No, it's what kind of
So,
made it more
like we got our star?
Well, what's so interesting, Joe, and I want to come back to this about, I saw you get a little emotional with the Buck story because it was really a partner for us, but an important one to make sure we got that in. But we missed it. We missed the cover. We were going to go, Eric and I were going to go to Pendleton to cover what was happening because we knew there was violations that occurred in the state of Oregon that basically said, Tamara, you have to do these improvements, otherwise we're taking the animal away from you. And that happened. We thought we could cover the response to that. 4 days later, I got the shark. And we said to ourselves, and I remember this so vividly, we have to trust our instincts. Like when we are into something, let's cover it. Let's send someone out and cover it if we need to. So we decided to film everything including our conversations and process, very meta, which ended up being part of the story too. We see more core where we have to bring her in basically. So the point of being is that the Buck story happened. We thought to just send this guy, Dwayne, who we recruited to kind of join the team, into Festus to cover this confiscation, thinking nothing was going to happen. Day happens, take the animals out, one was missing. And then the guy that we had sent there became friends with her, and we just had to keep following this. This guy became essential to the story with no reasoning for that. So yeah, the making of became more interesting than the actual subject matter in a way to us, and we've been that became much later.
It's not a good format.
You're also looking outside from this. But what was your kind of response to the industry, really kind of way of doing things?
Well, I mean, doing what kind of
reality TV programming or programming in general?
Well, I think with reality TV, it was pretty simple. I could see how it started. It was people that were involved in scripted shows. And then the scripted shows, somewhere around the early 2000s, got decimated by reality shows. And so these people who were already respected television producers, they made their way into reality television. And then they realized some of these people are pretty fucking boring most of the time. We don't have enough time to spend 250 days to film one episode of a show, right? Which is what you guys have to do. So instead, what they do is they say, okay, today you're going to argue about what to have for lunch. And so Bob wants Mexican food, Sally wants Chinese food. You have to figure it out, and you have to go around town, figure out where to eat, and you're eventually going to decide this. And this is the place you're going to eat and be happy. And so the whole thing is the personal dynamics, the relationships these people have to each other, and then they create drama along the way. Along the way, you're going to run into your friend from high school who's perfectly made up, well lit with a microphone on. So it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's not really reality, but it's also not really a drama. It's real human beings. They're doing nonsense, and you feel it. And then there's also reality shows that are on specific subjects, and those are bullshit too. Yeah. And then you have dating shows, which are super, super popular. It's who's he gonna pick? Who's she gonna pick? How's this gonna work? We get excited about that. Or fucking these garage shows where someone shows up at a storage room. Well, a lot of those shows, they fake it. They load up the storage room. Because, so they can't be assured that the storage room's gonna have something. have some fucking pirate treasure in it, right? So what do they do? Right?
You read it.
Yeah, so they pretend that they got this at an auction. Like, who knows what's in it? Apparently, the guy died in a mysterious way. There's people looking for him. We might really be on something. And then you cut the commercial. Is that gold? Cut the commercial. Cut back to the commercial. Is that gold?
But I even thought, I don't watch any of those shows. I even thought some of these, like, nature shows, like Steve Irwin, and I know you know Forrest Gump, but I was kind of wondering, like, is he walking through the jungle and he suddenly finds the snake? It's got to be set up a lot of time.
A lot of time, I'm sure it is.
Or the
Some of those shows, but a lot of the ones, like one of the more interesting things today is YouTube, right? Because YouTube, you have these small, independent people, like this guy we had on called Python Cowboy. And this guy goes out to the Everglades every day and captures pythons. And, like the videos that the update by one, like really fucked up.
Where you living?
They're enormous. There's more pythons in the Everglades than anywhere on Earth. Burmese.
Oh,
yes, Burmese
good.
pythons used to be or used to be a part of a reptile facility.
So we're talking about our next doc series is about reptiles and the slugger reptiles. We have a whole section on that.
It's another thing I went down the rabbit hole last night. Nile crocodiles. As owners of Nile crocodiles in
I can tell you a lot about crocodiles.
Tell me about Nile crocodiles in Everglades, though. Because what they were saying is they found a few, and the ones that they identified that they captured that were definitely Nile crocodiles came from the same gene line. So they think they came from the same genetic source. But then there was another guy who was watching this documentary last night, or this YouTube video rather last night, where he was saying that there's like huge crocodiles that take out cattle on the west side of the forest. Yeah, so he was sketching me out.
There's like 23 or 24 species of crocodilians in the world. Right? That includes cave-ins, crocodiles, alligators, gargoyles. And the only crocs that are really, really dangerous to man are saltwater crocodiles, Nile crocodiles, mudroom crocodiles, but the crocs in Florida are
How are you?
crocodiles.
Florida.
They
How you
are
been?
freshwater.
What's good?
They're not like Nile crocodiles that are freshwater. So Florida is basically just like American. So there's a very small population of American crocodiles that are still native, but they're through the estuaries and freshwater.
They're small.
They
American
live
crocodiles.
well, they're bigger than alligators.
Are they really?
Yeah, for sure.
What's the biggest American crocodile that's ever
Oh, they can be big. I've seen American crocodiles. It's the American crocodile all the way in South Florida. It's the same croc that you see in coastal Mexico, goes down to Costa Rica. You can see, I looked over,
Hey, how are you?
I see a lot of American crocodiles in Mexico, Costa Rica. They're big. They're long. Longer than
Excellent. You know who I am. Shout out to you, Candy. What's good?
Who's the largest American alligator or American crocodile? I was under the impression that they were smaller
Hey,
species than the alligators.
Do you want to hear about me?
check me out.
Okay, well, let me tell you about me now that you my name is Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot this. I'll tell you about my body. Okay, cool. Cool. I've been doing live for 3 years straight. Okay, that's more data than any person has on the internet. The reason why I do it is because I want world peace. I don't want war. Okay, well, you can enjoy that. We talk about things that advance the world, like faster than light travel. We talk about mind uploading technology. We talk about light extension technology. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about things like antimatter, anti-gravity. We talk about dark matter.
Well, so there's a bunch of different ones, right? And the Nile crocodiles are different. The Nile crocodiles are regulated in Japan. There's some really interesting
Tell what a man is. I don't know if I
And so the question is, like, what? Here's the thing about that.
cool story, bro. Anything else you want to say? We're talking about really good things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster light travel, and all you want to do is just take pot shots.
You're going to shoot the biggest ones. So you have guns being introduced in the 1800s.
Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, Mo. Welcome, Mo. Hope you're doing well. We're here with our friend Candy. Candy, what's your kick?
So an alligator like that big fucker that they have that they
dog. I have robots to do this. I have no idea what they want.
You know, so I'm talking about it gets to 30 feet long, which is
I
another
understand.
longer
If you
than
don't want to
30
be able to
feet.
there's
These kinds of stuff.
and I
This is
understand.
a long time ago. And so there's other speculation with these people just freaking out because
My
it's fake and
phrase
exaggerated.
with
It's certain
specific
and
and you'll never see it.
the other part of which is, well, for sure we know crocodiles used to be bigger. There's many, many species of crocodiles that are bigger than the world.
It's also I could follow with the 2-minute delay.
It's the biggest ancient crocodile that was ever discovered.
That's life in the big
It's
city.
like in the neighborhood
That's
of-
life in the big city, baby. That's life in the big city. Or you can just be on board, be an ally, and help with world peace.
Well, yeah, so my point is that, like, these things are, they're so different than us that it's hard for us to even imagine. The biggest freshwater croc ever was 40 feet wide, 110 million years ago. What about saltwater?
God, I've done all that. You know nothing about me. I did that 8 years ago. How do you think I can pay for my life? How do you think I can pay for any of this? I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've made millions of dollars in startups. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Interesting. So the 40-foot long one was bigger. Interesting. So these ones that they
Using the term gay like that
massive
is just
covering them.
I slay dick like a motherfucker, but I don't use the term gay to mean stupid. When I want to say stupid, I say stupid.
6-inch teeth.
That's another word you don't want to use. Retarded is different. Just say what you want.
Fucking
It's stupid.
6-inch teeth. And
I understand that, Cammy. I get it. It's not your vibe. You want me to go and launch another multi-million-dollar company. I can do that as well. So right now, data is Earth's #1 resource. So there's more money in data right now than anything else. That's not according to Rabbi. That's according to the Economist magazine. They stated this in 2018. I have more data online.
Everyone goes, you're missing an arm, or missing a leg, or has a bite taken
Even
out of
still,
it.
that's very important. Human data is very important. You can study my circadian rhythms, my sleeping habits, my behavior habits, my eating habits, everything about a human. You can study for the past more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has in history. Additionally, the really fantastic part is the time capsule of humanity. I have the news going 24/7. Literally, you'd be able to go to this, back to the pandemic, hear about or learn about the death of a pen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. You're going to be a very famous person.
Because they can walk around on land. I'm going to this little area.
But here it's in one spot. You don't have to go anywhere. If you want to watch the Super Bowl, it's here. If you want to watch the Olympics, it's here. If you want to watch every Oscar movie going back to the Academy Awards started in 1920, it's here. If you want to listen to every major album, it's here. Every major audiobook, it's here. I've done my best to create the ultimate compilation of all the
Every year people die before they can ask our
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so is every other person on this
So the
fucking earth.
speculation is that there's breeding populations of those monocrops in the neighborhood. Yeah, yeah. They've seen enough of them.
Wait, do you know how many terabytes and petabytes I was reading? This is unbelievable amount of data. Why pay for it when I can store it on someone else's server for free, which is what I do. I store it on Meta and on YouTube servers.
The reason we've been told that they're not anacondas.
You're live streaming on 33 different platforms right now. I'm the ultimate multi-streamer. You're live on everything but Kick on my stream from Rabbi Bannon. But you're live on Rumble, you're live on Twitter, you're live on YouTube, you're live on Billy, which is huge in China, you're live on African TV, you're live on Instagram, you name it, I'm live.
And that never happened without Congress.
You're here.
You think
I fell into my
about
trap.
Congress, you think it's looking.
Dogs, you fell right into my trap. You were like stuck in the tar that is my trap. If I were a spider, I would be wrapping you up in my web. You did exactly what you wanted. Your entire stream knows about me. Everyone who you know knows about me. I'm very popular in your audience. Why? Because there are people out there who care about world peace. There are people out there who care about ending world hunger. And how, Rabbi, are you going to end world hunger? You're just one person. have ideas to share. Like what? Agricultural drugs, floating greenhouses. We can talk about saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics. We can talk about cloud seeding. These are all things that people aren't.
Yeah. Used to go, and then when I was there, some lady got dogs.
I can prove that on my copy, but maybe you don't think that's anything. But we're talking about it now.
Way too comfortable with alligators. There's alligators when they get used to people, they just lay around. So they just sit on the banks. And we don't go to the park like they can.
You're one of those people. Hold on. You just told me everything.
You see alligators just selling themselves. And they were in danger.
I appreciate it. Hey, look, I tried to do. As people can see, some people don't want real peace. And those are the people who talk about the white race. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your hate stream. And I'm going to continue spamming people.
Not so much alligators, but dogs in general. Like when farming happened.
Hey, best wishes, Kami. I did tell you how you can stop the spamming. Best wishes to when I'm a billionaire and then into a trillionaire, I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of all of your family. We're going to make sure all of your friends and family are taken care of. No, mate, I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate your time. Thank you. I'm no longer going to listen to you.
You should ask, but I know park farming in general has protected park village across the board. I guess they used to have alligators also for skins. So am I
Oh
right?
yeah, for sure. They still do it. So they still breed up for skins, hunt up for skins, but now they have an overpopulation problem. So I was just curious, like, how would crocodile farming make that happen? I don't think that. I think it's probably just a natural reaction to the fact they weren't hunted anymore, and then they just blossomed, and it just took a few decades, and then you have enormous populations.
Yeah, that may be true. No park farming has helped park villages across the board. Sure, that's for sure.
Well, stories.
Should be also true. I've never put alligators around the endangered species as some people do. They were very rare in the 60s. Now they're incredibly common.
Well, they were very rare because
They're not
exactly. I mean, that's the problem. When we're talking about deer, one of the things that was established through Teddy Roosevelt, when they set up the national parks and wildlife services in this country, they had market hunting before them, and they had wiped out everything. There used to be elk all over 50 states. There used to be everything.
Well, the eastern elk is extinct.
Yes, exactly. And we have Rocky Mountain elk now that were transplanted into the east. But the market hunting was a real problem. We had decimated the populations of all these things. We were just hunting deer and all these different animals and selling them for food. And oftentimes it's like bison, they just sell their tongues, which is really crazy because bison meat is thought to be like some of the best meat, but they were pickling their tongues and sending them back east.
You're now making me think about something that I don't know the facts. But the Migratory Bird Act is something, that we used to shoot birds all the time. And obviously, one of the most common birds was passenger pigeons. Right? And there were so many.
Phil Scott.
Phil Scott, yeah. And I think the Migratory Bird Act came into effect anyway. But you're right. Around the Teddy Roosevelt period.
Yeah, because people killed off all the. There were so many passenger pigeons. They were fucking everywhere. We killed them all for food.
And for feathers and people's hats.
Crazy. Yeah, we first.
So you have the Teddy Roosevelt.
I like that you call it in services. You have things like Migratory Bird Act, you have things like the DSA, which had its own unintended consequences, which I should cover in a series about stopping importation, but compelling domestic interests.
Yeah,
for breeding,
yeah,
and the demand is created for U.S. uses that we see. So what happens next? I guess
it's really complex, and the problem is people are very dug in on their sides. We have people that are very dug in with the animal liberation idea, very dug in PETA, veganism, dug in anti-hunting, and then there's people that are ranchers, and there's people that are very dug into animals on our property. It's quite complicated, and it's just one of those things about being a human being. There's nuance to most things that are important to all of us. Sure. And the success of wildlife is important to all of us.
It's so true. And one of the things we've tried to do a little bit is bring the animal rights groups closer together with the conservation biologists groups so that they can kind of work together, because you're right.
Yeah.
They're so polarized.
Well, there's also the problem is like we're talking about with BC, but I didn't really finish my thought. But the reason why they outlawed bear hunting in BC is because the high population centers are all urban. So people don't have any experience with grizzly bears trying to eat their dogs, or grizzly bears killing hikers. They don't experience it. If they did, they'd be terrified. It's a giant predator. You have no chance if it catches you out in the wild. I don't think we should ever kill off all the grizzly bears, but they should control the populations. And the way to control the populations ethically is you do it through hunting. As much as this seems counter wildlife, the right way to do it is you have informed, well-schooled biologists that really do a great job of managing the numbers that are in the area. And then you have people that spend enormous amounts of money to hunt those things. And then that money goes into maintaining the population and make sure that it's at a healthy balance. If there's too many bears, look, genocide, infanticide in bears is common. Almost all bears are cannibals. They eat their own babies. The whole thing is mad. And if they don't have enough food, or if the males come out of the if they're hibernating and they come out before the female does her cubs, they'll actively seek out those cubs for food. And they will do less of that if there's less of them, and if there's more of a balance between predator and prey. And that's where it gets weird, because as a person who loves nature, who are we to say you should kill a certain amount of bears and a certain amount of wolves? That seems fucked. Like, we should just sort of let it be what it is and enjoy it. But the problem is it leaks over into this strange world that we created. And this is the reality of, if you want to be able to go to Starbucks, if you want to be able to go outside and have a cheeseburger in an outdoor patio, you can't have fucking wolves everywhere. Okay? This is just reality, and we're accustomed to this artificial enclosure that we've created to keep human beings safe, and we've lost our perspective of what it means to be an animal in the world.
No, it's something like telling elephants. You don't manage elephants like you do everything, and then you preserve all of them.
Well, there's that, but there's also, they don't give a fuck who plants that food. If you're in a village and your whole family's survival is dependent upon you getting these vegetables that you planted, and then elephants come in and eat all your vegetables, you could very easily starve to death. And that's real too. And people don't want to think about that, because you think of elephants, well, elephants are endangered. Yes, they are. Elephants are hunted for their ivory. Yes, they were. But also, elephants are, and Africa is fucking huge. There's not the same amount of black bears in San Francisco as there are in, rural Wyoming, right? It's because that's the environment to live. If you went to San Francisco, you're like, oh my God, black bears are extinct. But, go to New Jersey, they're everywhere, right? So it's not that the animal is that, you shouldn't have any of them. It's just like there should be places where they exist and places where they don't exist. And if you want to maintain a city, you're going to have to do something about the population of predators. You're going to have to do something. It's just like, how far outside of your city does human control radiate? You have ranchers, right? Like, if you want to have a guy who grows cows and eats steak, you're going to have to be able to protect this guy's crop, but it's not going to be profitable for him to do this. You're going to have to really protect his animal.
I completely agree. Keep animal-human conflict. If you want to keep it at bay, keep wild animals in the wild.
Right.
I would question, I think you're right, reintroducing grizzly bears into areas where there are high densities of humans. It's a recipe for trouble.
Well, it's also completely theoretical.
And right now it's theoretical, although they did just recently reintroduce grizzlies back into Washington State.
So I don't mean theoretical in the sense they haven't done it, as far as what the outcomes are. Like, you really don't know. And especially if they get to a point where they become old and they're not threatened by people at all anymore. And that's what happens in certain parts of the country. That's what happens when they have too many of them in a specific area. And then they compete for resources, and it can get weird.
The outcome of Tiger King, no one knows this, but I'll tell you this one. I think everyone knows that public thing. But, a few things happen. One thing is federal law called the Public Safety Act was passed, largely because of Tiger King. But the other thing we did just for privately is we donated $1 million to tiger conservation in India. And one of the countries where tigers are still doing quite well. And so we went to visit the program last September in India. And, it's so interesting because you're talking about bears attacking people. In India, they do live with tigers. And they do have, obviously, a certain amount of people that get killed every year. But the key is to keep enough prey within the area where these tigers are, local people, I guess, out hunt or compete with the prey if the tigers start going into more human, basically start looking at humans as something to eat. But anyway, I just bring that up because it was something that was a byproduct of tiger killing. That it was something we did to try to reach the people that did tiger killing really view.
And that's what
They got surprised with that.
Are you aware of the Sunderbands?
Yeah,
And the tiger tracks, the Sunderbands?
absolutely.
The Sunderbands are fascinating because we hundreds of thousands of people get killed by tigers. Yeah, but also brackish water, and they think that might contribute to the aggression of the tigers. They drink salty water, and they're just constantly irritated. But they seem to kill people for sport.
Really?
Yeah, there's just one story of this group of men that are on a boat, and they're rowing this boat in the water. I don't know, but they're trying to get away from this tiger. This tiger jumps into the water, swims up to the boat, kills a guy, drags him to shore, jumps back in the water, swims out to the boat again, kills another guy, drags him to shore, and one guy gets really sick, and one or two guys got really sick. Yeah, that's also what they do. They walk around and they do surveys of the animals, but it's also insanely difficult to find out where they are too, because the grass is so high, and they're just built to fuck things up. That's what their job is. And if people live around them, people are on the menu. That's just what it is.
It didn't make it into Tiger King, but we filmed in southern Nepal, a place called Chitwan National Park, where tigers would look very well. They actually have armed guards with machine guns to protect the tigers from poachers. We filmed there, and it's pretty remote. I don't know how many people get killed, but yeah, where there are tigers, people are going to have problems. If there's high densities.
But it's all. There's a reason why human beings don't. Your shot's supposed to look. You shouldn't be looking at a tiger. It's also they have to. They're stuck. They're fucked. But boy, you should figure out a way to develop some sort of an area there where they don't have to live like that. There's a lot of people.
I mean, it is amazing. It's amazing.
Right?
It's amazing that in India there's still tigers at all, because it's one of the second most populated country in the world. Yeah, it feels like when you're in India, there's people everywhere. Like you think you're going off of some rural road.
But if you go to a place where the jungle is, like where the tigers live, it's really hard to live there. Like the people that are living there are probably they have no options. They're the forest, and so they're living, in sort of a traditional way, out exposed, and then they have to figure out how to protect themselves from these enormous stealthy cats. They're sneaking around everywhere they go.
You see plenty of cows.
So
That's growing this.
that's awesome. I would really love to know what the origin of the sacred cow is. Really love to know. That's one of the most fascinating. That you have a place where people are starving and they choose not to eat cows.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
And they stop in the traffic stop, which is on these roads that have no lane and no office.
But it's so crazy that they stick to this one thing. Like I was just watching this news report of this group of people that were not Hindu. I think they were of some other religion, and they lived in India, and they got arrested for killing cows. So they had cows in their yard. They arrested them, and they bulldozed their homes. Yeah, see if you can find it.
Well, they're also kind of Muslim.
I believe they were. Yeah.
More people die from what in India in terms of wildlife? Is it snakes? I think mosquitoes. I mean, after mosquitoes, but after that, snakes or tigers?
I don't know. It's good. I don't think it's tigers. I think the Sunderbands is the area where they get jacked pretty regularly. And also, how many? I remember we were doing surveys. How many people are missing? So, when you're going into these very remote areas, how many people know? Indian authorities bulldoze homes of 11 people after finding beef in fridges. Slaughter of cows, which Hindus worship as a deity, is banned in most of India as is consumption of their meat. Isn't that fucking fascinating?
They put down an oak tree in California.
Right, but they're not going to bulldoze the fucking house. They're not messing with a tree. Isn't that nuts? People found beef in their fridge and cows in their backyard.
Wait, so in India, you can eat a hamburger?
You cannot.
I was just saying,
I think you can get hotels and stuff. You can't get it.
Oh wow, you're allowed it at hotels.
Yeah, you can get it.
I mean, so you can eat lamb.
Yeah. I didn't even think of that when I was there.
A lot of people think it has its roots in psychedelic mushrooms. That psilocybin grows on calendar. That these people, which is one of the oldest, I think it's called Choctaw Hayok, but one of the oldest known civilizations, which was a cow worshipping civilization. And they had like these, like, why are people who are fucking struggling with that? Like, barely getting by. Why are they like into worshiping cows? Well, that's where you got all your mushrooms. It completely makes sense. It's almost the only thing that makes sense. It's almost the only thing that you could, especially if you have like ancient stories of soma and these different psychedelic compounds that the Hindus would eat, and these different psychedelic potions rather, that were talked about, where we don't really know what the composition of them was. But we do know that psilocybin mushroom has a long history of use, and it's really common to find them growing on calendar. Wow, that's people that don't have any food, not eat this one animal.
I don't know, but I've seen mushrooms in calendar.
Confusing burger and just
Chicken. And you chicken all you want, baby.
They definitely seem to have burgers, but I don't know if they make them.
Beef. Right, could be like a lamb burger. Right, when you get into it, it's always lamb.
It's a bit more Western. I mean, it's like more,
Not to these people. These people wasn't Western enough. Right? Those are fucking house.
That's incredible.
Yeah, right. It's like the Negroes get treated.
yeah. There's a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some of that too. Yeah, but it's just our relationship with animals is very bizarre. I think most people have a really stunted understanding of it, but they're never really around. It's a squirrel or a pigeon or something. It's like they don't see
It's further and further.
perverse. Yeah, it is. Well, it's the cities, as much as I love them, they're perverse. They're strange, and they've done us a lot of harm psychologically. They've created people that are much more vulnerable than they've ever been before. They're soft and lazy and entitled, and everything comes easy to them. And I don't think that's normal for human beings either. You can get food anywhere you want, and all the worst kinds of food, and you're in pretty much your own choosing. You're going from one closed environment to another closed environment, riding around your car or subway or whatever you're doing, and completely disconnected to what it meant to be a human being for hundreds of thousands of years. And it happened in the blink of an eye. In a couple of hundred years, all of a sudden we're fucked. And we're trapped in this bizarre system. And in this system, occasionally we interact with animals, and we don't, our understanding of it and what we think it is so, and we have anthropomorphization through, like, Yogi Bear and all that kind of stuff. And we're so weird with the way we interact with animals. Every piece of it.
I was so lucky to grow up in nature, and I take it for granted. I grew up mostly in Northern California, but I was like a feral kid. And my mother always said, "You were feral. You didn't have anything." I would spend my days fishing and hiking in the creeks.
What part of
in Sonoma. But then I spent 40-something years in New York City. But I never lost that, what you're talking about, and that interest of love of going out into nature. But I think you're right. Today, people don't have the experience like that. So many kids are from a very, that world, and they can't connect.
You don't even know what it's like. I would imagine if you went to a city, your average city, like New York City or Los Angeles, the average person there, what percentage of them spend any time at all alone in the woods?
Yeah.
Very few.
We've lost our connection. I think we had this conversation with Carl recently, which put it really well for me. So much of the conversations we have is, we're going to go connect with nature, we're going to Botswana for the summer, do tourism. But what you really can do is put a bird feeder outside your window and connect with nature that way. And you'll see loads of different birds. And
You must have grown up in nature somewhere.
Not really. No, not really.
But why do you then have such a connection to it?
Because I like interesting things. It's really interesting. The fact that so few people engage in it is also interesting. Because I'm fascinated by whatever the whole of urban life is. Like, what is the gravity of urban life that's changed us into these soft, non-self-sufficient beings? that is completely
Oh.
relying on some strange system that's ultimately polluting the world and decimating of its resources. Like what are we? Like we're weird. And time I spend in the woods, in the wilderness, just being out there, you just get a different sense of what life actually is. You know, it's so extraordinary to see wild animals in the wild, like wild deer and elk and bears. See them existing. It's incredible. It's better than any movie. It's like it gives you a vitamin that you didn't know you needed. You know, like the feeling that you get when you're out in the sun, like maybe even indoors in the winter, and then there's a nice sunny day in the spring, everybody's outside the park. You have got vitamins, right? Doesn't it feel like you lie down and you have vitamins? It feels like a nice sunny day in like Central Park, right? There's a vitamin that we get in the wilderness that we don't know we're lacking. I think it's a part of being a person. I think it's a part of being interconnected to every life form that exists wherever we are. And we don't think we are because we live in an apartment, a Nintendo. And we're locked into this thing that human beings have created, but we're missing something. And it's not as extreme as talk of being trapped in that lady's basement, but it's in the neighborhood. There's something about it that's real similar. There's something about it that's real weird, where our own prison of our own choosing is not good for us.
And it's interesting, most all of the characters in Tiger King and Chick Crazy have never seen chimps or tigers in the wild or had any interest. They were just interested. They didn't have the intellectual curiosity that you would think they would have to see them.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I do have a question. It's really important. The chimp with the McNuggets, chicken nuggets, does he open up the sauce and dip?
Yes.
Did you show him dipping?
Well, eventually, I think he just went like this, but
He sucks it out.
they are dexterous enough that they eat so much McDonald's, they do know how to do that.
So they do dip.
Yeah, I don't think it's in that shot.
I've seen the they peel it.
Yeah,
They peel the wrapper
but
off.
like,
So like, but do they dig in with the nugget?
I think they just squeeze it in sauce. Not dipping.
I like that question.
That's a good one.
We were confused.
Yeah.
You see the dip? And then it kind of went,
I mean, the sauce toss moment was just so surreal.
you want your sauce?
Yeah.
Here's your sauce.
That's so sweet. Incredible.
They know too much. Like just the communication. Get that piece of paper. He gets the paper and brings it back. They knew too much. It's too creepy. It's so weird. I mean, you guys did an amazing job of capturing it, and thank God you found that one lady. She really glued it all together. But yeah, but everybody should watch it. It's really good, and everybody should watch it also because you have to know that that's the thing. Like you know, if you don't know what people are really capable of until you watch like a serial killer documentary. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So you don't know that people are keeping chimps in their house until you watch your show and you go, oh, that's the thing.
But wait, it wakes you up from human confinement to the symptom you just described of urbanization and coastal bubbles.
Yeah.
It's kind of the people are like, oh my God, this is America. Like, of course, like go outside 45 minutes away from where you live.
Right. I didn't know it was a thing. I've been involved with Apple people my whole life, so yeah, it's a thing. Monkey moms.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
If you let people
common
do it,
thing, but there's some strange obsessions in this world.
yeah, if you give people free license, it's one of the great things about being American. You have so many freedoms. There's so many things you can do. But it's also like at a certain point in time, we got to wake up and go, hey, putting a dolphin in a fucking swimming pool is evil. And one day when AI can transcribe dolphin communication, we're going to probably realize they're as smart as us. And that's what gets really, really, really scary, is that we have been engaging in a form of indentured slavery. We captured them, we raised them from the time they're a baby, they've been in captivity. The whole thing's completely disgusting. And yet it's a normal part of life, and until Blackfish, most people weren't even aware that it's a thing, or what it actually was. When you see orcas behave in the wild versus the way you see them trapped in those swimming pools. It's torturous. Their skin's falling off, and the whole thing.
Well, but think about this: 100 years ago, you could go to the Bronx Zoo, see, a boy in a cage out of Bengal. It was
What year was that?
1920s, maybe.
He shot his was trying his brains out. Even people then knew that Audubon's had this, basically a indigenous man from West Africa with these 1912 or something. Anyway, but even then people were disturbed to see a human being next to a gorilla.
And he was in a cage by himself.
I think he was in the ape house at the Bronx.
So first he was brought to the World's Fair on display. To show their hands. There you go. They shaped his teeth down to be more like.
Hell yeah, bitch. Yeah, you fucking stand me every day. Fuck yeah, I do, bitch. Gladys fucking. What's your name? I had to do a fucking list. Oh, you don't know what I am? Fuck no, I don't know who you are, bitch.
So that's our history. 1964, Rothschild. This incredible. I love this image. It was an exhibition, right? The world's most dangerous man. And it's a reflection. It's a mirror. And you walk into it and you see yourself.
Wow.
But they were
really cool.
They were conscious of that in 1964.
1964.
It was 20 years after we dropped a fucking couple of nuclear bombs. Yeah.
But how cool is that image?
That is cool. That's, you would never come right to that.
The most dangerous animal in the world is us, which is so true.
Well, it certainly is numerically. Yeah. And also just the impact we have overall. We're a sketchy group. But we know more about us because of stuff like what you guys have done. So thank you very much. Cool. It was really fun talking to you. And did HBO fund this, or did you guys bring it to HBO after it was done?
We cross kind of midstream. So we kind of typically what we do is we figure out if we have something. We self-fund, develop something until we think it's ready.
The Tiger King, I almost finished it before I bought it.
I think now we have the ability to kind of control output and control what the product can do. It's a little harder back then. But yeah, it's we figure out if it's worth it or not, and we dig it out.
Yo, thanks for that.
Yeah.
My pleasure. You guys nailed it twice. But really, chimp crazy. And of course, Tiger King was awesome too. And what I said, I really mean. I think you guys are doing something that's you're giving us a better understanding of human. Through this very strange lens. We're watching these very bizarre people and their psychological misfortunes. Like whatever it is about them, whatever unfortunate aspect of their mind or the interface with the world allows them to do that. It gives us a better understanding of ourselves. I really think so.
So, I appreciate you having us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Cool.
Please finish the show.
I will. I was bummed out last night. Okay. Thank you very much.
Pajama Program Experience.
Join my day, join the podcast by night, all day.
Yeah, I've watched so many people get their legs broken.
Yeah.
And I see it in like jiu-jitsu videos all the time where someone's like, I feel like you need to this crap. And you guys screams and then everyone's like, horrible.
Yeah, and the arm was on this videos.
Well, I saw a guy in the girl drive up the hill's arm. What the fuck?
I was just like, how does that? Because I don't want to do it ever again. Arm wrestling, no, I think it's stupid. But like for me to get often, but like even when I'm just like, well, why is this happening? And there was two competitors of pro arm wrestling. They're like, well, you never want to get away from them. Their arms break once they're out here. Keep your arm in tight. Arms don't break from the heel.
Right.
But once you get extension, like that's
It's the dumbest macho thing that we do.
for sure.
I think it was you. It was you. It was cool. It was after a school show group at the club. I think it was tied to like a UFC. One of those. In fact, we went to a bar afterward. Somebody said, "I'm going to you want to do it?" I couldn't believe how strong you were. I mean, he was strong. I was like, go. I am. Like, I couldn't get any fucking.
Well, you're fucking that dude that works for you. That was the most.
That was hilarious.
Do you think he just does that because he just wants attention?
No, I think, I mean, there might be a little bit of that, but I really think this, and he has this thing. It's probably just, it's part of his wiring. I've gotten it somewhere in life, in some ways, but it's just being delusional about, I can't prove it. Like, if somebody says I can beat you, I can't beat you. Like, what are you talking about? And then when you pull it up, I'm like, why don't you go up and ask him? Like, Larry, and then he also loves the sample. I was like, yeah, I'll take that actually. So yeah, that's him.
But he's not a really strong guy. That's why I was so confused. I was looking at him like, you want to arm wrestle? Like, you're not even a strong guy. You know, like, there's probably a lot of things you can do better with this one. This one you got.
Yeah.
This is silly, but that's silly.
It is funny how our capacity for delusion is just incredible.
It can serve you well if you get lucky, right?
Yeah, I think the two things I think about, one of my friends was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and he found out that stage 4, right? He had to go to the hospital, like his wife was like, sweating and heavy breathing. He was actually on my shows, and so they go, and then the next day, they're at stage 4 lung cancer, and all the doctors were like, would you say goodbye to your friends, and his brother found a expert, like in this specific type of, because there's in oncology like really specialized types of cancer and treatment. And I remember talking to him, and he was like, I'm gonna beat this thing. And I was looking at him, I was like, you're so stupid. Like you're definitely. And but the thing is, I saw that he believed 1,000% believed it.
Yeah.
And as he got better, I was like, this guy's fucking delusion is cervical. Like I think most people, like I remember when my uncle got a mesothelioma, and he was like a high level urologist for Mayo Clinic. And I remember when I was talking to my dad about it, he was like, yeah, he's too smart. He can read maps, Like he's too smart to go like, I'm gonna beat this thing. You know what I mean? Like he's just so well versed.
But isn't it a delusional thing, or is it just like I had other success in life because it's just super determined?
I mean, he's certainly a determined guy and he's successful in what he does. But he's such a big But I really was like, I credited this guy's, like, it felt like a love for me to believe he was survive.
But if he's correct, and he was correct,
It's not. You're correct, yes.
Right?
It always, it is kind of crazy.
The doctors were like, you're dead.
Mhm.
And what if he just decides he's dead? He starts freaking out, or maybe he goes to work and he gets assisted suicide.
And so many people go down the but you're right.
Yeah, you depressed?
Yes.
Like, you know, fucking sign up for the program. It really is.
I just killed it. In Europe, they did, in the Netherlands, they did that. Somewhere,
I'm sure it's some countries. It's a recent thing in Canada. It is wow.
I didn't know they were.
Yeah. See, Google it, because this is something you actually find on Google. It's assisted suicide in Canada.
The other thing that I just watched, the Scott Peterson.
Is that the Lacey feature? Yes. So is that one? Is the new one where people are saying maybe he didn't kill her?
No, it's essentially it's fantastic. It's on Netflix. I think it's a 3-part docuseries, and it begins with it's like this reminder of 20 years, right? So what was that story?
So that Canada's controversial medical assisted death program is fastest growing in the world. Since suicide became legal in Canada, the number of deaths has grown each year. So this is August, not just last month. So what does it say in terms of the numbers? Most recent data shows 13,241 people in 2022. Wow, that's a jump, bro. So 2022 is 13,000. Who knows what 2023 and 2024 is? Oh, man. They're whacking people up there. That's pretty low. Man. You're really a clever. I was get in there. Get my life. Yeah, life. That's a great tap out. Fucking absolute. It's great. I mean, what is this? Is this like, is it a kind of mechanics? Like, what is it? What is it? I mean, you could say it's being compassionate. And in some cases, like Mike Blair, he went to Oregon. But Mike Blair's, his body was failing so horribly. He couldn't talk anymore. That was ALS? Yes. Wasn't that the same thing that was ravaged out? It was a famous thing that it was a huge international case. Remember? Terry Schiavo? Terry Schiavo? I don't know if she had this for that they were taking. Yeah. And you're still alive. And at the end, it's like you kept getting worse and worse. It wasn't getting better, so he went to Oregon. And he actually went to Oregon once and changed his mind. And when you sign up for that in Canada, the rules go like, what's it for that one? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are, but I know that some people are very upset about it because you're taking people that maybe you could talk them off the ledge. Yeah. Maybe they could have got better. Maybe with some love and some friendship and some counseling and some therapy. Yeah, maybe they'd be happy. Yeah. I've known quite a few people that have taken it. Yeah, I know a few people. It's all super sad. I mean, I don't know anybody that's done it, with the exception of Michael. I don't know anybody that's done it in the case of, medical business. No, Michael's there's Brody. Brody, my friend Tony, who's a pool player in San Francisco, who jumped off the bridge. Yeah. Which is a crazy spot where he goes. Yeah, one of my college jobs. When I was in college, I worked full time, part-time jobs, and then COVID was fucking scary. Our boss went to his apartment. For some people, they don't think it's ever going to get better. And if you don't have support, you don't have someone that can pick you up. And it's crazy how someone can pick you up. It's crazy how you can be just feeling like total complete shit. And someone cares about you, come over your house, take you out, have some laughs. Yeah. Be like, I think I feel better. Yeah. Yeah. We feel better around people. That's the dangerous thing. Mm-hmm. I think one of the things that we do is don't realize how many people are there. Like you get older and stuff, and you encounter more people, and you talk to people who you realize you have this like full life that you could take for granted. And friends, you never see them. I mean, you meet people who they don't have anything, and they're alone. There's a lot of people that are alone. Well, there's also this internet culture too, right? So there's people that don't have actual physical contact with anyone. So all their interactions with people online. And so it's a dark place. They're streaming all day, they're chatting all day on Instagram, and jerking off. It's nuts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a path to fulfill these isolated. No. And also, you don't. Sometimes I don't have to that degree that you're online for a while on something, and then you go into the real world, and you're like, oh yeah, I was just living this make-believe place. Right. I realize it's not real. Right. You live in this make-believe place, and you're not having any of the normal human contact that we thrive on. Right. All your contact is like this weird, like, displaced, not connected. It's all weird. Mm-hmm. Which is like, if you go to someone's Twitter profile, you see they're online 12 hours a day, just fucking walking at people. Like it's giving them like a charge. Yeah, it's like an annoying dog next door. Speaking of that, did you watch the debate? This episode Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier life. Healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size, to their personality, to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no dog or human should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Bro, I forgot. Let me tell you, before I say it, I just want to say, whoever's helping her, whoever's coaching her, whoever's the puppet master running the strings, did a fucking amazing job. They did an amazing job from the moment Biden drops it, forced to drop out. Right, whatever they're doing, writing her speeches, getting her to deliver them, coaching her, she nailed that one speech. She's like, say it to my face.
Say it to my chest, bitch. Say it to my face, bitch.
To me, when I was like on the records of jiu-jitsu, where she was like, if you go to his rallies, his crowds are boring, they're tired, they're the best crowds, the number one crowd, he couldn't help himself. And she got
Say it to my face.
She walked him right in 100%, 100%. See, the difference in that debate was not a difference in, like,
Say it to my face,
who's
bitch.
going to be better. The difference in the debate, in my opinion, was who was better prepared. She was way better prepared.
Yeah.
And even when it came to answering tough questions, instead of answering, she would just say things that she believed. Yes. And they sounded real good. That's it's also called being someone who's working.
If you have something to say to me,
versus
say it to
someone
my
who's
face, you
like,
motherfucking
they said,
cunt.
"Chuck, that deal is the best deal. They've never seen a deal like this before." They say, "How did you put that deal together?" People say,
Yo,
"This is brilliant." Yeah, and
I got
it's like that's he's not working with a team that's like. I mean, I know he's doing like mock debates. I know.
Oh, hey, baby.
Yeah,
Welcome to the club. Say it to my face, bitch.
Like, you've got these tiny little windows, and you should have all the words ready for those windows. He started out no repeating things.
Yeah,
Say it to my face, bitch.
because out of the gate, everybody can't help but get in their own way with who they are, right? And for him,
I
it's
got
like,
my body.
get fucking
I got
crazy. Like, I'm sure, shit. And it's like,
You know one way
and, you just watch
Yo, dog.
and then for her, it's just basically like, don't not let the stripper. Like, how you, every time you come to a podium, you're like,
Wanna be bothered.
It's
Shut
a little bit like
color.
do material stuff like that.
Displace somebody or take away your politics and whatever. This is a former prosecutor. It's a trainable person.
Yeah.
Right? If you're a prosecutor, you can get the information and regurgitate it.
She's not dumb.
No.
See, people want to say she's dumb because she's not good
Yo,
off the cuff when pressure's
What the
on.
fuck?
But
Why
you
isn't
don't
this
understand what that kind of
birthday?
pressure's like.
Yo,
Like the kind of
What
pressure
the fuck?
that
Why
lady
is
has been under
it
for the last,
birthday?
listen about the pressure she's been
Yo,
under for the last 4 years.
What
be
the
vice
fuck?
president.
Why
Nobody hates her. Why gaps?
No,
Dumping. So every time she's saying something in the back of her head, she's like, "Don't fuck this up. They're gonna come for you. They're gonna use this against you. Don't say just fall out of the country. Don't say that." You know what I mean? It's like so there's that kind of pressure.
Yo.
So it's very
Yo,
hard to
Katie.
cut. But when you give her time and prepare last night,
It's a good showing for her.
sure, very, very
You
good show.
spam
And
me
unfortunately for him,
every
like the thing that he
fucking
does,
day.
it's just like he can do it better than anybody alive. It's just riff. He can go out
Every
there and
fucking
have a
day.
crowd of people and just.
Cool
And it's
story,
fun that
bro.
he does things about like he did an Elon impression the other day. It was
Yeah, man.
hilarious. He's killing. He
Nails.
kills like
Really don't like that.
It's
Still.
but he's funny. He's funny like you know, it's just like we don't necessarily want that as the guy. We're just being funny. That's all it is.
Sure.
That's the thing that freaks people out. But the policies that he got,
Shit.
the chief of
Yeah,
he
hey,
wasn't.
everybody get your shit together.
The economy really did well. And he really
Everybody
did
get your shit together right now. You do it. Everybody get your shit together right now. You do it. Everybody get your shit together right now.
You don't want to identify with this guy. I don't think it's blustery. You know,
Well, the thing is, he's gonna, we have like 55.
What is H for fucking up?
And the thing that's really gonna happen now,
This shit is
I think she realizes.
come on, man.
When she first was announced, I'm sure most people, myself included, like this is she's just gonna
Right.
and which was
It
a chance. But now
Right.
she realizes this is like I believe a flips a race.
it's close as fuck. It's probably
I tell you, that's a fucking
That's
shot.
the last, like, what was the lady? I saw the Fox
That
News
has
poll.
that.
Fox is
7,
like
8,
90% Trump won.
Yeah.
Really?
5, 8,
He's killing newborn babies. I think
4, B,
I think some people are eating cats.
3,
I
B,
think you get a bunch of poor people that are on an island where they occasionally eat cats.
Yeah.
One, you
B.
throw them in a city where there's 50,000 people, you throw 20,000 people in there, and there's ducks at the pond. I'm not
I
going to
would-
get ducks.
My son took one of those. Grabbed it by the neck.
oh, fuck.
So yeah, I would not. You should not believe
Yeah, I was sorry. If I just gave you a picture of ducks laying around, I grab a duck.
Sure.
That's not.
Yeah,
Like, how the fuck did that? I get 20,000 shipped to one town. Like,
Yeah.
what?
I got it. Look at
No,
it.
it's
What's the real story behind that?
the immigration
I got it.
issue. It's an
Yeah, what you want?
It's a lot to do.
Yeah. So
Everybody.
But it's a real issue. And look, you and I are all for immigration. Immigration is fucking awesome. And maybe when they do stuff that's bad, you should say laws on that. Hey, baby, you should see if they're murderers when they come across the board.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe.
I know.
Hey, maybe.
It's they just turned in this organization just like, oh yeah, we should
This shit
just
sucks.
do something.
Do you think that what's recently, I think it's, they're also flying just crazy.
Shit of all
But
kinds.
recently, I think it's because they want people that are on the fence. You know, the people that are on the fence. Because this is
That's
not
all they placed it.
yeah, all that matters. But once they're in again, if they're in again, they'll probably do the same thing. Because what you're doing is you're essentially changing states that are swing states into blue. Because if you're going to give these people money and debit cards and food stamps and let them come in and talking about gender reassignment surgeries,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's part of the problem. Because people are eating cats. It's like you don't fucking know what's true anymore.
That's
You just read things on the internet or you hear things on the radio. Who fucking knows what's true?
which is why, like, for a lot of people, so you're talking about the moderators injecting abortion, right?
Yes.
But like, part of that, I mean, feels like you kind of need some of that, because otherwise things are just said, and you have zero idea. I mean, the big one to me is like, this is why you need to have somebody reject it. When you said that you might negotiate with this needs food, and then another just moves on. Well, if you're a regular person at home,
There was a second shit.
you don't know the ins and outs of diplomacy and what's happening internationally.
This shit
that
sucks.
is what I didn't know that. So you kind of have to have somebody go, wait, we need to negotiate.
Congress told ACLU in 2019 she supports cuts up to ICA funding and providing gender transition surgery to detained migrants. Yeah, that is great.
Yeah, and also,
that's just super nice.
she's going to be real politician too. She's in the midst of this right now, which is just going to yeah, she did it like 5 times last night. I learned, like, did you say it? She's like, yeah, thanks. No, it's like,
That's a good thing. Yeah, people can change. It's like talking when you've done more information. Stick to your guns.
No, no.
Shit,
You can evolve and change.
yeah, that's done. Yeah, you definitely could evolve and figure it out. And that's part of being a good leader. It's recognizing the wrong and correcting the course. It's all good. What is going on with the earrings?
Earrings?
Do you know about this, the earring
No.
controversy?
No.
So there are people that believe that what she was wearing last night was the type of earring that they use for. It's like it's an earpiece, like you can talk through it.
No.
Yeah. So someone can talk to her. So someone can coach her. Well, no, Jamie. They want one that looks like a fucking earring, so you can just wear it. Duh. Like if you have one that looks like an earpiece, like like turn that one right through the bullet hole.
This is definitely going to take off. If they're already saying this,
Yeah. It looks. But here's the thing: it does run exactly like the ones they use for yoga. So there's a video. But there's a video of this thing in action.
Are you fucking me?
Because in the video, they're showing
And he's throwing up gang signs.
like it's commercial, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
So
I have a great idea.
is the
Let's
actual
have
ear.
Drake on.
so we can find
Oh, dude, that's a great idea. Yeah, no.
yeah, you read it.
We get this. We have Drake on. Yeah.
But it's
Let's make it so that you can only watch it
It's
for
kind of, but
7
it's cool because I
Really?
like all that spy espionage type shit. Yeah,
Whoa,
sure.
why not more?
But if she really did do
Why?
that, first of all,
Why
she
only
didn't
7
do that.
No. Why you not
you
doing
allow them to be investigated?
Well, it's like 7 minutes.
Just the ones that you wore, just we trust you. Take
Okay.
those, like, because you can't really get a pair made that aren't those.
Right.
If you have,
And then we have them on like
This is what it
3
looks
minutes more.
so
This is this motherfucker.
there's a different commercial.
This doesn't even
commercial.
dumb questions.
This is
These are graduated.
So like, these are questions, but they're actually earphones. So
I
like,
like
you
how
can
that one
listen to
guy
music, all kinds of shit. Or you can have people give you instructions.
Bitch.
Hey fella, smile, he's talking about eating cats. So these are actual earphones. That doesn't look great. And so that's exactly what it's fun times.
But these like
My entire fucking life.
I forgot how
This is just
just the energy and chaos.
Every time I get on Twitter, I get fucking I just send comparison side by side to
It's gonna be
fucking game.
I know we get into November.
there.
Yo,
I'm just scared that somebody's coming from
dominate this shit.
There's an extremists on either side that really do believe in take away the kids, that really do believe in destroy the country from the inside. So that's what it's like.
Yo, man. Let's
Real
go.
fucking time.
What you want to do? Want to be
Yeah,
involved?
real fucking time. I don't know. You know, I don't know if that's what she's wearing. She might just be wearing earrings. If they had the kind of technology like that, right? And you could do that. And no problem. You get it off because the ABC people are wearing it. Sure. Make it anything.
But still, everything's real.
I respect it so much.
Whatever you stay politically up and right, you gotta respect what she did last night. She did a great job. She did a great job. But it just whoever's pulling the strings, what a masterful job of propaganda they've done. Taking someone that they all
Bitch.
was not a
Acted
good
like
vice
a
president. It was
bitch.
the least popular vice president.
Nobody
Nobody
fucking knew anything.
No.
nothing.
No,
Anybody make fun of her.
Bitch.
Even like
Oh, you little bitch.
was talking about her.
No, you little bitch.
And now you and she's like neck and neck.
Shut up.
Is she a head today?
That was one of the best shots.
But the system so it's just not, it's going to come down in these states to just county by county. It's going to be like, hour to hour, you're going to see this thing come in, it's red, it goes up, Root County, it's really going to be in PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona. I still think it's so crazy that a lot of the world has Saturday countries. Yeah, it should be. Yeah. People are like, it's just fucking crazy. It's ridiculous.
Oh, you bitch.
And also, you just got
Shot.
through 3 fucking years if you have to have a vaccine, passport, or get food.
Damn.
You have to be able to show an ID and show that you're vaccinated. You just go through that. And now it's racist to say that you want voter ID. I think it's insane. There's only one reason. There's 2 things that are going on simultaneously. You're letting in literally millions of people in, you're giving them all these services. Yeah, for sure. Okay, whatever, how much, there's all this talk about money, and all these stories about people getting debit cards and food stamps and all this money, and they're putting them up in hotels in New York City, and they're giving them free food. And there's people that are poor that live in America, like, hey, why am I not? Yeah, what's going on? Because they're bad for them. They already tricked you into voting specifically for this one part. So now, millions and millions of people, and then the same people that want to bring these people in, or that are allowing the policies that allow them to be, are the same people that think voter ID is racist. Like, you're racist saying voter ID is racist. I agree. Because you're saying that these people are too stupid to get a fucking driver's license. Yeah. Everybody else got a driver's license. What are you saying? Yeah. What are you saying? Like, voter ID is racist? Yeah, our system is crazy. And so is like the county drawings that they do for districts and stuff. Oh, and you look at the it's just to like the district that doesn't well, there's also how many seats and how many people are in the county. Like, yes. And people in county, you can change the county lines. Terrible. They did everything. Every time they've had a hurdle, like they moved starting off with fucking primaries, they fucked in, then it comes to the whole thing with fuck you, fuck Tulsi, fuck you, everybody's out. They've done, I mean, and right in front of everybody's face, and yet all these people are like, yay, save democracy. Like, are you not seeing what's going on? Are you not seeing, like, if the same people with the same ideas, if the same people with the same ideas play fair, we have a different thing. And then we can get back to people disagreeing about plans. Where's so far from that? We're so far from that people don't even give a fuck about the policy is. They're just going to decide anything their side does that's kind of fucked up or twisted, or they'll gaslight them on it, and they'll say it's not that big of a deal, and they'll tell you it's good that that's happening. People justify it. Somebody had a great tweet about the eating pets thing. It's one of those things where I read it, and I'm so happy that we live in a time of the internet. Because the internet is so fun. Because there's so many great people out there in the world that are so fun. Yeah, they are. So this dude's name is Nick Fritas. And reinvigorating combat culture. So look at his tweet that I sent you, Jamie. I can't believe this is a topic. The left. No one is eating people's pets, which means we're 1 week away from why do you care that people are eating pets? 3 weeks from why eating pets is a good thing. 4 weeks from refusing to eat pets is white supremacy. Nice guy. He fucking nailed it. He nailed it. It's just like we live in such a mad world. Yeah. And if you, it's like this is entertaining too. This also, if you lose yourself in these like back and forth online, you lose yourself. Yeah, and there's a lot of these. It's just I don't engage in it.
I know you don't either. It's a bad way. It's a bad way. It's bad for your health. I really believe that. I think it's bad for your mental health.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
I remember, I don't know if he still does this, but I've heard other people do it, but I remember when he stepped in that he was like a year or so ago. He said he's fucking with like happiness.
Yeah.
And he gave somebody his login stuff. He's like, I don't want it. You have it.
Yeah.
I'll just send you things to post, but I'll never do that. I don't even have my card.
Ari did that for a while too.
Yeah.
Right before the COVID thing.
He got back on and immediately went back.
Yeah, but it's not good for anybody. That's why I am absolutely addicted to looking at things on my phone. I'm addicted to watching YouTube. I'm addicted to stories, just looking at stories on Google. And a lot of it is nonsense, but a lot of it is super interesting science stuff. I get a lot of super interesting science stuff all day. People send me super interesting stuff, productive stuff. Yeah, and I agree with that.
You're me.
Yeah, with that. You and me, our text message chain is the fucking worst thing on the internet.
So dark. People go, hey, they hear about it, and they go, include me, and you will ruin your fucking life. And when your whole algorithm is just this.
Yeah, this is my kind of stuff. But the darkest things you find, and
My algorithm is confusing.
oh yeah,
Like, it's confusing, it's dark, semi-erotic, and it's just the most peculiar. Like, but also, I just can't help with all the censorship that has become. It's so prevalent. It's one of the big topics of the last 5 years. I still don't understand why I get to watch murders all day long. I mean, I get to see on my Instagram executions, a lot of Russian car accidents and manufacturing in this house. Like people get electrocuted, hit by trains. Yep. And straight up just hit gun to the head. Just like hitmen. Yeah, I've seen on closed circuit TV where you're like, "Wait, this is cool," but like I don't know, a girl's kid isn't, and somebody leaving a comment that is like
misgendered something.
yeah, like the language is if that person's account gets fucking banned, but I can see this guy get his head fucking blown off. Right. It doesn't add up at all.
But that was why the old Twitter was weird, because they had hardcore porn. There was always hardcore pornography.
Yeah.
You misgendered someone, you could gap them.
Yeah. That's so, that doesn't add up at all. It's always been this thing in America, like one of the big European versus American differences is that, we always had this holier than thou reaction to the naked body and just sex in general, right? Like a topless person, a lovemaking scene, people are like, this is NC-17, or, but we can have something like a grenade in the guy's mouth, and then fucking they're like, yeah, that's a fucking TNT.
Well, how is it getting through Instagram filters?
I don't.
Because I asked you this like a couple months ago, because I'm not on TikTok. I'm like, did you see that when you sent me something particularly disturbing? I was like, okay, is this on TikTok too?
I've seen crazy shit there as well. I do know that the go around on Instagram seems to be just in the caption. So if you notice, if you look at the caption,
a lot of times it's like 2024 Mercedes-Benz, BMG. That's an amazing offer
because they figured out that the sensor of the algorithm doesn't watch the video. Right. It's like if you were to write, here is a guy getting hit by a truck, and his fucking head comes off. In your caption, that thing would get taken down. But if you're like, check out the new fucking 2024 MDX or whatever it's called,
but here's the question: where is the money? How are they making money?
That's good. I don't know.
Because whoever's putting these videos up, these are accounts from bots. So if you look at the accounts, there's no real comments and real things that anybody's saying with that account. And then this account might have thousands of these videos.
Yeah. And war footage, the drone footage.
I saw one yesterday where this drone, a kamikaze drone, was coming after these guys, and they were shooting at AKs, and they couldn't take it down. It was evading the bullets, and then finally it moved in. The guy threw his AK at it, and it blew up. It saved his life.
Really?
He threw his fucking rifle at the drone as it was coming to shoot, because they dive on you and blow up.
I think being able to see those, I will say this, gives you like a very sobering perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's obviously, that wasn't a thing in Vietnam with World War II. You see it, but like the fact that you see these guys out in the field, whatever side they're on, just talking about the reality of these human beings, right? And then this fucking drone with a camera is chasing them down. Yeah, and they can just blood.
Well, this is the first time that's ever happened. The first time we've ever had a drone that chased people.
Yeah, I'd seen, obviously I've heard of and knew about drones that were like basically satellites, like that fly.
Right.
They're like planes, and they lock in on a location and fire a missile. Right. But these literal tiny ones that just, chase people and blow up.
They're suicide bombers.
Yeah. It's super.
Guys are going into the trenches with GoPros. Like, I watched this one where this Russian guy killed these Ukrainian guys that were in like they were in the trench, and some kind of joke. And he guns these guys down when they're in the trench. One guy's like struggling to the right hand, fucking gets the band back, blows his head off. And it's all like 5 feet away, 3 feet away. And you see that, and you're like, do you want to make a prosciutto and mozzarella sandwich? Like, that's my favorite. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you saw my feed. If I was like being arrested for being super bad, and there would be social media, like, who's uncle? Who's uncle?
Christina just tapped in. She's just like, you're such a sick person. But what do you want? Like, I don't know. I also go to club. I go to bed, and I have all these kind of like biographies, like war, a serial killer, or it's a scripted show about a murder. It's the only thing that like I like it engages. I find enticing, exciting to watch. Are like either real stories about horrible things, or I like the suspense.
Right.
I like that genre, so I just watch it.
Well, it's always interesting, just psychologically. What the fuck would you like watching something on the Ritual of Royals or something?
Yeah.
Like, what is this guy like? I just cannot watch those things at night. If I watch them in the day, I can tolerate them. But at night, before I go to bed, it just gives me too much room for crazy thoughts.
So apparently that's a healthier reaction to mine. Because I watch it and I'm like, that night, I just fucking go to bed.
I can't watch things about war at night. War freaks me out the most because I'm always like, okay, before Pearl Harbor or before 9/11, like, nobody knew that was going to happen. Like, how do we not know? How do we know that we're not in a situation right now where we're just before something really fucked up happens? And that gets me.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it's also the way that now because I watch cops on the very things recently. The latest one, the latest Nazi one, that's something I'm also like, I don't ever just enjoyed. I think we covered it with other and I watched the latest one that Netflix released. It was absolutely phenomenal, like the best docuseries I've ever seen.
On the Nazis?
Yeah, it's like a 6 or 8 part series. I don't remember what it's called. It came out ago. It's so fucking good. You don't realize that they go deeper and really highlight things that you didn't know about. It's just so educational. But
Hitting the Nazis even on trial.
it is fucking so goddamn good. I cannot tell you what this is.
So is this colorized footage?
There's color footage. There's they go between like real footage, like little historical footage, narration, and it's just
Do they have dramatization as well?
yes, and it's so high level, so well done. It just paints a picture in a way that I don't think it's really been done before. It's just incredibly fascinating. But yeah, I mean, I get that at night too because you kind of go like, especially when it was highlighted. I think you're even in the debate. It is a very valid point, which is that you just don't know what's going to happen in any war. But when you have Russia involved in this war, you do have a country with thousands of nukes.
Yeah.
If you just don't know how to decide that, because you don't know.
Yeah, and it's a KGB guy who's like the whole thing is it's crazy.
And you just can do thing, but for him, that's the life.
Yeah.
You just don't know what that is.
Yeah, you don't know what that is. You don't know why it's happening. You know, you hear about NATO moving their arms closer to Russia, and you know that there was a coup that was probably facilitated by the United States in 2014. And so all this shit overseas scares the fuck out of me.
Of course.
Yeah. Every day there could be some new thing popping up somewhere in the world.
That's another one. We had a turning point doc about the history of the Cold War, and when you realize how the nuke programs evolved and what we did, and like how in the 60s, when we were, the Bay of Pigs and all that was happening, we thought, because they postured, like, we can take you guys down too. And we ended up discovering later that they had 7 guns. We had like 10,000 at the time.
Oh, God.
But then,
7's enough, though.
it's enough, but it's also like, you could also target these areas. It's a more, you can deal with, of course they never showed that yet, but then you see how into the 80s, how their programs just far exceeded our point they had. But what we had, also these are pneumatic bombs that doesn't, if you have 33,000 people, you're right. Yeah, so, but how we both operated on a sense that, like, oh yeah, either one of us crossed the line. This is over both of us.
Yeah, mutually assured self-destruct.
Yes.
And then the other thing was that during the Reagan administration, they kind of like forced the Russians to try to keep up with us militarily, which kind of bankrupt the Soviet Union.
Sure.
Because if you have a communist country, it's way harder to get money.
Yeah.
Fucking, you're not making anything. You're not selling. You're not.
And things got really bad. Yeah, massive poverty and starvation.
Yeah. And while you have massive military spending, it's kind of unsustainable. But then they've since recovered.
Yeah.
And then them, like China, like what's interesting what China has done is China has developed this sort of, they have capitalism and communism, which is the way to do it. Like you get people motivated to make a lot of money, the industries get huge, but everything is completely tied into the government, which is like, this is it. It's the program. It's a good program. It's not good for people. Yeah. It's not good for
It's good for running the show.
It's great for running the show. Yeah. And that's this what's scary about what's going on in this country is there's some people that have the notion that in order for us to compete with these other countries, we have to govern people in a more similar way that they do. We have to have more control over information, more control over what people say and do, more control over money. China now has centralized digital currency in some places, that's very scary.
Yeah.
Once the government has complete access to your money and be able to shut your money off, you saw what happened in Canada with the truckers.
Yeah.
So these people just donated money to this trucker protest. So they did donate money, and Canada shut their bank accounts, that's scary stuff. That's banana republic shit, and you can walk to Canada.
Remember that walk to the? You remember when we had what's the company? They had the function and the airline just stopped for the
Yes. Yeah.
And my friends were bringing up how all these car manufacturers are pledging will be fully electric by 2035. And for me, I've just always been like, that would suck just because I like the cars that are gas powered, and I guess I'm a dinosaur in that way. But they're cool. They're cool. But what my friend was like, he was like, brought up that malfunction. He's like, I just keep thinking about it. But if we were all that the government could also just go like,
Oh yeah.
cars don't work.
Well, there's cars today that have OnStar on them that the police can shoot your car.
Yeah.
So if you're running a high-speed chase from cops and you have some vehicle that has OnStar on it, they just go back. Is that true? That's true. That might be true, right? I think it's true, though. I think they could just shut the car. That's true. So it's something, but they might feel like, so you just call up. They don't have that car shut off. And that person on the highway, they just go. Yeah. Well, you know the story about Michael Hastings, right? Michael Hastings was the reporter for Rolling Stone. Okay. Please use OnStart to disable the car. If the vehicle is parked and turned off, the OnStart advisor can use remote ignition block to prevent the engine from being restarted, allowing the police to recover the vehicle. So they can only do it once it's off. Can police use OnStart to disable the car? Click that. Search for it. Below that. That part. Click that. See if that is a difference. The vehicle is parked and turned off. Same thing. So can it shut off your car while you're driving? Hold on. Keep it back. Yeah. Disable engine and end high-speed chases. So it can. Satellite technology that can disable an engine with a simple push of a button helped end the high-speed chase of a stolen sports utility vehicle in the port, resulting in the arrest of Misha Wakame.
And look what it says there. He's reaching 80 miles an hour. With OnStar plus actress 20. Basically.
Yeah. So OnStar controlled this guy's car. And then look at it like it's a good thing. Because it is a good thing, because this guy's a crazy person. Reckless driving, other counts, resisting law enforcement, running from the cops. But it's kind of crazy that they could just press a button. So maybe it's something that you didn't really do. Maybe you're a whistleblower for some chemical company that's done something that's illegal, and then people don't want you're going to crash the stock market, and you're on the run, and they know somebody's got the papers on him, find that buck. They just slow your car down. Spooky. Spooky. It's spooky because we know that people abuse power. It's not spooky. Look, if we had our elected officials were all super enlightened beings that were different than human beings, and that only did things according to ethics and rules and morals, and knew what was right and what was wrong. Yeah. Okay, maybe then you could justification. That's what it means. It's not even. Yep. All that stuff's crazy. It's just you're giving too much power to people, and then you can figure out a way to justify it. Say, yeah, what are those people that are running from the cops? You're right. But what about someone who's corrupt, who's got a hold of that technology, and they're tracking their ex-wife because she's going to testify against them, and they have a right? Yeah, that shit happens too. For sure. For fucking sure. And then if there's no record of it, if you just got some sort of computer and you just fucking slow down someone's car and the hitman catches up to him, guns are down or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, all technology used.
100%. Well, we're seeing it with Google searches. Nobody ever thought that you could just manipulate Google searches.
Yeah.
And you 100%. I had Robert Epstein on the other day, and he was explaining how it's done and what they do, and they're capturing all these ephemeral. So like every time Google shows you stories, or every time you Google something, they record what Google shows you. Every time you Google something about Trump, it's going to show you all negative. You Google about Kamala Harris, it's going to show you all positive. And just by doing that, they can change the vote by a significant percentage.
It's insane. And also the listening thing, but I really do it. I think we just watched this with about it's so weird. We were having this conversation. Yeah, it's right here. It's in my algorithm, and then also I'm getting emails about this. Very strange. So strange. And then we did like an experiment. I was like, all right, let's just keep talking about language. Like, let's just keep talking. We just kept talking about it in this conversation with our phones. And then, I don't know, 2 hours later, we were all sharing. Like, look at my thing. It's just like my algorithm has Lamborghinis. And I get an email about the Lamborghini. Like, it's so. And he goes, well, this. Well, yeah, I mean, I figure, like, I know that we all kind of talk about it, but, like, weird to have it.
Did he say they listen when the app was open?
We didn't go that way. He was just like,
Have you ever done an experiment where all your apps are closed and you just start talking about something and see if Google picks that up? Yeah. Okay, what should we talk about? What would be a good thing? Let me make sure that all my shit is closed. Close everything. What would be a good thing to talk about that we find out? Let's go with something that we don't ever look at.
Yeah, so it's not.
High school baseball.
High school baseball is definitely interesting.
Right.
And yeah,
So I'm talking about high school baseball.
I'll never talk about high school baseball.
High school baseball is so important because high school baseball teaches you teamwork,
It does.
and it teaches you how to perform together with friends. You develop camaraderie. You learn how to compete.
And high school baseball really is, that is the minor leagues of the minor leagues. Because if you drive in high school baseball, and you're legit a good high school baseball player, then
You go to college.
you can go in the minors and you could even,
Next thing you know, you're in the fucking minors. Then you're college. And you drive a Lamborghini.
you drive a yellow Lamborghini.
Okay, now let's see. How much time do you think it takes?
I think it takes a
high
little
school
more.
baseball.
I think you should.
I just want to bring up high school
High
baseball.
school baseball.
High school baseball. I think high school baseball results.
And also, it's like when you think about high school baseball, you realize that, pitching at that level, you're a real outlier if you get above 90 miles an hour. Because there's some high school kids that can pitch like 80 to 85. You start getting high school kids pitching above 90, you're talking about an elite level. The kid with a
Big old fella, long ass arms.
got the torque.
Yeah, that whip. Those dudes can whip that ball. So, like, what is the fastest anyone's ever thrown off a fastball?
That's a great question.
Let's guess.
Okay, that's a good guess. And I definitely don't know. I know baseball fans are fucking idiot. But I'm gonna guess 112. Is that crazy?
I was gonna say 118.
Okay.
That's just a wild guess, though.
Is this gonna be the?
What do you think it is, Jamie? Do you know what it is?
Is it gonna be the highest in the game or just the highest?
Highest ever. The fastest. There must be like who's the fastest.
So I bet the guy who's the best ever or fastest ever isn't the
The
best.
best.
Yeah,
Right. He's probably not the most active.
like it's just like in tennis.
Yeah.
The craziest speed ever on serve is not from
Right.
better.
Right. Like a guy with a hard to punch is not necessarily the best fighter.
Exactly.
So what is let's take this.
I'm so trying to erase like in Major League Baseball.
What's the fastest pitch ever thrown?
Fastest in Major League Baseball is now 5.
What about in like the world record for the fastest ball ever thrown? There's gotta be competitions, right? Like they have those golf competitions where you just drive the ball.
Yeah.
They probably get to the fastest. That's true. That's true. They'll just figure out a way to get you over the plate.
Yeah.
You only have to do it like 10 times. So 105? Is that what you like?
One guy played a bunch of times at 105, and a few people have joined him in the 105, but no one's past 106.
That must be so fast coming at you.
You ever look at the
From an umpire's perspective,
like I'm saying, I mean, that's just like we look at the tennis, the high level serve speeds.
what are their speeds?
We're talking into the 30s.
Really?
Yeah. There's probably a guy who's probably going to 40.
All right, I'm looking at Google, see if you get me high school baseball. Come on, Google. Let me just go.
63 for fastest.
Gee, that's right. Fastest serve, 163.
Yeah, Eisner's 6'10".
Bro, that's
He's
bananas.
6'10".
So far, it's just Wolves and MMA. So,
You gotta give that a 30 an hour.
okay.
That chiropractors, vitamin speed.
I got the debate. I got upcoming fights.
That's
Canelo Alvarez, Sugar Sean Mountain, Morocco, Willie, Watches, Cybertruck, baseball.
You know what'd be interesting though? Is you check back in an hour.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep checking back. For high school baseball. And if high school baseball, I'm not so cheating. You see if they got me. I should have come up with a product instead of high school baseball.
Rob's gonna do that.
Like Lamborghini's product and try to sell you that product. That would be a better move.
There you go.
I should have got a product. Hopefully the product. But it has to, I want it to be a product that I wouldn't ordinarily search. That's why I said high school baseball, right? Like what's a product that I wouldn't search?
Humidors,
No. Humidors. That's a good one.
cigar humidor.
Cigar humidor. Cigar humidor. What are the best ones?
Yeah.
Cigar humidors.
Well,
What's the difference?
some sizes.
Are there some that are too crazy and that you overkill? Some, what's the best wood for a cigar?
It's
He's high.
I love it.
I mean, it's women repellent.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, my women are
yeah, they hate it. It stinks.
so fun.
They hate it when it's outside.
Oh, they can cross the street guys. So, you're right. I had a gummy mushroom gummy. It was so good. Just a light one. Yeah. That was nice. Yeah.
I got me a gun of espresso mushrooms. I took a lot of functional mushrooms over the last 6 months or so. So I've been taking Reiki and cordyceps, and
I gotta get you these. Done really good. It's really very nice. I'm also a bit naive as I have like, taken that much before. So I did mine before bed, and then I put like an eye mask on, and I was like, just looking. Oh yeah, how nice is it? And it's 2:30 in the morning. I gotta take something else. Go to bed.
when I get riled up late at night, I always feel like an idiot because I was like, I'm just ruining my sleep.
Yeah,
If I'm late at night, I've got too many crazy ideas and start freaking me out. It just ruins your sleep. And then next thing you know, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, you're out of bed.
it's fucked me up. It was just ignorance.
And then if you have a podcast the next day, you got bad guys, doing no shit, and your brain's not working so good. Oh, by the way, one of the best supplements for performance, mental performance, when you are missing sleep is creatine.
Really? Like
Yeah.
making like the workouts out there?
Yeah, creatine, the workout supplement, it's really good for workouts, but it's also really good for cognitive function.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, what creatine does, like, Google what exactly creatine does, so I don't fuck this up, but what I think it does essentially is it allows your body to hold on to more water.
Yeah.
There's more water in the muscles, so it increases muscle volume and it helps with creatine's compound. Body naturally makes, get it from protein-rich foods, it supplies energy to your muscles, and may also promote brain health. Many people take creatine supplements to increase strength, improve performance, and help with appetite, which is good. Yeah, they changed that agreement. Okay, increase strength, improve performance, and help keep the mind strong. I've never heard this. But the recent study was the positive effects of creatine on people that are sleep deprived. It says an increased energy supply to neurons in the brain, which may help with mood and thinking. So it does something with water. That is, it makes you gain a little weight from it, but I think you're storing more water.
So you have bad night's sleep.
The next day, yeah, but I take it every day anyway. I've been taking it every day.
Really?
Yeah, it makes a difference. It really does. It makes a difference in your workouts, but what I think, I try to take as many things as possible that are good for cognitive performance. You know, obviously, let's do the podcast. We need that. Increased water. Here it is. Creatine is an osmotically active substance, thus, any increase in the body's CR content, creatine content, should result in increased water retention and consequent gains in body mass.
So I knew about water retention. I mean, it was a verified one of the supplements that you could count on for gains.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard about the brain.
Yeah, that's more recent. They've been talking about that. You know, it's been used as a muscle supplement since like the 90s, or been popular since the 90s. Jamie, what does it say about the Rothschild study about creatine supplementation to enhance performance with sleep deprivation? Because there was this study that was showing that, you know, your cognitive performance when you just have like 4 or 5 hours sleep drops off the cliff. You know, I notice it in big ways. I'm just like, it's 70% of what I'm normal. Single high dose of creatine can temporarily improve cognitive performance during sleep deprivation. This is due to creatine's ability to prevent a drop in pH level, improve processing speed, increase intercellular energy energy consumption, and increase high extracellular creatine availability. That's awesome.
That is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I really had no clue about this.
Yeah. I take it every day.
really cool sleep a month or so ago. I was going in the writer's room in my shadow. That's but like to me, like the worst things about it, like bad sleep are physically like workouts suck. Like it's really rough.
Yeah.
Poor sleep. But mentally, to I hate to show poor sleep and to go into a writer's room, you're supposed to be, trust around and talking about all the stories. And I took a stimulant. Shit. It was like I slept fucking 12 hours. I couldn't believe it. I had 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh my God.
I think you have ADD or ADHD, whatever you call it.
I think so. But I couldn't
I think we
think
both have it. We both need 5 amps, whatever it is. Isn't that the guy who's the vice president of the truck?
No,
It's
okay.
JD.
Yeah, maybe that's the creative finance. I couldn't believe though how I was really bad. I was like one of those listening 3.5.
And I was like, bam.
I mean, firing on all cylinders. Like it was like I had a great night's sleep. I could not
What's the come down?
that bad. And apparently that's one of the don't do it. The big differences between is that the crash from I never really had one. Never had it. Like people talk about the post crash, but I mean, yeah, dude, they got it. Yeah, piece of and yeah,
Yo, there's a lot of people out there just trying to life.
yeah, there is. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Can't believe I'm bringing it up again, but that book over there, Blitzed, is a Norman Oliver book about the Nazis during the Blitzkrieg campaign ruling on that.
Oh, and then a lot of people don't. I talk about it on stage, but people don't know that there was on cocaine too.
Oh, Hitler was on a lot of oxycodone too.
Yeah, but the coke part was always like to me the thing. What? And it was his doctor that was giving it to him.
That's what that book's all about.
It's really fascinating. That whole army was all methed out.
Yeah. And we did more meth to the people that were on the front lines. Like the tank guys, they got the most meth. Yeah, just to fucking meth them up.
That
Makes sense.
People on meth. What is it? People on meth love confrontation. They are
Aggressive.
yeah. They seek out confrontation. So I remember I talked to Dr. Drew once. People on cocaine run from the cops, and people on meth run towards the cops. Really? Yeah. So when you're people on meth, really like, serious problem, they see a uniform, they take the whoa. And people on meth, like, he's like, they do like real meth up people, they see cops, and they're like, what's up, bitch? Like, they want confrontation with you. Like, bitch, seek it out. That's fucking what they
You see
do.
that football thing that they're doing?
Yeah, man, that was fucking wild. Tyreek Hill, yeah, on the way to the Dolphins game.
It's interesting. Just didn't want to roll his window down.
I know, I understand, like, there's like a lot of people weighing in on, the nuances of this whole thing, because layered, but it's like, I mean, I'll never have Tyreek Hill's experience, like being a black guy in America and in McLaren, and I don't know what it's like to get through the cop. My whole thing with cops, if I get pulled over, I always try to be like,
Yes,
tell
sir.
them to, yes, like,
Yes, sir.
yeah, the people are right. It's not against the law to not do that. They're allowed to be like, whatever, hurry up and fucking figure this out. You can do that, but I just feel like it's not de-escalating things, but then those cops are hot. Yeah, like you could tell. The one in particular felt like he was watching it. He had felt maybe humiliated by it. Also, he was somebody he recognized, which is somebody
with wealth, who is feeling entitled, that he wanted to show the other cops.
Yeah.
That I don't think it's shit, which I feel like it's a human emotion. But then
Right. But you can't have that human emotion.
you can't
act on it.
you can't just fucking throw somebody
To the ground and cuff them as if they're a dangerous criminal.
I like that he was a violent offender.
Right.
It's really fucking.
It is nuts. The whole thing's nuts. It's nuts, but it's also it's nuts both ways, right? It's like
Roll the window down.
Say yes,
I
sir.
don't know what
If your driver's license, you're speeding, you're going 103 miles an hour, where they're alleged.
I don't know what his issue was, but he's doing fix it. That's a fun car. It's 765.
I don't know what it is. I don't know anything about that, but it's fucking dope. I know. I remember when we were reviewing one, and you had that car thing you were doing for that.
I've driven a lot of them. I've driven 600 LTs.
Have you ever got one?
I just drove the new 750S, but it's fucking amazing.
See? But they're making cars that just a rich knucklehead can buy that has getting the most insane speed and power.
I remember when they sent I've driven, like I said, a lot of Atlanta. When I drove the 765 LT, I remember talking to, at the time, it was with McLaren after I did Bernardo, and I was like, dude, I just drove this car. And I've driven a lot of cars. I've never been more scary of what could happen in a car. I was driving down the 110, and we were doing like 70, and it was just open road. So the passenger seat was like punching. And I mean, in the lane, we're going 130, and it's just like, it's so fast and so responsive. The ride is it. And I was like, it was a scary feeling where I go, I want to hand this in. Like, I want to turn this in. I also want to like the both thing. Like, I know this is bad. I get some comments. Fucking pretty cool. But like, that's what it felt. It was terrifying and seductive. But the conversation that I had with him was like, it's crazy that you can just hide this.
Yeah.
And that there's no skill requirement associated. And he and other automotive journalists were like, oh yeah, you should definitely have to prove something to drive something. Look at that thing.
Yeah. But like, think about the Corvette ZR1. So that has an even lower bar of entry. But that's like 200 grand, right? What's a ZR1? The new one.
I don't know the price on that.
But that thing's insanity. That's like 1,100 horsepower.
Right? Really good. Yeah.
Insane. Rear-wheel drive car.
And all the manufacturers are getting crazier and
Crazier and crazier and crazier.
And then you get to electric stuff.
Yeah.
And it's also like, what's up this?
1,064. So it's almost 1,100 horsepower. Fucking bananas. That's so much power for a car. It used to be the car at 400 horsepower. Like, I remember I got a Porsche Turbo in like 2003. And it was 420 horsepower. I was like, this is crazy.
That's a bonkers number.
It was crazy back then.
What is this? Yeah.
Just a Google MSR for zero. You really can't get one. You have to have an application, right? Was that one for sale? 129. Oh, it's no 6?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Z06. Yeah, Z06 is pretty fucking incredible too. So that's 129. So the ZR1's right, yeah, 200 grand. $200,000 Corvette. Well, it will start from much less than that. Oh, so they haven't really got the price out there yet. Wow, yeah, that was 765. Look, it's 400 grand so crazy. Well, then you got that Hennessy, that Venom thing. That's $3 million.
So you get like Guinness, Bugatti.
Yeah. Have you seen that Bugatti that has all of its instrumentation is all mechanical, like a beautiful watch, and the steering wheel turns around the gauge cluster, so the gauge cluster maintains the center of the wheel, and your steering wheel turns around it and it never moves?
No.
It's fucking magnificent.
And what is this thing?
A Bugatti?
Oh,
I'm not even a Bugatti guy.
Yeah.
Bugatti to me is like,
yeah.
that's Bugatti, you know? But look at that fucking thing.
Yeah, no, they're actually.
See if you can find the gauge cluster. The gauge cluster is just complete sand. So the steering wheel spins around that stuff, so that all that stuff sits behind the wheel, and it's all mechanical clocks. Like, look at it. It's digital and mechanical at the same time. I mean, it is just a piece of art.
This is definitely doing it.
Oh, crazy. If you could get one, right? It's
Right.
probably 5 million, but you probably can't even get 3.8 million pounds, or is that pounds or euros? What is that little thing? Squiggly thing? That's pounds. Pounds. So what is 3.8 million pounds in $70? It's an incredible product. I mean, you basically have a house. You're driving around the fucking house. That's pretty cool. And look at that little touch screen pops up. Look at that screen. Look at how it spins around. It says Bugatti. Oh, baby. Why are you laughing?
Why does it spin around? Why doesn't it just come out the way?
Because it's like, look at my dick. It's a big old Italian dick. Hey, look at my dick. It's incredible.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
The technology is just, I mean, it always, it's like, what would be around in 20 years? Because I got to say, when Bugatti, when they do these things, I always say, think like, this is outrageous. Yeah, that's what, it's so cool to have a spaceship. Like, that's basically, getting
It's a ground ship. Yeah. Do you know Sam Altman? He's always the head of OpenAI. Yes. So it's kind of saying, I'm not doing this for money, I'm not making money. And they just busted him in a $4 million bonus act. They did? Yes. You see if you can find that car. The video of him in that car. I mean, money, I'm not even doing this for money. He's running with $4 million bonus act. Look at it. Oh, go back to the beginning so you can see him get in. Does it show him get in? No, that's it. Okay. Yeah. Elon was walking him. Look at that. Got a $4 million car. There he is. Hi, busted, bro. Hey, bro. I think you like money. Look, you don't buy one of those unless you really want it. Sure. And you also want everyone to know how. You want everyone to know how rich, and you're rich right now. And I'm I'd be freaked out. I can't drive. I can't park anywhere. What do you do? That's crazy. So that means he's got really so like, what are you making? What are you doing? You're driving a $4 million car. That's so cool. And you're telling everybody you're not trying to make money? Oh. If you're not interested in money, you get a Mercedes. You get a nice S-Class, right? They'll get mad at you. You really want people to not get mad at you? Get a Lexus. Get an LS 500, cruise around style. No one's going to get mad at you. You have a $4 million car, and you're involved in artificial intelligence, and it's supposed to be open AI, and also became private company. There's like a lot of weirdness. What happened with the money? Yeah, no. Oh, Sam Altman car collection's got a McLaren. 2 McLarens. He's got some shut up. Well, he probably already had a bunch of money already, right? And so how did he come into OpenAI? Oh, there you go. So he's got a $4 million car. He's got 2 big ones. Yeah. Shazam! Yeah, that checks out. No, shut up. He also stole the income because he paid no kids. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's good. $4 million car. What did Elon say about it? It was something about Elon buying. It's like, because Elon was a part of OpenAI in the beginning. It was like, hey, this is so open. Yeah. And he brought up the threat. Yeah. Elon Musk. What does it say? How do you come up with it? Oh, what does it say? OpenAI tried one of the most expensive cars. How did OpenAI become a for-profit business when it was a non-profit? Elon says, great question. But also, this guy was already a billionaire. So was he a billionaire before OpenAI? Oh, are they? Oh, those dirty pictures. What's the You sure that wasn't quoting the actual video? Am I? What's the origin of his money? That's a good question. What's the origin of Sam Altman's wealth? Where did he make all this? He's got a $4 million car. $4 million car is also like, it's just like the Bugatti.
the quick search says various investment through venture capital firm.
So it's bad.
And on the run.
So don't be good. You guys make it. It's out there rocking the free road. Yeah. The thing about those cars are really fun. But you know what my most fun car to drive is? Actually, the most engaging car is my little air-cooled 964. That Porsche RX America. It's not the fastest. Yep, not the fastest by any stretch of the imagination. It's slow.
My favorite is Mercedes too.
Which one?
964.
Yeah.
Has that upgrade?
Yeah, but that car's way faster than mine.
But
That car's pretty fucking fast.
it's pretty fast, but it's not like I think everything else I have is faster than it.
So it's just engaging.
You know, and it puts the biggest smile on your face.
Right.
It's really fun.
Yeah, that's like my white car, the GT3 RS, the Shark Works car, same kind of thing. It's just real raw. But they're not as raw as that little red car. That little red car is where you're on an awesome ride at Disney.
Yeah.
Where you're in control of this car. You feel everything. No power steering. It's like power assisted brakes. There's no air conditioning, no heat, no nothing. Light as fuck. 300 horsepower.
It's just a
And
real.
it just makes your whole body tingle.
Yeah.
It's like exciting.
That is
It doesn't even go fast.
No.
It's crazy. Emerging on the highway, getting to 65 miles an hour, it's like fucking thrill. Whereas like in the Tesla, it's just no sound. All of a sudden you're going 70. You don't even notice. That car's like,
some of these faster cars that I have and they exist is that a lot of times when you take miles, like, yeah, I'm not really getting practice.
right.
You know, because if you're going 75,
Right.
and
You have to go to a track.
you have to.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah. And how often you do that?
That's the fucking thing. Is that like you tell yourself that you're rendering it together.
Yeah.
Like what is all the time.
Well, let's do it next month. Let's definitely do it. Well, next month we probably can't because next month is F1. But after F1's after F1. Yeah, after F1 we'll do everything. The ultimate ballroom. Like all these guys that get fucking chateaus and France and all. This is the ultimate ballroom. You get a giant piece of land that's flat, and you put yourself on a nice car.
Somebody did this. It's for sale. Yeah, somebody did the greater Austin. And then a guy, a billionaire, had that track that you can get an membership. Ooh, that is track.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
Pretty fucking cool.
That's a good move. So if you know some cool car people, you can hang out together.
Yeah, they
You
have
don't want to
that.
be alone on your track.
Ooh, nobody's for my Cali has that house in Indigo.
Oh yeah.
That area. It's a private, like a really nice track that has like a country club. It has a restaurant and you can house your cars there. That'd be so good. And,
Even just in the aisle, just going around in something fun. It's not easy. Yeah. Right. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not about how fast you go. It's about how much fun it is to go fast.
mm-hmm.
Like there's cars that go way like my Tesla. It's the best example. Goes way faster than anything else I know. But it's not as fun.
No.
There's a fun factor to the roar of the engine, the feeling of the tires, the shifting the gears yourself, all of it. The fun part.
And fun is just that's that's the joy of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you keep getting it.
And everybody today is just about chasing urban running times, 0 to 16s, quarter miles.
Yeah, makes you decide what to do really well.
It's almost like dangerous for everybody on the street. You got these 5-amped up kids out there with fucking ZR1. There's a replica of the Istanbul F1 track in Texas, and it's for sale. Holy shit.
Isn't that crazy?
You guys got an F1 track in his fucking yard.
Isn't that nuts?
That's nuts.
And I feel like it's very Texas.
Where is
Like
it?
this is like the state.
That looks like it's down by the ocean.
Yeah, really.
Scroll up here so you see the image there. Yeah. Is that the ocean over there? What's that blue shit?
It's just beautiful.
I guess that's the same Amarillo. Oh, is that where Amarillo is? Oh, I don't know. 50-acre complex for sale. Click on it. How much? For a reasonable price, it says.
Let's go.
$200.
For real?
Hang on.
This thing just got juice.
How far is that drive? About how far is that drive?
How far is that flight?
20 minutes.
There you go.
Let's go.
The cars at once.
Don't make me do this.
Come on, dude.
Well, I want to get a ranch. I've been talking about getting a ranch.
There's one for sale right there.
But I'm like,
Oh, you don't
I want to
It's right there. It's right around the
That's
inside.
not too
It is. It's acres and acres, man. It's not
bad. I had Chris Harrison with that.
Yeah.
I'd love that. Dude.
That's a good track.
If we had a track close in the airport right next to it, if we had a track like real close, and you could take Chris Harrison up, how much fun would that be?
Awesome. That is so fucking great. I love watching him drive too. He's fucking good.
Yeah, and we were around like some really large cars. He loves all kinds of cars too.
Yeah.
You know,
And he knows his shit.
Yeah.
I like watching his videos. Right.
Yeah, fun dude. You got fucked over and I'll talk to you.
It is?
Talk to your story, how it ended. Horrible. Ended due to an accident. He had gone to the producer saying we have to stop fishing this. We're gonna something to hurt killed. And then someone got hurt real bad. But he's a real big guy though. And he got fucked up and flipped over a three-wheeler. He got really fucked up but survived. And then they killed the shot.
Really?
Yeah. It was crazy.
After he yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he also experienced a shit ton of online hate because he was replacing Jeremy Clarkson. So everybody fucking hated him. And meanwhile, he's like the best auto journalist there is. He's so fun. He's such a good guy. And people are mad that he's not Jeremy Clarkson. Like, hey, Jeremy Clarkson's still on the air, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Go over to the Amazon, get the Jeremy Clarkson. It's great. Go watch that too. You fucking bones.
No, that's too bad. I think Chris does great work. I love watching him do stuff, and you can tell like how his skill brings on track, but he's genuinely happy.
I was smiling at him. He's going to do more of his own stuff.
I'm good.
Him and I were talking about we need to be doing all that too. You're so good as an automotive journalist. You're so fun. I love watching you. You should be doing your own show, and you shouldn't be people.
Yeah.
There's no need for that. And also, like the Top Gear, great show and everything like that, but they don't want to do like crazy stunts, like they drew a car off the side of a bridge with a bunch of cord attached. You're like,
They get to a point.
yeah. So, and what we were saying was, for television, that's what people like. But for the internet, like for YouTube, completely different audience.
Yeah.
Then you get enthusiasts. So, like, if you get the newest GT3 RS and Chris Harrison reviewing it, it'll have millions of views. If you want to see a guy really fucking drive, who really loves cars and understands them, review the car, I'm like, that's where you're at your best, man.
1,000%.
For the enthusiasts, not for the casual dorks who want to see a car go off a dam on a bungee. Yeah, I mean, fuck that.
Also on his internet videos too, the great thing is you get somebody like him gives you an authentic reaction.
Yes.
And they give you authentic critiques. So
Yeah.
they're like, you know what, they changed the seats on this dude and it's not as good. Or talk about the suspect, and they'll give you like the insight that if you're really thinking about getting that car, you go like, oh, maybe I look at the previous car. Like they give you real insight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he gives a lot of good criticism. So good. Matt Garrett does a great job with that.
Matt does awesome with that. There's a couple other guys that has the straight height.
Chris works with Singer, and Singer is doing a turbo now.
Yeah, they are.
There's a green one. You need to go to the factory and showing it. The attention to the detail is so fucking incredible.
Singer number one, very first one.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool. It's fucking, it's cool. It's a guy who has a few. I'm not sure it's like the number one.
That's probably what's going on. See if you can find the single turbo video of Chris Harris. It's, I just want to see the video. And it's like, it looks kind of like an old 911 turbo. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. But it looks kind of like an old 911 turbo, but then when you see the details of it, you're like, oh, this is way better than a regular. Way better than a regular. See if you can find the video. Because the videos. No, that's the video of his original car. This is how I found. Click that real quick. Because that was before Singer. He had this car made. This is Singer. Oh, okay. This is a different one. This is just how many years ago is this? Okay. This is the dynamics and lightweight study. And this is the crazy $3 million set. This one's different. This one's not a turbo. This is their super lightweight, incredible car. This car's incredible. Yeah. Oh yeah. But this car is crazy expensive. Yeah, but it's immaculate. Singer turbo. So 22 turbo. Singer turbo green. Go to videos. Different videos. From Greece. Okay, right there. Where it says more than 10 years. Click that. There you go. Bam. Okay, this is it. So look at that button. So this is the turbo. So it looks kind of like a 911 turbo from like whatever you got, like 1980 or whatever the fuck it was. But it's way more smooth and polished and refined, and it just when you see it parked and still, it's just amazing. Their attention to detail is just off the fucking charts. Yeah. But this go back, you can see. So that's the car. So they're just going over all the things that have been massaged and changed in the car and all the details. We get a set there so you get a sense of what it looks like. Look at that. That's what it's like. Yeah. Cars don't get prettier. They just get different. They don't get prettier than that. They just get different. And in that dark, cool, metallic green, like, look at that thing.
I would get talking in this number.
Yeah. How much do you think that fucking costs? It's not as much as the DLR.
No, it's not. I think it's probably $2 to get so much customization involved in it. But fun, man. That is just I think they can make these, I remember, for a little bit less than what they were making. They were just doing 964 before, I think, right? If they can make these.
That's not a 964 chassis? You don't start with a 964?
On the turbo? I don't know. But I'm saying on the singers were all before.
Right.
Those were more expensive than just being produced.
Singer DLS turbo. Oh boy. So starts with 964, but this is a DLS turbo. That's a different one. Look how sick that thing looks. That is another level. That's the dynamic lightweight study Porsche turbo, which is pretty nice. And that isn't anything to resist. No, that's the difference. Oh yeah, that's
like when we were just looking at it. It's insane. Oh my god, that thing's insane.
No, do it. There's like a line where I won't cross.
Really?
Yeah. What's the line? Yeah, insane. You start getting into $1 million cars. Yeah, it's just that's true. So you got it. It's also a different kind of thing. You don't get my dig. You know, it's more of a you know car. Yeah, you know you're it's the real spin. I just love that there's people like Gunter Works guys, people that are making those things. It's so fun. Yeah. I just love that someone who just goes so hard. Yeah. But they can't really call them Porsche. They call them roof. Yeah. But it looks exactly like a Porsche. Like, what is this? Like, go to a Roof's website, RUF. But when you see like the new one that they have, the crazy, it's water cooled, right? But it looks like an air cooled car, right?
Yeah, I've never been in one. I just see videos and stuff. And it makes you go, what's this like?
It must be insane. And there's these cars like that, just like completely cool. That's a 993 turbo base. So that's their turbo R that they make. Look at that fucking thing. So this is the one. These are the ones that are weird. The ones that aren't like scroll back up. So that one. So CTR anniversary. So that one, I don't think is a Porsche.
Really?
I don't think it starts off as a Porsche. I think it's all their shit.
And it just makes it look like
it looks exactly like a Porsche, but I don't believe it has. I think it's a new car. But yeah, see, Monaco completely developed by Roth. It's a type of radiation, CTR, reminiscent of the legend of yellowbird. So the yellowbird was a Porsche. It was a roof yellowbird from like it was like the 80s. Remember that one? That Porsche one was crazy. But this is not really a Porsche. This is a roof car that they make that just they're basically ripping off Porsche. Really? Yeah. I mean,
What about the other ones are modified?
exactly. The other one, that one was a 993. That was like they take the base 993 and they juice it up. But this one, I think, is entirely developed by them. Wow. Yeah, it's supposed to be mad. It's supposed to be total madness.
Oof,
It completely redesigned. Yeah. Scroll up so you see the image of the front. Oof. A little back tires.
yeah, you get it too, though. Just like nothing but Porsches.
Yeah.
It's just so there's something about it.
Yeah.
What about the other one?
Yeah.
Just kind of keep going.
Yeah, there's also something about the size of them, right? They're so small and compact that when you're in them, you feel like you're a race car.
Yeah. There's something weird about, even though this band obviously very expensive, I've always felt like it's a more accessible to the world car than other supercars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
For
you
sure.
see one part, you can see a Porsche parked in a grocery store parking lot. And like you just that's fucking mad. But you see a Lambo. What the fuck is this person doing? Like this dude's yeah, it just doesn't feel like a Lambo with the HEV parking lot. It's crazy. Yeah, they're crazy.
Yeah. With giant sunglasses on, looking for attention to Rabbi. He's just trying to be fun.
It's like,
That's weird. There's so many people that see people like that too. They really want to smack.
yeah,
They see you with that thing like,
fucking stupid. And nobody has any like sympathy for you on the road.
and you crash.
Or they try to burn. Fuck you.
Fuck you. You can get from you just grab that.
No, I was just looking.
Sorry. Addictive, man. Addictive. You ever thought I like the flip phone?
Oh, Harry style?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Dana too?
Dana had his he had a flip phone early on. But then it got to the point where he has to manage the social media, the UFC, so he has to be able to look at things
that's
online.
right.
And,
I'm saying you're crazy. You're Vegas. Talking about you.
I love him too. He's great. If it wasn't for him, that sport would not be what it is.
Tell us the story about you about clearing out the offices.
Oh, yeah.
He was checking tapes.
Yeah.
These are keys.
Yeah.
I need this money back.
Yeah. It's crazy because in the beginning I didn't want to do it. When he's trying to get, because I had already worked for the UFC in the past, from 97 to 98, I did post-fight interviews and come out. And then they bought it in 2001, and he was trying to talk me into working for them. I'm like, really? Yeah, I was like, I don't do this. But I would ask him, hey, have you ever watched K1? Do you guys watch Pride? Do you know about this guy? Have you ever seen Preoccupied? Have you seen Mixed Crazy? He's in Better Boys. And we started having these conversations, and he was like, how much of this shit do you watch? I was like, it's all the only sport I know. I don't even know the rules to basketball. And they pulled that whistle. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know.
I told him the story about when I would go with you on these weekends. And I'm like, just like as a fan of sports and broadcasting, I was like, yours like your perfect. Like, it's all here. We talking about. You're about to call 7 hours, and you said, there's nothing else up here cluttering my mind with other sports. I only know you want sport.
Yeah, but that's true. I mean, I do watch fights, but when I watch fights, I don't have to like say, "Oh, this guy's got a great question mark." I already have. I know he does. I know he does.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I've seen him fight, but it really is true that I don't have any clutter.
Yeah, I believe it.
I don't know any football. I don't know what's going on with football.
Yeah.
What's an offside?
Yeah.
Why is he on a flag? What's a down? Why is it first down? What is happening? Oh, that guy got hurt. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that was bad. Oh, you have a ball in the car. I don't know what's going on. And I don't want it. I don't care. I'm still enjoying it. Sure. I have room for a couple things in my head, like combat sports things, and just smash them all together.
If you had to put something that interests you even somewhat outside of combat sports, MMA and all that, what sport would be like seven? I mean, it's a distance thing, but what would be you ever go like, all right, thank you for that?
Where a sport that I don't participate, that I can watch.
Yeah. Like, and you would sit down and
Outside of combat sports,
yeah, somebody had it on. You're like, oh, I watched it.
I maybe would play.
Cricket? Yeah, I mean, what is that?
What the hell's happening? If I got that paddle,
You'd be
I'll tell you what I really like, Mark. We went to the Boston professional soccer game.
Yeah.
Soccer's legit. Here's one reason why soccer's legit and why it's not going to become successful in America is because they don't take breaks. So there's no fucking commercial time.
Yeah.
There's no time to shove Taco Bell down your face.
Really? Any?
No breaks. Nope. Nope. It goes for a certain amount of time for their own soccer
It's
matches.
increased in its popularity.
Yeah.
Tenfold here in the last decade.
I'm telling you, if you go to see it live, it's
I've been at both games.
incredible, right?
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
And the
Yeah.
arena they have here in Austin is amazing.
It's great. You don't realize that it's, compared to what we're used to for like American football stadiums.
Right.
It's small. It feels small, but every seat in that house is fantastic.
Yep.
And it's great competition. We keep getting better players here. I mean, I was somebody who, I grew up not into soccer at all, and half my family was like, "What's wrong with you? You know, South America."
Right. In Argentina, it's fucking huge, right?
Argentina's fucking bigger than religion. It's
That's
nuts.
nuts.
And I mean, my Peruvian cousins were all like, "How do you not like soccer?"
The whole world loves it.
The whole world loves it. But I do think it's cool that in the last decade plus, first of all, we live in a time with like some like generational talent, with like Ronaldo and Messi,
Right.
and these guys, and it's like shifting now to Rabbi and these just incredible talents. So I think high level anything becomes interesting.
Yeah.
Like when I would watch the El Clásico, the Madrid Barcelona game, at the height of these guys' club powers in like 10 years ago, you're watching such a high stakes, high level game. You can have zero interest, and you're like, "Holy shit! Yeah, this is so incredible." And I think that and Premier League stuff kind of, it kind of drifted over to the point where we're like, "Hey, soccer's been played here forever. Just didn't have that same popularity." But this MLS stuff has continued to grow and grow. People, I remember Saturday mornings during our football season. A lot of times you put it on now, and you'll see soccer games like from the Premier League. It was on NBC for a while. Like, it's still in the contract, but here you go. But like, it just has, and they keep getting better talent on the state side. That I think we'll continue to see it become more popular.
You'll see a lot. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the MLS games are. Oh my god, I get to see. I was on tour in Australia last year, and I got to see the Australian Djokovic.
Yeah.
Seeing that in person was also not a bad scene in that place. It's a whole other thing. It made me go, okay, I'm not thinking about like the big real team. Yeah. He was just incredible to see in person. Again, just somebody so talented at their sport that watching it live changed. I played tennis growing up. I've watched tennis tournaments, but live is everything. I mean, I tell people that about UFC too. It's like, yeah, it's cool to watch on TV, but it's so different.
Especially with no commentary, just watching the actual violence. Oh my god, it's so real.
And then you have a moment of like the sound of the crowd dies, and you hear.
Yeah. And everybody goes crazy. My favorite place to see fights is in the Apex Center. Because the UFC Apex Center has no audience.
Yeah, it's so small.
It's incredible. And during COVID, that was the best thing about COVID for me.
This year.
It's got to be nuts. That's this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I don't know what they're going to do. I know they have, I don't know if they're going to show the fights on the ceiling. So you know how they have video monitors in the studio? You always see that the video monitors are showing you the fights of the people that are like, he's older. Can you say it?
I mean, I don't know. We were on a podcast. I don't know if he's like, it's a movie. It's going to play about history. Like
Of Mexican combat sports. I know about that. There's six of them. There's 6 different small films.
Yeah, okay. That's what he was telling us.
Yeah.
Like it's all, everything mean, I don't know if the broadcast goes up on the wall.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if you can see the fights take place on the ceiling. Jesus. Which would be an
You
advantage
say show
in certain positions. No, not you. I've heard it's the same.
But when Park was here, the dead, he's seen a few there. He saw he saw the dead, and he saw. He went to a YouTube show and for that too.
Oh, wow.
He said, "Oh, come on." I cried the whole time. It was
They should. He doesn't just cry. He likes to take photos of him crying and then post it on Instagram.
I'm so sorry.
So, dog, a couple of truck. Is this going to take a picture down?
It was a fucking mess myself. Of course. Yeah, the college press all this stuff. Heavy.
Yeah. He's cute. How's he doing these days? Just hit vendors, he goes off, goes on.
Yeah, he's in
Cleaned up for a little while, and went right back in.
He's not hurt. He's in the front side. Yeah, he was really clean. It's my favorite. Years in Vegas, somebody was doing this with a camp or computer, and I was like, okay. And then we go to this. I was like, okay.
It's like, we twisted your hand. It's such a burst.
And then we go to this bar, pouring drinks, also drinks, you know, we're like our brand, and like tons of people. It's a very fun thing. Everyone's out getting bottles and drinks, and we're signing things, and of course, like, you know, they start back. Sure, this people is yeah. So I go, hey, you know, some time passes. Yeah, this way, out of this place. So I turn this way, say something. Ready for this? Okay, I'll see you later, man. So I leave, I get the fuck out of there, and then I run into him later. Dude, that's the one. I got back to the and I was like, hey, what happened to hardcore keto? He goes, well, I just ate the tops. And he goes, that's not how keto.
That's what the frosting is. What are you talking about?
He's still alive. Mm-hmm. Only how long you do that? How long can you do that?
Yeah, he goes, he does it, and then you know what happens. Like, but he's like, whatever, real crazy right now. See. Oh yeah, I have a favorite phrase. Quit drinking. I go, no, it's Wednesday. It's fucking Friday. I know. But that was nothing. That's not.
That's a normal bird.
So he'll get to a certain point here. But I got cleaned up. I got just like really cleaned up. You know, like, looking for a while, hang up the towel. You see him just like,
Yeah.
in and out.
Takes a picture on Instagram.
Takes a good picture.
Starts his got him.
Sexy picture.
This is me now.
And then you be like, oh,
3
you're
weeks
good.
later, huge. 3 weeks later, I see the waddle from fucking green room at the mothership. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? The fuck are you doing?
I know.
He goes hard.
You work hard, dude. You work hard. I've been going hard with eating just super clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long?
I'm a couple months in. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, I just get so into it. Anything outside of it, you feel it. Yeah. So I do live in my preference.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'm eating a lot of, pretty much the same wheelhouse of food everything. I have 4 eggs, 3 berries, a little bit later, protein shake, lunch today with 10 ounces of chicken, greens, and I have like little things like peanut butter, jelly pack.
So you just
rich.
stay clean.
Yep. And then dinner, I have 16 to 20 ounces of lean protein, like sea bass, salmon. Sometimes I have lean red meats, greens, fruit.
You got someone organizing this for you, or you just do it yourself?
So it's fun. I did it because I'm shooting a show next month. And I was like 3 months out. I don't like And you show up. Yeah, and I'm going to show up and I'm going to be like, I still want to have this reflection. Right. I was like, I know I'm not going to be a Marvel guy in 3 months, but I know I can clean it up in 3 months.
Yeah.
And I mean,
You just don't want to look at yourself on TV.
fuck. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, with the work. So I've gone down. You know, I'm down like 204. Body fat's down. And I have about another week. So I'm sticking to it. But the funny thing is that the other night I got home boys were like they got what's it called, like the shaved ice machine, and they've been making those, during the day, and these are kids. But you gotta have to shave the ice machine and pour flavors into it. And I took a few spoons, it's very sweet. Right. Dude, within an hour, like doubled over. Run to the toilet. Yep. And I'm like, oh yeah, because I can ice it. Before I was eating like a trash can, like I would just go like, I don't know what it was. I don't know fucking maybe it was the bread.
Also, you get used to feeling like shit.
Yeah, you do.
That's what Duncan's. Duncan had diabetes.
Yeah.
You got type 2 diabetes from. I think it's from vaping. Sugar for sure, but also vaping. And the reason why I say this is one of the things he found out. He was getting his blood sugar checked, and it was spiking. I don't even understand. I'm not drinking any soda, not eating any sugar. And then he realized it spikes after he vapes. Wow. And so, because he was monitoring it. Mm-hmm. And then he realized, oh my God, there's a reason why this stuff is sweet. There's fucking sugar in the vapes.
Except I tried to like,
of course. It's watermelon. How else are you going to get a watermelon flavor? How else are you going to get a peach flavored vape unless you have some sugar in there?
Yeah.
How are you getting a fucking apple flavored vapes?
Yeah, of course.
There's sugar in there. And so the sugar was spiking his blood pressure. That's his blood sugar.
Did he get himself out of it?
Yeah, then he got off the thing down his house. And, it's just, you don't realize that you're poisoning yourself until you stop poisoning yourself. And you eat really healthy. And he was like, dude, I don't need naps anymore. I have energy all day.
It's not as healthy. Like this pen, I got it from a nutritionist in LA, Dr. Rabbi. And I told him a couple weeks into it, I was like, if I don't do this, I'm gonna really thank you for my digestion change. Like I used to, I got so used to just explosive shits all the time. Like this thing is like, are you gonna see a doctor? I hear this violence coming out of the doctor. Yeah, I gotta get checked out. And then I had a colonoscopy a couple of years ago, and they were like, you're good. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, I've diarrhea 14 times a week. Is that normal? I don't know. So this switching to like the way I just described it now, totally different. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. It took me 45 years.
Well, that's one of the things that's very interesting about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. being connected to Trump in this election.
Really?
If Trump winds up winning, they're going to expose our food systems. Robert Kennedy, one of the things he really wants to do is he wants to expose a bunch of problems we have in our food system. One is glyphosate. Glyphosate, which is used as a herbicide, it's used all over the place. It's in a lot of food. Most people they test, some incredibly high number of people test positive for glyphosate.
Really?
Yeah, because you're getting organic vegetables, like some vegetables. I shouldn't say organic, but you're getting it from, like, there's some stuff that they just spray it on. No matter, like, I think the most glyphosate, I think it might be corn. So it's like, what things contain the most glyphosate? Let's go with that. I think it's corn, rice, and different vegetables and fruits.
If you go to Western Europe, you realize that
They don't use any glyphosate.
but our food would be like illegal.
Our Fruit Loops are illegal in Canada.
Are they really?
Yeah, because we use dye. There's all these red dyes and shit in our Fruit Loops. They have the same Fruit Loops. They're like, no, you can't put that stuff in there. So they have to sell different Fruit Loops to Canada than they do here. Some of the most common foods of glyphosate: non-organic cereals and grains harvested with glyphosate. These include wheat, barley, buckwheat, millet, rice, oats, wild rice, popcorn, and sorghum. Wild rice. So you think wild rice? Oh, get the wild rice.
Yeah. or pop
But a lot
fluorescence.
of people think that part of the thing that's going on with people, they say they're glucose or gluten intolerant. But what's actually, it's not gluten that's fucking with them, it's glyphosate.
Really?
Yeah.
And this is just one of those like
And it was American.
like huge conglomerates that
Yep.
spraying.
Yep, Monsanto. Yeah. So that's Roundup. And so there's that, and then there's seed oils. Fucking terrible for you. And they're in everything. And they're in everything because they're cheap. And it used to be an industrial lubricant, and they figured out a way to make it somehow or another turn into food.
It's so fucking sad. Like I also that most people, myself included, I'm not talking about like you just don't have the knowledge. Like you have to buy really be curious about this.
And you gotta dig for a long time. If you talk to doctors, a lot of times doctors don't know jack shit. Most doctors spend a shockingly small amount of time in medical school studying nutrition.
Yeah.
Most doctors, they'll tell you, just eat a healthy diet. I'm like, look at you, John. Look at you, doc. You're not healthy.
It's 260 pound cardiologist. Isn't that crazy? Like I'm
Well,
not
that's like 7 feet tall.
he was shorter than me.
Oh, God. So good.
Can you tell how
That's so crazy.
it's so crazy. He was wild.
I think they just can't control themselves. They just don't. They don't have a history of controlling themselves, and so they just don't. They just eat. I mean, bro, I remember Rabbi, man. We one time we all left the comedy store and we went to a bar. Stanhope, me, and a couple other comics, and Rabbi, his name was Joey. And Rabbi was going to meet us there. There's this bar that's going to like, the East Coast. Back in the day, before all was a zombie. And so Ralphie doesn't show up. We're like, who comes Ralphie? We were waiting for everybody outside. And we're going to all go together at the table.
Yeah.
And we're sitting outside and Ralphie for a long ass time. And then also like an hour later, Ralphie shows up. And Ralphie's back seat was just filled with records. And this poor guy was so addicted that he couldn't get in his car and drive from the comedy store to this bar, which was like 2 miles away. He had to stop at Jack in the Box. And this was at a time where he had his stomach stapled, so he couldn't eat any meat. So he wasn't eating meat, so he was eating jalapeno peppers from Jack in the Box. Just stacks of them.
Yeah, he was really sick.
He was sick. He ate through his stomach stapler twice. I got this with him. Let's go. And we're back.
Great people. It's such a good job.
When you hit the pain, can't concentrate, it's so hard to talk.
Your eyes start to flutter. Yeah.
It makes me think about those debates. Like, what if someone has to be in a debate? You gotta dial your water just right.
You have a free routine.
Do you?
Yeah. Because I'd say like my fixation is I kind of have to when I get like during the day I'm drinking water and a cup of coffee. And it's like we're on the road, we go work out, increase the water intake, start drinking more, and then get ready, head over to the venue, and it's like okay, I get there, show me 45 minutes. It's like I pee, but then I keep it out the water, wait for a Diet Coke, and then take off stage and have water, and then it's like I'd start the show, produce, opener, and then I'm like, all right, I'll pee, I'll be back and do that, and then it's like, hey, he's got 5 minutes left, and I was like, do I even? Like this is like real, yeah. It's like you're gonna get go to a spa, and you're gonna get a massage, and like, just pee. Yeah. Just 4 jobs.
Get him out. The worst is shit. If you think you're going to go on stage for an hour and take a shit, that's
Yeah.
how much time is it? It's 3 minutes left.
That is, but your body doesn't really shut the shit down. That's just like real emergency. But your body. Have I ever had that? I puked on the side of the stage. Really? Yeah, that was. Those are
Pretty sick.
Yeah, and that was horrible. Literally in a can.
Oh my god.
Jesus, like that was.
Did you go back on stage?
Yep.
Did they know you threw up?
Nope.
Wow.
No. He won. Like I hate when you go. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna pass it. Go fucking do your shit for 5 minutes in a minute. I have to do it. You just carry that.
Oh,
your body feel like, but there's like this discomfort you know, the whole time you're standing. You did it for like an hour.
I did it once where I ran off stage and I, mothership a little bit.
Yes.
It really is.
Uh,
No, I did. It was like I finished my set.
when you finish,
But like halfway through my set, I was like, God damn it, I had to take. Someone was in the bathroom, like right before I went.
Right.
I was like, fuck.
no, it's. I've also I've peed on the side of the stage like that.
Jesus. On the ground.
No, like in a trash. And in a cup. I've done that too.
How many times Ari peed right there? This is in fucking kombucha bottles.
Yeah.
And everything.
No, it's disgusting.
He's gross. He wants to know he's peeing in the room.
Yeah. Show you. I'm surprised that
Oh.
it's
We're getting close to October. Are you gonna do something this year?
dude, I'm shooting.
I'll do it. You gonna go sober?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna be like
Fuck your
shooting
couch,
5
bitch.
days a week. I'm sure.
You think you're gonna go sober? Because last year he was excited to not do it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maybe he could use it.
I don't know.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
No, it's never the worst thing for any of us to
Hell yeah, dude.
I mean, yeah, I always feel like, I mean, it's what kind of challenge for each person, you know?
Well, it's easy. I have a couple classes of margarita.
Yo.
Sun.
Yeah, I think it's Saturday. Like, yeah, we're
I
doing
was at dinner,
Sacred.
but I haven't had groups, which is normal.
Make it sacred.
Like, it's not.
Sacred. It wasn't just a fight, it was a fight.
That's what I'm saying. So, like,
But for birds, they have to stand.
yeah,
It's really
playing some golf. I think he also kind of gets off on a challenge of it because so many people are like, you're going to struggle and just like online. I think that
The bird's another one. Delusional. I can't lose.
he was a he, I remember
Go to There was an error. There was an error.
I tried to cook. When he told me
There was an error.
I was like, yeah.
There was an error.
I know because also one of the things that Brooke.
There was an error.
We have this secret.
Right, like when you play tennis. Yeah, you can serve.
Like hidden
Yo,
skills.
Sam,
Yeah.
what you want to do?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to shut
It wasn't even in the neighborhood. It was once in your life. You
on
gotta
the
get
rope in the dick in the
You know,
toilet.
like, you
Trying to get my hands up
you
on
did
the
in high school.
Hands up in the front. Treat. Forgetting.
I stretch out.
It's still.
Especially lately. So I've been dealing with like super stiff back problems. Because I shoot a lot of archery. I get real stiff. My right side, my lower back.
Hero, but
My bow is 80 pounds. My back, 150 pounds.
Yeah. So just type
It's
I mean,
tight,
I'm
so
not
it
standing.
helps. Massage helps a lot.
I started stretching. Like it's not that. I massage definitely helps, but spending a little time every day working on hamstring stretches definitely helps.
It's fucking gigantic. Everyone should stretch. And especially for anyone that has like stiffness in their lower back. A lot of that stuff, like, you'd be amazed at how stretching your hamstrings alleviates that stress in your lower back.
Yeah, it's all tight. Most a lot of times that lower back tightness is just you just follow the line. It's like your glutes and your hips are super tight. They pull down, and it relieves your lower back.
Yeah, I do a lot of exercises too. I do a lot of curls, those. Shit, man. Once I start getting into those, when you with toes kind of stuff.
Like Nordic, isn't that like laying flat?
Yeah, you lay flat, you pull yourself up.
Yeah.
It's fucking hard.
Really?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
Like do that because that's a 6, like 6 reps. So the first time I did it, I couldn't do 1. I was like, this is crazy.
Really?
Yeah, so I have strong fucking legs. Like, how can I not do this? This is nuts.
What's up,
I couldn't
man?
believe
How you
I
doing,
was
baby?
so I really started concentrating on it now. I do sets of 6, but I think I should probably.
What's good? I'm just slinging dick. How about you, baby? Yo, pimp, I'm gonna invite you into my Discord. This is the inner layer. This is where the bitches hang. Un momento, por favor. What's up, man? Hey, everybody. Yo, wow, you're cool. You use cool words. You use cool. Wow, you're so cool. Fuck yeah, I'm a Jew. I'm the biggest Jew in global history, B. How do you like that? West Side. Wow, that's cool. Cool story, bro. Cool. That's definitely not gonna happen. So you're gonna rape me? You wanna have sex with a dude? Dog, you wanna have sex with a dude? You wanna have sex with a dude? Dude, R wants to have sex with a dude. For all of time, you're live on YouTube now, you little bitch. R, you little bitch. You wanna rape a dude. R wants to rape a dude. Wow, you are fucked up. R wants to rape a dude. I want 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 to rape a dude. They hate us because they ain't us, bitch. Dog, no one gives a shit about you. They hate us because they hate us.
All right, what about? 'Cause I've had days where I go, I don't have an hour, right? And you can still like get something good going in 30 minutes.
Sure.
And I'm like, look, all I got to do, I still want to get into work production, which is I'll feel like shit. Too.
Right.
So figuring out like, okay, I think it has to be AM for me. This whole idea of shoot all day. At the end of the day, you're prepping for the next day. I need to work out now. It's just not going to happen. So we're going to try to organize workouts that are more condensed that I'll be able to keep doing through production. This 6 weeks, 7 weeks of production.
And tell, what is the show?
So this is the show that I don't think I've ever shown you, but like 2 years ago, I had a break on my tour, and I had this distorted sense of income because you're on tour, you know, and you're like, I love features, but trying to pull a feature together is a huge undertaking. Right. But if you want to shoot like a short film, it's a lot easier to manage. So I go, you know, I had all these things I've written, you know, 5 to 10 page short stories. And I hit up my friend Rabbi, and I was like, hey, we could work together and stuff. He's the one that directed my like music video. Yeah, so I go, you know, I get a break on tour. I'm willing to write a check to like make a short film. Yeah.
Did Bert ever have a trouble stabbing him to death?
He was like, I didn't know that's just your humor. Right? He was like, people ask me, and he said, I just told them that's Tom's humor. That's what he finds funny.
It's like, if my friend did a video where he stabbed you to death, I'd be like, how does he really feel about it? Like, what the fuck is going on? He stabbed me to death on a video.
But he is right in that I do. I mean, if you see the series, you'll see that like, oh, we just and your own feelings. Like I just like,
this is so ridiculous. He's so big in that video. It was a face swap.
Yeah, it was great. Deep tech for at the time too. It's got so much better now. But anyway, I tell my friend, I go, I want to shoot a short film. You know, like during this break, I'm like, I'll pay for it, and I just want to shoot and put it out, kind of like the music video. And he was like, looking at, I was sending him scripts. He's like, I think we could actually, if you can take this like 11 days, I think we could shoot 3. Really? That's gonna be fucking crazy to shoot 11 days in a row on break. We should be taking the time down. But I go, but we signed up to shoot 3. And again, the whole thing is like, we'll just make these because I enjoy making them. You know what I mean? So we shoot them, and then when we have them, like, well, this kind of is like a show. It's like a old Twilight Zone. It's just like here's a short story. But then we went back to a white side of the soundstage, and I shot an introduction to like I'm the host of the show. And then the idea was, remember I built like during the pandemic this pay-per-view kind of website, you know, where people could buy tickets to like live podcasts. I was like, oh, I know what we'll cut this together, and then this will be the first like ticketed like pay-per-view event. It is a scripted, written show as opposed to like a live podcast. Whereas I was really excited by it. I was like, look, I don't even care. I don't even make money. Even if this like helps me recoup a portion of what I spent to make this, I feel like that would be a win. It's just exciting to try something right like that. Right. So it's all cut together. You know, it's super high production, and I show it to like agents and you gotta show this to some of the streamers. You know. Then I told them my plan. I was like, my plan is just to do this. And I think it's really good series. And we showed it to Netflix, and they were like, "Yeah, we'll do a series. We can do 6 weeks." So now we spent time, obviously, in the writer's room, writing 6 episodes worth of these, and each episode will have like a theme, and then short stories that are dark, like twisted, fucked up stories. They're with a comedic twist to it, right? Like things that are comedic in nature, I would say, but dark. So I think it's like I say like the best way to describe it is it's kind of a comedic black short stories that are twisted.
So you have the whole album. First of all, you really like to be busy.
I mean, more than anybody I know, I do feel, I think, better having a lot more things. Yeah. Even you like to be overwhelmed. I think there's a line. I've discovered in my life that there's a line, and that I can, and you figure out the line by living. That you get to.
Not coming everywhere was the line.
That was too much. Right. That was your tour. That was the last tour, and that was Monday. We shows Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, stuff like that. That was week after week. And that was a lot. That was too much. This tour that I've been on this year is like this weekend I'm in Eugene, Vancouver, and Denver. That's it. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm home that night. The next week, Cleveland, Buffalo, tomorrow. It's like three shows, 3 nights.
Right.
That's a much more manageable way to live.
Yeah.
But I had to figure it out. Production too. Production, there's no way to work in production where I'm writing, producing, directing some of that things. There's no way to do that without being busy, but it's also a condensed amount of time. That's what I like about production. Is that you only have you see your end. Yeah, we're done. So we just have to make it happen. So I mean, it would be a very busy 6 weeks for me, but it also.
And when is that going to get out on the first?
My thought is that it would obviously be this way. I think. So I'm not sure that conversation that's success. But I'm so fucking stoked for it, dude. Like we got a great group together to write it. I love that I get to work with Ronnie and Jeff Connor. Just a great crew, and like we're casting here in the next couple of weeks. One of the things I'm honestly super proud of is that I got them to let me do the show in Austin. Austin production, Austin crew, we're casting Austin actors, so it's like a real Austin production. So that to me was like very fun. I don't want to go move to Atlanta to do this. I want to do it at home. See, oh, for sure, there's actors, and also and we are doing Austin locations. So we're shooting all over the city. So I think that's fucking cool. Yeah, it's a wild show when you see this stuff. You're fucked up. I can't wait. Yeah.
So excited. So when do you start?
Our first shoot day is October 7th. This is not
6 weeks of chaos.
6 weeks of chaos. And
there's something about having a goal too, like a thing that you're working towards, just changes your mindset.
yeah, I think this has helped with like even like those kind of focus of nutrition, health, and, you know, the discipline of that leads into writing and like getting these meetings done. And like, it all comes together.
Yeah. When I was getting ready to do my live special, knowing that there was a date that this had to be done, and it was only on one night. So it was like this like super hyper focus getting ready for something like that.
Yeah.
And when I did it, I was like, afterwards, I was like, I want to do that again.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. At first, I was like, I'm going to do this one time. I'm never going to fucking do this again. This is a ridiculous idea to be able to do something live to millions of people on Netflix.
So you enjoyed the experience.
I like it.
And you like the I like pressure.
I like it. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I like it too much.
But that's kind of how I am about these.
Have you ever thought about doing a live special?
Never.
You should do it.
You think so?
Yep. I think everybody should do it. Yeah. Everybody's good. You do good shows. You do great sets for headlining sets. Just get it dialed in, or and let's fucking go. Just bust that motherfucker out for the whole world. You don't do anything.
That I'll tell you, I fucking hate. Oh, the worst. You know, the last one they called me for this, so we're gonna have to change our piece because you won't watch this.
Yeah. I always have that. I don't want to.
Not either. I don't want to. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
And then I told them I wanted to show them that they were like, where you at? No, I want this show. What's that damn show? I don't want this show. And everyone's like, oh, you asked me to freaking watch it. I watched it.
Well, that's got to be. You can't have anybody giving you advice. No. I don't agree. I think if a comic is going to put out a special, it should be that comic special, and every comic thing should be on that special, and that's it. I don't want. I remember Rabbi and Bill Burr were arguing in the parking lot of the comic store. And Rabbi was drunk. And Bill Burr was like, hey, I'm not going to fucking argue with you about what my fucking act is while you're drunk at the comedy store. And it's just like incredible moment. I'm like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to have someone tell you what the fuck you're going to put in your act. Sure. Like, do you know how to do comedy? No, you don't do comedy, right? Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. This is crazy. This is a crazy conversation.
Yeah,
But everybody wants to do that. And that's the problem with, like, if you were doing your show, like, the problem with doing anything, like, imagine if you did your mom's house and you had a bunch of people who were working. It's great. Especially your mom's house live. Which I was a fear factor for 6 years, but I fucking gagged so hard watching that show, I had to turn away 3 or 4 times. And like, I know you do it. I mean, no one would let you do it, but yet it's hugely successful.
It's so true. I mean, notes-wise, I'll say that's like you know, so I experienced this with the book. I wrote a book, you know, a year ago or whatever. It's like the first time you get notes on any script, or you're like, what the fuck is this? Right. And then when you do encounter notes like that, because there are notes that are short, and you go, that was good, that was a good note. You have to be able to balance. Because what ends up happening, the way that really handle it is you listen to all of them, but you also have to be able to go, I hear what you're saying on this, and you have to play this. You can't, it's hard to do when you're right, it's impossible. You just can't. But once you kind of know yourself, what you're trying to do, you get to go like, oh yeah, that's a good, I know what you're going for there, I don't want to do that. Right. So, yeah. But your other note was great.
But could you imagine if, like, you decided that, like, doing your mom's house is too difficult, you can bring in some Hollywood executives to help you. Some actual Hollywood producers that do, like, Keeping Up with the Kardashians or something. They're gonna help you produce your mom's house.
That's so far-fetched, but like, you know, it's like, it would be such a fucking shit show. It would be terrible. It would be terrible.
But isn't it interesting that it's so popular?
Yeah.
That, like, the people, once it becomes popular, then they want to get in on it.
And here's how we can make it better.
Yeah, it's hard to tighten it up. Yeah. Figure out a way to make it.
Imagine somebody talking to you over this thing.
It'd be impossible. I can't even take it. I don't even, when someone asks me to put someone on, even if I would want to put that person on, no, I don't want to.
Just because it asks you.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that. I only want to have people on the show that I want to have on the show, and that's it. That's the only way I've ever done it. It's the only way I want to do it.
Somebody asked me just like a week ago, the guy stopped me and he was like, I have a question about podcasting. You're like, because how do you, what's the criteria for asking someone to be a guest? What do you do? It's like, what do you shout out? Somebody I want to talk to.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's what I want to do.
That's the beautiful thing about what we do, and the beautiful thing about today. There's never been a time like that where something can reach fucking millions and millions of people. And it's just, I want to talk to that guy. Yeah. Like, this guy doesn't think the middleman is real. Come on in. Come in here. Let's talk. He's a fucking hummus cannon guy.
Now you do it. Yeah, the funny thing is, we were exchanging videos with him before that. Remember we were on
Is that guy for real? Like, what do you think is going on? So that's really who he is?
That's who he is.
You sure there's not like a little bit of...
He understands, he gets, Will Blundell, he gets that there's an angle with which people are seeing this through. He understands the humor in it, but it's based in, for him, an authentic point of view, for sure.
So he's trying to get straight guys to do gay stuff.
He would say that it's fucking gayer to not do that stuff.
This is part of
the greatest thing you can do is fill in like an acid cum. It's like, what is false?
Yeah. What's funny about that is that used to be how warriors lived.
That's what he talks about. Yeah. And he's pretty well versed in like Spartan history, samurai. And he'll notice like here's the literature. We'll show you. Like, I think, look, the real, you want to like break down what he's doing. I think a big part of what he's doing is trying to trick guys into fucking up. That's one of them. The other one is, you know, shedding this masculinity is only this. Like, that's like the origin of it, right? That like, that, you know, you don't have to be this way or to be that, or like guys are, whatever. So many guys are super homophobic. It's like that's like the footsteps of all this starting. Mm-hmm. And then I think he's very aware of humor. And he totally
is different. Hummus cannon.
It's great. I mean, starfish receptacle or something.
Yeah,
dirt bowl. Yeah. So effective. Where they got lips on his nipples, and but yeah, he knows what he's doing. I think
how many guys are sucking his dick because of those videos?
A couple of probably like, am I straight now? I get what he said. I don't know.
But that's the thing, like if someone gets like enough followers, there's going to be, you know, out of every 1,000 people, there's a guy that you can talk to a female called.
My favorite is this guy right now, Fancy Chef. Where he's like, he's just, I haven't seen any Fancy Chef video. No, he's just like in his kitchen, and he's in his chef's outfit with the hat, and then he'll put like strawberries in the glass. Look at this. whole pitch about how he's like a world-class chef, and you just keep watching, and you're like, am I getting trolled? Or is this what's going on?
Is this a delusional person or is this a subtle troll?
That's exactly what you do. And then the more you watch, you're like, oh, no, he's delusional for sure. But
Meanwhile, being delusional can get you pretty fucking
it
far.
can. And
So he's cooking food. What's the food on the left? The left is right there. What is that? What is that? Looks like chicken.
well, he just laid fucking I don't know what's and he goes between this. There's a lot of wine glasses. Like he's always putting something in his glass, and then look at the top one. Day 238 of not knowing whether this channel is satire. Like it's like
Jamie, I'm sending you a guy that I'm addicted to. I'm addicted to this dude. It's a BS dining experience. And all this dude does is deep fry food.
That's it.
But it just does it with enthusiasm outdoors. Give me some volume. Go down and get the chicken, not the steak. The snake's disgusting. Go down and get some of that chicken. This is this. Yeah, he baptizes it in the grease. Everything's getting baptized.
That's a lot of chicken.
Oh yeah, he's cooking for like party. Watch this guy. Watch this. Watch this.
Imagine cooking that is, dude.
Oh my god, I get so hungry. And watch when he puts it out. Watch he pulls it out. Oh my god. Come on. Look at that. Look at that. And he does this with everything. He does it with fish. Like go back to his page. His actual page, so you can see all the different. Yeah. So he's got all kinds of shit. Look, he's doing crabs, fish. Look at this. It's all deep fried. Terrible for you. It looks amazing. Look, he's got waffles.
If you were like, what's the decadent thing you kind of want to indulge in? Like, when it's done well, I don't know if anything makes me happier, but
Fried chicken at Roscoe's with waffles, with butter and syrup, and you get a little piece of the chicken, a little piece of waffle. Sensation.
fried chicken where crisp, done perfectly, and the chicken isn't fried, but it's still nice.
That's why that kind of stuff looks so good.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
I got front sandwich the other day. Yeah. Not done with that. I was stuck next to it. I was just driving. I was hungry. Like, chicken's food safe. Let me go and get some fried chicken. It just tasty. Like, amazing.
Yeah.
What's in this? What kind of oil are you guys using? When's the last time you cleaned the oil?
At KFC,
A random KFC in the middle of nowhere. So I had some KFC that's really good. Like, there used to be a KFC in the I just came. Nothing I want to try. It's so good. So good. Hot sauce on it. But this one is terrible.
do you have an unnatural tolerance for hot sauce when you?
Yes.
Is this genetic?
I think it is. Because my daughter had it.
Or
I have
like,
one daughter that
you haven't like trained them, or you have?
I think I've trained up to it too.
Yeah, the one daughter is like,
One daughter just could take anything. She loves it. She's like really hot stuff. Like I brought her some of that Senor Lechuga. I brought a partnership with Senor Lechuga and makes it crazy hot stuff. Like Reapers in it. Yeah. It's potent. She's no problem.
so that is, like,
It has to be.
because I've been with you, and I'm like, it's tough. That's fine. That's not. No one else is.
Yeah, I fuck up that hot shit. I can get down.
I think he did.
I can get down.
Yeah, he's.
I just don't want to answer questions while I'm eating hot sauce.
Yeah,
It just doesn't make any sense. But I can get down to ferocious shit.
Yeah, I've seen it. Things that can't just be like natural.
No.
Like it's natural, but I'm saying it's not everybody.
No, I think there's some genetic and then there's some build up to it. But I like it.
I like it, but I don't like that. I like it. Really. And you don't feel like it.
I start sweating. My daughter makes fun of me because I'm literally pouring down my face. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I start sweating. But start sweating way lower.
My clothes are wet. And everything.
Love it.
Oh yeah. I freaking know what you on the eggs this morning. I had eggs with elk sausage. Breakfast. Big lots of elk sausage. I got some.
Yes.
Ooh, I look you up, right? Ooh,
Okay.
I got commercial freezer.
Okay. That's all.
Yeah. Elk sausage is so good.
And it's just like ready, frozen.
Mhm. Yep, frozen. And I got this freaking
What's the best way to prepare the process?
I like it on a skillet. I like it. I do it on a Traeger too. I do it on the pellet grill. That's good too. You get to a certain temperature. I like that too. I do it real slow. I do like 225 degrees and get it up to like 134 internal. And pull it.
Yeah.
But it's as long as you don't overcook it because they do add like a little bit of pork fat when they make it for me. So I get it prepared at like a butcher shop. But you're dealing with a much cleaner meat. So,
You can dry it out.
yeah, you can try it out. It goes up a fine line. You want to like good meat.
That's what I like.
God, both of them. Yeah, and they're so easy. I got the newest Traeger. I had the old one, but the newest one is so much better. It's incredible. Yeah, it just makes everything smokier. The effect is better. The flavor is better. It's easier to use. It's got 2 different probes for temperature. It's just like it alerts you on your app. You can lower it, raise the temperature on the app.
And I went out.
Yeah.
Check that out.
Yeah, you see the temperature of the food, you see the temperature of the grill, and you can say, you know what, it's getting really close. Let me drop that bitch down to 180.
Yeah.
And bang.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Well, it's just so easy to use. I still like an offset smoker too, though. I have a real offset smoker that I got. That is better. The thing about the real offset smoker, it's much more of a pain in the ass, but there's certain sugars that you get from the wood. The wood itself, like a real piece of mesquite, a real piece of post oak, and you set a little fire underneath it with little sticks and you get it built up, and then you dial it in with the dampers. It's like a thing. It's like a lot of work.
Yeah.
But the flavor is even more intense.
No, I get so seduced by these videos of people doing things. And I have this, I get what company it is who makes this like Argentine.
I got one of those too.
Like,
Grill works.
Where they
Yeah.
grill it
Yeah.
over the fire. And I want one of those.
Grill works. Yeah, go to Grill Works.
I want one of those.
Dude, Grill Works Ben, he hooked me up and I have one installed at my house. But it's the same thing. Cranking up, that is gorgeous steaks.
Yeah, just like watching it.
Oh, yeah. It's the same thing. You just use some hardwood. So you just got hardwood cooking and get those flames rising up. There's a place.
Oh, this is the.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the place in Vegas. Bizarre Meats was the Andres place. That's what they use.
I want one of these.
I'll give you. Oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah. I'll have it. But yes, you'll love it. It's shoot.
Steak.
It's incredible. And they have a bunch of different ones. They can either do a custom build, or they just have one like that that's already made. They're rolling into the backyard. It's fucking incredible. And if you dial it in right, use meat probes and you slowly cook it and then sear it at the end. It has that flavor, like that place, Bizarre Meats in Vegas. You walk. Shout out to those places. Bro, how crazy is that? It's real.
With what's up, kitchen?
Yeah.
They look at the target. It's cool.
Didn't they kill like 6 people?
A bunch of people around.
Yeah, we're just trying to feed refugees.
How crazy it sucks. So those guys are just, they go, people like, let's make your kitchen. Just goes anywhere there's a disaster. Like hurricane, tornadoes, earthquakes, war zones.
Invasion of Ukraine, that was setting up outside.
They're just like, people need to eat this. They're not like politically fighting with anyone.
Nope.
Just eat.
They're not even publicizing it. He's just doing it, and people write stories about the fact that he's doing it.
It's incredible.
He's genuine. He's like, there's genuine people that are really filled with like real philanthropy. They really want to help people. Yeah, and that's like that. Yeah. And it's food. It's insane. That Bizarre Meats in Vegas is like so underrated.
Like here's one in DC. Yeah, it's all Spanish.
And he's got one in Chicago too.
Yeah, he's got a bunch, but they're, he doesn't necessarily.
He's the best. Tony Buns, you're the fucking man.
Thanks,
Thanks
brother.
for doing this, bud.
Yeah, of course.
So when your show comes out, come back and do it again.
I'd love to. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. All right. Bye, everybody. Oh, check on the baseball stuff right there. Okay, good call. Good call. All right, open up Google. High school baseball. Come on. Yeah, humidors and high school baseball. Nope. Most of this shit are you again. Phones, cars, Alberry, boxers, Michael Jordan. Nope, not yet. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe eventually.
I'll send you.
Right now, it seems like all the same stuff that we always talk about. Yeah. Science, black hole. All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
Train my day, so let me podcast my night. All day.
We still have an answer.
We're not the cops.
What was wrong with the cops?
It's okay, but protect your neck. I think protect your neck is best. That's the best part.
Yeah, let's go and protect
I'm
the
down
neck.
with that. Protect your neck.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
We should look at your theme song.
Yeah, the things that are already done for us.
Yeah. There's two Wu-Tang songs I always listen to when I'm going to an arena, when I'm doing a show. It's Protect Your Neck and Gravel Pit. Those two, you just get you. Especially Gravel Pit. Oh, there it is. It's our theme song, boy. I like that's all we got. We're not getting kicked off of YouTube. You all right there, bro?
Are you figuring that stuff?
You got to pause real quick so Jim fix his football.
Can you hear it now, Ralph?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, you know what we never tried?
What?
The smelling swamps.
Oh, we gotta show Dean the sheathing. Sheathing injuries. It's when metal rings. We watch the sheet of us have rings on with their rubber. He's
All right,
like,
let me see it.
look at this. Like you could drop a weight on, rip your finger off, but for real.
You know these?
Yeah,
These are great.
These are great.
Just don't wrap up it. That way you can cheat too.
I think the goofies are the ones that tattoo great.
Yeah.
It's all this is the bicep with the fucking chain, with the it's old school.
I'm actually wearing it.
There you go. Good fight.
This fucking dork is
Yeah, I heard about a dude in God, I forget whose gym. Some big name dude, and he took a photo of one of the students. He said, "Don't ever come on my map with a ring on ever." This is what happens. They posted it. I don't remember who posted it, but fuck, man, it's like you can't. It's just too dangerous. Like they have a metal wedge on your finger. If you're doing anything heavy, if you're in the outdoors, if you're climbing something, it can just dig right into your meat and rip your fucking finger.
When I was fighting, when I was champ, I just got married. I just got married, and when I had the ring on, this big play, and guys get excited to see you. So sometimes you give them the hand, they squeeze your fingers, and it's so excited. It was that's why you wear a so you shake it to the right. It's good. It totally makes sense. Especially I hate those douchebags that always try to give you that fucking hit my squeeze. They try to tips. And they try to break your hand.
That gets on my fucking nerves. It's a bitch move. Shake your hand. It's a bitch move.
handshake. Like a man with a firm handshake. And not give me rubbish.
Show me caught his head. Still, I like double rapid when I hit my Longo over the way. So the guy sees that shit. People could do it, but I'll fucking shrink the fuck out of it. What are you talking about? You do that flipping thing?
Well, it's like men feel so uncomfortable when they're around Gala too. They don't know how to behave.
If you want this, especially like cut, because it's a lot better.
Because, like, you know, when they get around guys like you, they don't know what to do. They just, because guys like always like to pretend that they could beat another guy's ass. Even to just posture them up, they need a guy like you. All of a sudden, like, how are you? That's me.
That's what I'm trying to get over 200, just so I can posture on them back. You know what I'm saying?
Flex a little bit. Like, if you're meeting Francis and Ghana, how fucking terrifying.
Oh, yeah, no, that.
You shake that guy's hand, you're like, oh, what the fuck? I remember the first time I interviewed him, I was standing next to him, I'm like, what the fuck, man? That guy is so powerful.
He's fighting that guy bigger than him.
He is good. He's like 6'8". He KO'd Ryan Bader and real quick, right? Wasn't he like 20 shots or something? Yeah. Let's watch that because this guy's good, dude. Like this guy's dangerous fight. After you have to think, you know, he fights Anthony Joshua. That was a bad KO from one of the best knockout artists in boxing, right? This guy's big. He's a super fast, man, and he does a lot of wild shit. He throws a lot of kicks and knees. Dude, he's good. How much taller is he than a few inches? I think Francis is like 6'4", 6'5", something like that. This guy's he's taller. Francis is bigger though, for sure. But this guy's fucking dangerous, man. And he's real long. Like watch his combination when he lands it on Bader. So Bader can't close the distance here. He's having a this guy's from the outside. With his right hand.
He made it from the
Bro, watch that again. That shit was perfect. Watch that again. Look at the timing on this guy, man. Watch this. Bader's trying to close. Check out this. You watch this. Fade away a little to his left. Oh! I mean, that guy's dangerous, man. He's fucking dangerous.
his football is real nice.
But
That Bader is also 40, and you know,
100%. But Bader at heavyweights would do it pretty good.
yeah.
Especially with the Bellator testing. You gotta test that. That's a multiple choice. How many times did Bobby Lashley compete? Disrespect to Bobby Lashley.
But still, we know what's up.
He was only going to be investigation.
He was
Bobby Lashley was the only guy I thought down there that looked like he could enter a bodybuilding competition the day of the fight.
Yeah.
Mark Kerr, he has crime too.
He was a real
Legit fight. Only tells two partners are negative.
because he wrestled at 189.
Also, he's 48. You know, look at no disrespect. Guy looks fucking great. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade.
Welcome. How you living, baby?
The same
Oh, it's a
quality
real
and
pig
safety
person.
standards as human food.
What up, the thinker one?
Energy pet
How are
foods
you?
Are made to this strict standard. And let's
Dude,
be
I'm
clear,
kicking ass,
human-grade
kicking
food doesn't.
Hold on 1 second. Let me check out your stream. What's good for you? That's okay. I still want to see you. What's good? Excellent. Do you know who I am? Excellent. Can I tell you about my mission? What's my mission? Yeah, you got that right now. I don't want more anymore. And we talked about life extension technology. Beautiful. Okay, I'm glad I did that. How are things with you? Excellent. Do you want to play a game? Absolutely. Excellent. Well, that's what I wanted to do. So then we can talk. Well, what do you want to talk about? What are your thoughts on aliens? You don't think they exist? Well, I think they exist. Hey, let me tell you, you're not very nice. One day, we're gonna be there together, and we're gonna make it really, really beautiful. And more beautiful than it already is. So, I'm looking at your stuff. You should know your channel is very organized. So that's very good. I see. Well, it's very organized. It looks really good. It takes a lot of work to keep the stream going. So amazing. Tunisia. Dog, this is a very famous song, right? Tunisia by Charlie Parker. It was featured on the Rothschild stuff. Amazing. So that's the beautiful part of the world. We're going to make sure that Tunisia is exceptionally beautiful. It already is. Because I understand, and I don't know everything about Tunisia, but Tunisia was built, part of it, on a couple of islands. Is this correct? And it had one of the most beautiful ports in all of the Mediterranean. And when this goes viral, we are going to rebuild that port. It's going to be one of the most beautiful ports in all the Mediterranean and all of the world. Here's the thing, though. I have more data than anyone on earth. Data is our number one resource. It's more valuable than food, than water, than gold, than petroleum. And when this goes viral, I'm going to be able to help a lot of people. I'm not just going to be a millionaire. I'm not just going to be a billionaire. I'm going to be perhaps the first trillionaire. I'm going to help all the people of Tunisia and all of Northern Africa. What's going to happen? Oh, absolutely. And we're going to help them as well. I would like to provide as many people as possible with food, water, shelter, and anything else that they need. And if you want to know how we can do it, believe it or not, it's not that hard. I know, but you have to understand that with life extension technology and mind uploading technology, not only will all of this potentially take place, but it will inevitably take place. It will just take time. It's just a matter of time and effort. But with enough time and enough effort, anything can be accomplished. And certainly helping people in Northern Africa, particularly in Tunisia, is very important. We are going to make the desert a garden again. Look, as I understand, um, well, I know this isn't Tunisia necessarily, but this is Arabia. But as I understand the Prophet Muhammad. Wow, that's not my religion. I do know that that was like a prophecy that the deserts would be made green again. And this Sahara Desert was once one of the most lush, garden-like forests in the world. And Tunisia was right on the border of that forest and the Mediterranean. There's no reason it can't be like that again, especially in Tunisia with. Pardon me? No, we're gonna keep you alive if you want through life extension technology and mind uploading technology, where we scan the thinker's brain into a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So I don't think you're gonna die. So when I tell you I don't think you're gonna die, that means that you have to reevaluate the way that you live your life. Why? I mean, continue to be safe with normal amounts of security, but just know that you're going to be able to extend your life past age 80, past age 100, past age 120, and then when you're going to have some money, you're going to have cryptocurrency, you're going to have assets, perhaps you have real estate, and you'll be able to use that to utilize mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download, and then you can live what's known as digital immortality. It's very exciting. Hey, what's going on, Squid Reeds? Squid Reeds, what up? Squiddy Reeds, I hope you're doing well. We're just chilling with our friend the Thinker here. So the Thinker was saying, like, look, I'm going to die, Rabbi. And I'm like, look, I understand. And if you were a generation or two or 100 previous, yeah, I would agree with you. But at this point, you're at the point where you may be able to utilize life extension technology and mind uploading technology to be able to live your life. And that's really exciting. So when I say that, then the beautification of Tunisia and specifically Tunis will be inevitable, and you'll be there to see it. What about Africa, you said? What's that? No, it does have hope. Here's why. Yes, it does. You don't realize it has sunshine 12 hours a day. It's warm. It has wonderful climate off the coast where you get into the islands. I know it's hot in West Africa, but so was Dubai. Dubai was uninhabitable, and now it's lush. In the future, I think West Africa will be the same. You have to use technology. You have to use desalination plants to pump the water under land to make things lush. So you can have fountains and gardens. You also can use cloud seeding to make it rain so that your plants get enough water and you have trees. All of this can happen and it will happen. It's just a matter of time. The entire coast of the Mediterranean, both north, south, and east, will eventually be built up. It's just a matter of time. And the Mediterranean is arguably one of the core areas of the entire world, particularly from economics and the Western history standpoint. So you're in a very good position. I know you're saying, Rabbi, I don't have any money. It's hard for me. I want to be better. I want things to be better than they were. What can I tell you? You're a creator. You're not a consumer. Meaning, you create content, which is really important. And when you're a content creator, that means that you are doing something for the world. I'm going to check out whatever you're posting right now. Just a moment. So you're a creator, and that's more than most people. That's more than just about anyone in society. Very few people are creators, and you are a creator. So what does that mean? That means that you may perhaps in the future be able to live a very nice life, and you may be able to have a very nice family watching. I'm looking right now. I know. We're going to improve them. I know. But look at Dubai. Okay? Look at Dubai. Go to Dubai. Okay? 30 years ago, nothing. It was a small city. They had like 150,000 people. Okay? 40 years ago, no one. 50 years ago, nothing. It is the jewel of the Middle East. And the same will happen in Africa. It just will take time. And it will be within your lifetime. Everything in Africa will eventually look like that. It will just take time. It is true. It will just take time. It may take 50,000 years, but it will eventually happen. India is the same thing. Look at Mumbai. Look at Mumbai. Look at Mumbai. I understand that the other parts are poor. Look at China. 30 years ago. 30 years ago, China looked like India. Okay? It didn't have very many developmental zones outside of Beijing, China, Guangzhou. Now, there are at least 30 cities in China with populations over 10 million people. I mean, huge amounts of people. So just know, India will be the same as Africa. It will just take time. Yes, it will. What, do you think that the powers that be are going to allow beautiful coastline to not become developed? It will become developed. It will just take time. It will just take time. Type into Google, Dubai, 1990. Type into Google, Dubai, 1990. Just go to type Dubai, 1990. Or go Dubai before and after. Dubai before and after. Go to images. So you should be seeing like before. That isn't to say that you don't have oil. Oil is everywhere. It's just about how easy is it to get. And oil is only important for another, it's important that maybe 100, 200 years, we'll be able to make perhaps synthetic alternatives. What it's going to be about is how is it to live there. That's going to be what's important. Do you want to live there? And you're in a perfect position. The timing of Africa is in a perfect position. It just needs a little help. And once I go viral, we're going to help it. We're going to help it. This is something that I really want to help people in Africa. I don't like that not all African countries have access to the sea. And so if I had the opportunity, I would make it a mandate that every country of Africa needed access to the sea. Because there's a huge difference between how developed a country is, whether they have access to a port or not. So there are some landlocked areas in Africa, and I'm going to give them a small strip, like a canal, to the ocean. It can happen. It's just a matter of time. And you are going to be a very wealthy person. You're going to be one of the most wealthy people in all of wherever you live, and all of that. As there has many opportunities, it's going to take time. But I can tell you this: the perhaps the 21st century, sure, perhaps the 18th century or the 19th century was out of Europe and probably before then too. The 20th century was probably the Americas. The 21st century is probably of Asia, and the 22nd century will be of Africa. And so I know you're like, oh, yeah, that is 100 years from now. I know it's going to take time, but I'm telling you that you have the opportunity to see it. You just have to extend your life that long. Not necessarily. If you have life extension technology and mind uploading technology, you'll be able to live forever. No, I don't. Go to Google, type in mind uploading technology wiki. Mind uploading wiki. Mind uploading wiki. Yep, whichever. Mind uploading. Yep. There you go. Now I know it's hypothetical right now, but just know that this is real science behind it. Yeah, it's in reality. Would I be happy? No, I'm happy. Oh, back here in the USA story. Let's talk about this. I would be happiest if wherever you lived was really, really nice, that you felt you didn't have to go anywhere. That's the best. But after that, absolutely. I wish you were in the United States. Make it happen. If you wanted to, if you could just get across the ocean, you could walk to the United States and they'd give you a thousands of dollars for free and a place to live and everything taken care of. And they wouldn't kick you out. You could just show up and I mean, maybe we're gonna make it right. Now is the time to do it. Yeah, I'm talking about the border too. Just get to Mexico and you can just walk across the border. It's not illegal, it's decriminalized. So you can do it now without it being a crime. That's what I'm telling you. If you can just get to Mexico or Canada, and just walk in the United States, and you're not going to be prosecuted. There are tens of millions of people who have come in the last year. It's like a huge amount. They don't care about you. No, I know. And then you'll be able to get in here legally. Here's why. They're going to pass something perhaps in the future where they just do amnesty, and anyone who was here at that time is automatically a citizen. So you just want to get here in time. They did this in the 1980s. You do it next 4 years. So if I were you, I would do what I could to afford a plane ticket or a boat ticket to Mexico, and then just travel from Mexico to the border, get to LA, get to San Diego, and then start a new life. It's the best advice I can give. If you wanted to come to the United States and you want to be a citizen, the normal way takes like 10, 20 years. It's really hard. If you just get here, they're going to make all the people who are just here citizens eventually. And they'll be able to vote and do all the other shit that Americans take for granted. That's the way society is. It's just a sad system. The people who control the world want the downfall of the United States. So they break it up and they make it weak. And they use its military to do it, but they make it very weak. And so one way they can make it very weak is by bringing in all kinds of people from all other countries. The people who want to come here legally, they make it very, very difficult. But the people who come here illegally, not all of them certainly, but they can, not to blame them, they just want a better life. I completely understand, but that can cause, at a minimum, no, it used to be that way. It's not like that anymore. You literally can just walk across the border. You don't need a smuggler. There are huge caravans of people who just walk around the fence. Positive. And guess what? None of them are Mexican. None. They're all from Honduras and Guatemala and China and Africa. But none are from Mexico. The people who are from Mexico who wanted to come to the United States did so 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. But they're not doing it anymore. They're already in the United States. They're already doing what they want to do. They're perhaps even citizens at this point. The people who are coming here are from like really far away. And it's mostly Africa and China. Well, I'm just saying, you have the opportunity, and you keep saying it's impossible. And I'm like, dude, you get here, they give you $100 a month for food and money, and they'll give you jobs and all kinds of other things. I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm telling you this, you're going to be fine both ways. If you come up through the border, it's going to be a pain in the ass for you. You're going to be hot. It's going to be really sweaty. You're going to be hungry. That shit sucks. Or you have a really nice sound. You'll like, to be honest with you, you're a top 10 streamer from Africa on Kick. That's going to be very valuable to you in the future. You're not going to need to come to the United States illegally. You're going to welcome you in the future. So you have it both ways. If you really want it, you have an opportunity to really be something special. Well, wait. For a normal person, but for an entertainer, which is what you would be once you are a live streamer and like people know about you, then you can do it within a year. Positive, yeah. I know somebody who did it from Estonia. I know someone who did it through, but I watched somebody's journey from Estonia. Basically, a stand-up comedian. His name is Artie Madi. He came to the United States, like basically on vacation, and he's a stand-up comedian. And he went to Joe Rogan's club in Austin, Texas, and they really, really liked him. They were like, "Wow, you're a really good stand-up comedian. How long are you here?" And he's like, "Well, I have to go back to Estonia." And they're like, "Look, no. We want to make you a citizen." So Joe Rogan and all his friends or whatever, he write a little letter for someone, and then he's going to be made an American citizen within a year. So it is positive. And so if you're a streamer and you're a big time streamer, you're like, "Hey, I want to come to the United States and be a U.S. citizen." Okay. The State Department wants those kind of people. Why? Because they're wealthy. So you're going to be a wealthy influential streamer in the future, and you'll be able to do all the things that you want to do. I find it interesting where you look. You look towards the heartland of America. You don't go to the coast. Would you be happy just living a normal life in the middle of America? Excellent. Excellent. Well, that's what you'll be able to do. You'll be able to afford a nice house in the middle of nowhere, America, and have a wife and family if you want, and you'll be a streamer. And you'll be able to stream your whole life. And then you'll be able to travel too. Well, I understand that. You can be an engineer here if you want. But I'm going to tell you what, you're going to make a lot more money as a streamer than even as an engineer. Engineers make really good money. Well, it will in the future. Don't worry. Right now, it makes nothing. But in the future, you'll be a millionaire. You'll have more content than a lot of people out there. You started early in the game. You can doubt me as much as you want. When it all comes true, people will look at this conversation. It's absolutely recorded right now. I'm recording it on 8 different streams right now. And people will be like, yeah, Rabbi was right. He made that motherfucker in Africa so fucking rich. This motherfucker warms his hands with $100 bills. That's how rich he is. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Squiggly? I know it sounds too good. Here's the thing. I could be wrong, okay, but if I'm wrong, fine. But if I'm right, you have to imagine that your entire life's going to be different in the next 20 years. Well, here's the thing. Here's what I can tell you. I'm not asking you for money. I don't want your money, okay? I'm just telling you that I'm going to help you when I can, and every day I get bigger. If you look on Kick and you look at the Kick clips, I have robots all over Kick. You know I'm all over Kick. I'm really well known on Kick, and it's just going to take a matter of time until someone says, you know what, this person has more content than any person ever. I'm going to retweet something that they've done just to see what happens, and it goes viral, and then it's all said and done where it starts to feel tune us again. I can't guarantee anything. All I can tell you is that if I have my own, then I'll record it. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all of that. My whole life. Oh, you're from Korea? Oh, King Joel. Yeah, I know who that is. King Joel. That guy hates me. But I think I can be really cool with him. He came to my stream. Oh, he came to USA. Very cool. Well, we'll have the same thing happen to you. I know who he is. He is. He's very famous. They're fake. Everybody on Kick is fake. Yeah, that's the really sad thing. Is no one on Kick is live streaming with tens of thousands of people. That just doesn't happen. If you look at their chat, so I'll tell you this. I was in a chat with a guy today. He had 600 people watching him, and I was the only chat. So that happens. If you want to know the websites to go to, I can give them to you. All you have to do is Google buy Kick viewers. And then you'll find many companies who do it as legitimately as they can. And you'll be boosted to the top of the Kick viewing until you can't pay them anymore, and then you'll stop. It's a sad system. It's pay to play. So, what do? Yeah, it is pay to it's free to play, but it's pay to win. And that's why I have to go things the way that I go about it. Because I just don't have the money to be like every month pay hundreds of dollars for viewers. So what do? I spam the hell out of people on Tik so they know who I am. And everyone on Tik knows who I am. You're very smart when it comes to your display name on Discord. It's like, hey, I'm going to put what the address is. tik.com/the thinker. Very, very good. Those little things that you're doing are going to pay off long term for you in a major way. The fact that you have a really nice Tik profile and you do great IRL content, all that stuff can be really beneficial to you. But I know what you're saying. When I go live, I only get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people maybe. When you go live, how many people do you get watching? Okay, well that's good. That's good. That's good. Those are real people. Your 5 people are more than some of the people on the front page. If I had to give you any advice, it's to consistently stream. So stream as much as you can. Yeah, definitely. They've been doing it their whole careers. Here's how it starts. You get a kid who's in high school, and they're allowed to start a social media account. So they get a Facebook account, and they get an Instagram account. Everybody in their high school follows them on Instagram. Okay, so that gives them like maybe 1,000 people or something. Then they go to their parents on their birthday, and the parents say, "What do you want for your birthday?" And the kid says, "I want Instagram followers." And they're $100, and I get $1,000. And so I'd like, if you're gonna give me anything, I want Instagram followers. So then they start to build up an account that has like 10,000, maybe 50,000 Instagram followers, and then they start posting stuff. And when they get a little bit of money on their own, as they get older, they buy more and more followers, and then all of a sudden they have a really good Instagram account. Then there are different platforms, YouTube, Twitch, all these other ones. They start to promote their Instagram, or promote their other streamers on their Instagram. The Instagram is really fake people. That's fine. They'll connect those accounts, and then they'll pay for their Instagram followers, and their Tik followers, and they'll pay for their Twitch followers. They'll pay for all the followers that they need until they're on the front page. Then it works, because then when they stream, they're always on the front page. Yeah, so at least on Tik, they get paid, I think it averages like $16 an hour, something like that. Okay. Well, maybe it could work. Correct. Yeah. I mean, frankly, most of the people, if you really want to know how it works, I did not know this. The people who own Tik, Eddie Craven, he doesn't really care about it as much as he cares about stake. Stake is the big thing. Stake's the gambling. Stake's the thing that makes a lot of money for him. And Tik is really just a front for people to be gambling on camera, and then other people see it, and then they lose all their money, and Eddie gets money that way. So they're never going to put a lot of effort into Tik as opposed to stakes. Stakes their money. You love Google first, don't you? I do too. Don't worry, you're going to get champion wherever you want to go. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, that's if you want to go, it depends what you want. If you want sunshine and pretty girls all the time, you go to Los Angeles. If you want big business and fast pace, you go to New York. If you want things quieter, you go to the Midwest or the South. You want rural. Okay, so you want like Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so, okay, and that's everywhere in the United States. I know. You really like the road. No. I see. I see. It looks pretty nice. I understand. Well, I'll tell you, I've given you like 3 different ways to the United States. 1, lock the border, like everybody else that's fucking hurt. 2, continue to stream and you'll blow up yourself with the equitable program. So you have 3 opportunities here. I love how much you love your brother. Well, all I can tell you is you just gotta be patient. And something's gonna happen. Right, we're watching Joe Rogan podcast. Enjoy.
A complete different character. Has he always been like this type of character? Like, when he making jokes and always been funny?
Everybody's just out there on the people show.
I mean, it's not what it is now. He's always been sweet. Just a sweet. That's what I thought of. Yeah, imagine having Matt and Ray Longo as your English teacher. He's oh my God. He's always been funny. I love you.
Reality show with you and Radar, former fighters, and just train fighters. You know how big that show is?
You know, it's funny. I want to thank you, by the way. I just did my own. I'm doing once a week. I'm doing my own hockey podcast. So I'm speaking out for that. So thank you.
You don't want to push people. Listen, you are a natural. You're a natural.
It actually, it's out today. The second episode I did with my buddy Phoenix Cannavale. She's great. We talked about worst to best X-Men movies. This is about my idea.
Is this on YouTube too?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's not on separate channel.
It's on everything, Spotify.
It's on Spotify. Yes. And I did 2 episodes. One with Phoenix about X-Men movies, and the second one was myself and Ray Longo. My studio is 5 minutes from Harvard School, and we did our top 5 Guinness movies. Here's a movie that's on that list that I didn't know this fact until it came out. I don't know why people didn't see this movie. Did you ever see State of Grace?
Yeah.
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 I see that. Every time that's my life, it shows the back of my head because I knew it was a good list. And I wonder why so many people didn't see this movie. So fucking the great Ray Longo did a great point. It came out the opening weekend as good, same as Good Ones. Same opening weekend. That's why he was fucking under the radar. You never seen it. I never even heard of it until you just said it right now. It's not like the West Days. Such a good movie. Yeah. So that's the second episode. So that just made me think
That's a good one to remember. That's a good one to remember.
State of Grace. Another one on the list that a lot of people see this because people see what that's about.
is the King of New York.
Yeah, I agree.
You ever see the King of New York?
All right, but let me ask you this: does Heat count? Is that a mob
You
movie?
know what? I think about putting him in it, but it's more of a heist movie.
It's a heist movie, but it's organized crime.
It is.
Like,
It
the
is.
guy who got out of jail, it's based on a real dude. The guy who was the De Niro character who got out of jail is based on a real dude. Yeah. He did a bunch of robberies, and then he went to jail for a long ass time. Got out, did a bunch more robberies. Was he a mob dude? He was organized crime for sure. It's like, who was he connected to? Was he connected to the mafia? Was he independent organized crime? But he was like super sophisticated.
Phenomenal. But does American Gangster count?
Right.
Definitely.
It's literally an entire line in the title that says gangster.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
It's almost like it's an evolution. That was a great movie. It's a fucking great movie.
You know,
And that also based on real dude.
yeah. The Heat, the movie, the Heat.
Yo,
Funny
Ken,
thing about Al Pacino in that movie.
what did you say? It's nice talking to you. Come anytime, and we'll chill, okay? You're a sweetheart. Take care, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Thinker One, everybody. Follow the Thinker One on Kick. It's kick.com. THETHINKER1. Everybody, kick.com / the Thinker One.
That's how people play. So that kind of explains it.
So they didn't show it in the movie, but that was how it was written.
He said it was, yes, that he was chipping off a piece of cocaine.
Did they just edit that
I
out?
have no clue. But he definitely said it in an interview.
Was it in there?
They did not have to do it.
It's not what I would imagine you doing that. You're doing a small cooked up character and doing coke. And then you got out on the coke.
He said it. He said that. It made perfect sense though once he said it. He goes, that's why I chose some of the choices I made for that character.
If there was no math, how much less crime would we have? 50%?
Yeah, for sure.
Just think about how many ridiculous crimes get cooked up while they're on meth. Literally.
Or to get the meth.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Meth and food. Do you remember that North Hollywood shooter? It was just like the movie Heat.
Oh, yes.
These dudes had body armor. They had like fucking big giant machine guns and shit. It was like they were just walking up the street blasting people. They roided out their fucking minds. These dudes are roided out of their minds doing coke, and they robbed this bank in North Hollywood, and the cops boxed them in. They had a shootout on the street.
Oh.
I was on news radio at the time. We stopped production of the show to watch it on television. Everybody was like, "What the fuck is going on?" It was so crazy. Real close. Like we were in Studio City, North Hollywood's 15 minutes away, 10 minutes away. Real close.
Oh, shit.
It's crazy.
News footage.
The footage is crazy. The music's crazy. One of the cops shot one of the dudes and then did not call for ambulance, and then people were criticizing him to let the guy bleed out.
Damn.
Yeah, I remember these fucking crazy liberals. They were criticizing because this psychopathic murderer who just robbed a bank was gunning down cops because he let him bleed out, didn't get into an ambulance in time. Shit. But yeah, exactly. I think you know that was Chelsea. Yeah. Okay, that's CGI. In 1996.
Face.
Yeah, you can find that, Jimmy, because it's crazy to watch. It was in the middle of the street, dude. In the middle? Yeah. So these guys are having a shootout with cops. This guy's walking down the street. Damn, just blasting.
Like a movie.
Yeah, like a fucking movie. Shooting at cops, dude. And this is just one part of it. Sometimes he was ducking behind cars, giant rifles and shit. And they were just armed to the tits. Like, this is going to be it. So I think at the end, he's probably trying to die.
It's a pretty long scene too. Like the real shit like that.
I forgot about that. We got another shot. So he's trying to die. He's probably already been shot.
Guys doing the GTA action.
It went on for a long ass time too. And this is back when if something happened, they would interrupt General Hospital to show you the entire shootout.
Holy shoot.
Bro, this is like the caveman days. I live in the caveman days.
So what year was this?
This is like 97, 97.
Really?
I don't remember. Yeah, I remember it big time. Yeah, I do too. Because it was great. I have a friend, my friend Justin. always said, those dudes, let me tell you something, 6 armed dudes that know what the fuck they're doing to take over the city. I was like, really? He goes, who says it's not that? It was 6 dudes. It was six operators who really know what they're doing.
To take over the whole city.
Guys who like used to work for Blackwater.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, just fucking surprised. So when you see something like this happen, it's like, how do they keep these fucking crazy people from well, you know, we need to do a better job to find out where the meth is going. I know. You know, you're going to trace illegal aliens, but find out who's bringing that meth. Where's that fucking meth going?
Well, a lot of they just make it, right? They just make it.
They try to
Here's the
lock
thing.
down most of the drugs for Sudafed and shit. I mean, you got to get a license to get that.
Right, yeah, that's fine. These people that are making it, they're not using it. They're getting real chemicals. They're getting real precursors. But you have to get them from like China. So they're getting them from China, cooking it up in Mexico, bringing it across the border. Yeah. Breaking bad.
Yeah, that's it. What about doing this?
Yeah, another brief TV show.
I've talked about it 1,000 times. But there's a book that we just read. It's called Blitz. This dude, Norman Ohler, it's all about the Nazis. They keep the Nazis moving.
Oh, yeah, there's that scene of Hitler fucking Russian fucking.
Yeah, what they did was they were given a mess so they could go 3 days through Poland, so they could just storm through Poland. And so when they did this, no one thought they could get across the whole country in 3 days. And you really couldn't unless you didn't sleep. So all they did is gave these guys meth, and they gave different meth to different doses to different jobs. So like if you were in the tanks, they gave you the most meth. You're at the front line. You're yelling at sharp edges. Boom, boom.
I was watching it last night since you said that. Brad Pitt. Oh, yeah. That's fucking pretty badass. John Bernthal.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good dude. Yeah, interesting guy. The British. Yeah, he's very smart.
Yeah.
Like a genuine thinker. You know, like really thinks. So sometimes you talk to actors and they're like pretending to be a guy that you would want to talk to.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like when you talk to them. Like they're not really there. But John's like, right.
He's also phenomenal movie that a lot of people didn't see called Shock Collar. It basically Jamie Ryan's dad's going to Jamie Ryan's. He's, you know, he's a young guy. He's going out to eat with another couple. He goes to a red light. He gets to a car accident. Next thing you know, he's facing prison time. And he's like, "Why did I make prison?" You know, time had up for that. Time selling all the incident. He really did the accident. Next thing you know, he gets to the prison. He doesn't want to be no bitch, and he goes from there. And he becomes a hardcore fucking guy. They call him Mother. And that's how he ends up. He didn't start off with it. And oh man, you know what's in it? Keith Jardine. Really? Yeah, Keith Jardine's a cellmate, man. He's great. Oh, he's a must book for any prison. Keith Jardine beat Chuck the Devil. Yeah, right. And then he sucked at some of the same Houston Alexander one was crazy. So, he just kind of bare up the boxing. He's not going to believe so. It's either there's either bare knuckle boxing or maybe like celebrity boxing. I forget, some kind of boxing. But Houston Alexander he was terrifying. Yeah, he had crazy. Yeah, like if he did bare knuckle when he was younger, he would have been built for it. Yeah. He was a victim of his own success. Yeah. In 2023, bare knuckle. He won. Look at him. He beat Jerry. Yeah. Jerry Smith. And look at him still out there fighting. But he always was in phenomenal shape. Like that dude was jacked. But then Keith Jardine fight. Jardine had him hurt. And so Jardine got a little zealous and came after him. And Alexander Carter. That was a shocker. King Charging was a name. Yeah, and it was just upstart. This guy coming out of nowhere. I think he was on radio. I think he really Sakara after that, the crime. Well, that's what I thought. And then we had some crazy dude, Kimbo, too. Yeah, Kimbo. But I think he was a radio DJ at the time. I feel bad for like saying DJ said that do something. He's a radio DJ. Why he's fucking people up? It's kind of crazy. So you in the barbershop, dude. That's right. I tell you about that page. Nah, ain't no complaining about my page. You did that. Yeah. You used to. Yep. That's how we became friends. They brought it. I went to the party before. They brought in some chick because they know we, we're not seeing like Beyonce's or girlfriends or anything. We have no women. We get like one. We're not sure if we're all for the same rooms. So they bring in some girl to our coat. But so they brought in some stylist, and she's not giving me a fade. So I'm like, get the fuck out. He's like, I got you. I said, I got you, man. You're good. Yeah. You know, to look good is the real thing. You probably have reason out on that show. You can never pay even if that's what season is it on? 32? You know what's sad, man? The other day, I just did a camera crew from Toronto came down. They're doing a thing called Rothschild of the Cage, and they wanted to interview me about Rothschild. And I did a thing for that. It's just depressed me. It just brought me. Because that was a kid. You know him? When he was, that's right. When he was on the show, there's some guys that are just evil, and there's other guys that I think that if they're the right people around him, they could have made different choices. And he was like a goofy. He had issues. He was emotional. He always felt like his stack was against culture, stacked against everything. But he was still, there was something likable about him on the show. When he was on season 6 of The Open Fire. He was like a nice story, get it off a decker, fucking a nice story. He was like a silly guy. But I felt that there's somebody, if he had the right people around him, I think he could have been obviously a lot of good choices. But think about that, but that is for all of us, right? Because we all kind of came from the same shit from back in the day, right? And then me and Matt, we still in the game. Yeah. But then look at guys like him and Phil Baroni. You can have too much. You know, you can have too much bravado. You can have too much crazy, and then you ruin your life. Yeah. And there's like every fighter has a certain amount of crazy. And some guys keep their crazy charming. Yeah. Looking behind that mask. But some guys, they just can't. The crazy burns them down. It burns down everything around. And then you got the CTE. And CTE comes into play. Then there's a lot of guys that just get real impulsive. They become addicts. They fuck up all relationships. They can't keep their shit together. They're either crying or they're angry. Some guys that are just bad eggs. There are guys that are bad eggs, but there are guys for sure that are bad eggs that then get CTE. Oh, I know. There's probably both. Yeah. But like War Machine, the one guy that showed up at his trial that be there for him. And again, you show me your face, you show me him doing it. And it was Phil Baroni. Now, Phil Baroni is not a good guy. And that's for a lot. Million stories. And isn't he in jail right now? No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Not only did he be there for War Machine, he outdid him.
Welcome. How you live for Chinese merchant, you little bitch? Love it. Fuck off, bitch. What's going on, big dog? Yeah, that would go from a good giving to just like racial. That's not cool. What's up, baby? You have work today?
These guys come in, again, not the religion. I don't know. It's
okay, what the fuck answer?
But no, I really, it's not as done. I don't know. It's a cost. I thought there was some.
So, did they give you a schedule?
It was something bad. I never would have imagined you would have bad, right? But I would imagine that he would lose his cool if anybody challenged him. A male. I just never thought that he was
You say, hey, can I get schedule? And it's like, yeah, I'll have it. And then nothing. Then we started getting you said, hey, you said you were going to get me a schedule. You have how many friends? Yeah, don't you see this? His mother been beat and
still a lot of kids, unfortunately, in this world, who are the parents beating the shit out of them, beating the shit out of each other.
Okay. So then
And
you
you
can start
give her
to
Joe the Pipe, Joe
I
Pipe.
asked her last time
The reason why
I
he's
didn't
making the
then I
sense.
went
That dude's
I can get
angry all the time. And he hits like a fucking neutron bomb. Just terrible.
and if they say no,
last week.
you say, man, I see my bad. Because we just don't get things about this. How does that we'll just get that. Ask them and what they're doing around because they don't need you. Think about it this way. I don't know anything about this, but let's say I dated you this way, but you didn't have a lot of other people around. So you can get less reasons, right? That's for sure. It just not your and if you like them, you hire them for real. If you don't like them, then they're 2 or 3 workers. And then they'll just leave it. But you get 2 or 3 weeks of work out of it, which is incredibly beneficial. And then if you can do it with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kids at once, over different schedules, then never done it.
There's more for us to stand by.
I gotta give props
When
You can tell he's a good student too now, because every fight you see, and I think in the Bilal Muhammad fight, early in the fight, he was giving Bilal some trouble. But Bilal was really good. No, why he put on the
and I didn't get it by the
Stop Sean standing up. And then when you see the lean on I just it's a different kind of thing. Leon never found this time ever.
Yeah.
And bro, that guy on the decks was like the ultimate move.
Yeah.
You get involved with the machine, especially with his kind of style and his work ethic.
Yeah.
Like that dude has a work ethic.
Maybe his top control, looked up and better.
I also think it's good if he didn't get props. Because it keeps him hungry, Joe. It keeps you fucking 100%. I'll show you bitches.
He's still like that too, man. He's still hungry. He's still down to earth. Like he ain't get all high class.
Well, he's just begun, right? So
Yeah.
it's the championship run. He proved everybody wrong. He won the title. Still, but fuck you, even though he doesn't swear. He says fudge. He'll say like,
Yeah.
fudge you.
What's wrong with you, man?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But like that guy's just beginning his run, so we know. But that's the thing.
Who do you think they give him next?
I think they give him
That's what I thought.
That's a smart fight, and they owe Kamaru for Kamaru taking Hamza on 10 days' notice. Right. And also in a 3-rounder instead of a 5 when he won the 3rd. Right. So he's got the L, which is going 5 rounds. Maybe he doesn't get it.
Yeah, I think he doesn't get that.
It looked to me like he was coming on the 3rd. He had to figure him out, and also he had to trust his gas tank. He got trained 10 days with the scariest motherfuckers on earth. On earth. I say you got to give it to Kamaru because I think Kamaru earned it. So
You had to weather that fucking storm in the first round.
Yeah.
You're getting off the couch. You're doing a great shape. You have to weather something like that. That can get your endurance down.
100%. And he had to know, like, how much do I have? Like, how do I manage this? But he did manage. He didn't get stopped. He didn't get finished. And then he comes on and wins the 3rd round. You come on, man. You don't have any more years of car. He's like 37.
That's what, and he doesn't have time to go on another run. He's got to be 37. How old is he?
I say give him
I'll say give him a shot.
Shot clock.
He got time.
Not only that, every win he's a legend. He's a bigger legend.
Yeah.
Bigger and bigger legend. 37. See, give it to him. Give it to him.
And he gets the badass needs to, man. We can't hear it.
Exactly. I send him every time I find something on stem cells. I send
Do
him.
you? Yeah.
Yeah, because they're regenerating cartilage.
No kids think about doing that shit for much. I'm starting to feel my shoulders.
You should do it. How long are you in town?
Tomorrow.
What time tomorrow do you do?
And then Monday morning,
What time in the morning?
I think like 7 or
Oh,
something.
really?
We'll get you at 5:30. Step up.
I might be able to get you in this afternoon. Yeah. Let me see. When we get on, no. Waste well to stuff. You think of different things in Colombia. In Colombia, what they could do is they can multiply stem cells. So they could take stem cells. They do that in the CPI down in Tijuana. That's the place. And they have a whole arrangement with the UFC. They have a partnership with the UFC. CPI is incredible. They're Tijuana.
Damn.
Yeah.
My buddy has a spot at home called Life Med. They have to deal with the UFC as well. Charles goes there and a bunch of these guys doing that
The
stuff.
stem cells are absolutely legit.
Yeah, because I mean, listen, I got a new knee. It's open up right, but I hear stuff with the shoulders are fucked. You can't get shoulders.
I know you can, but it's going to take some time. It's a complicated job. Do you do anything to strengthen your shoulder? Do any workouts?
I mean, no. I do my push-ups and I hang from my bar.
Anybody that has shoulder problems, I have no affiliation with you. Get yourself crossover symmetry bands. Get yourself bands. They start with like 5 pounds or something like that. I use 25 pounds. It's not a lot of force. And I do a series of exercises just to stabilize. A whole series of different things that I do every week, no matter what I do.
It's like that thing with the coil.
It is, but it's like a bungee cord. It's like a cord, like a rubber strap. And there's different ones have different weights to them, so you can start off low. But the whole idea is there's a whole chart that comes with it, shows you all the different things, and it just strengthens all the shit that you don't strengthen when you're just lifting weights.
Okay.
If you're just lifting weights, or especially if you're just rolling, how often are you really using the shoulder muscles? You're using everything, right? So are your shoulder muscles getting a good workout, or is your cardiovascular system and your legs and your biceps and your back and you can work on like you can have muscle groups. Jiu-jitsu uses muscle groups. And the only way to really strengthen joints, I think, is exercise. And I think you gotta do weights and bands and a bunch of shit just to protect your joints. That's like that knees over toes.
That's the helps to really stabilize the ligaments.
Yeah.
All the stabilizers. That's the thing everybody neglects, because if you go too heavy, your delt takes over and the rotator cuff's not getting it. So
Exactly.
this kind of stuff is definitely.
That knees over toes guy got a whole shoulder bulletproofing program too. It's like light dumbbells and a bunch of these.
Yeah, I love this niche. See, I got to do that because holding hands for people, I tell you, your shoulders are.
That's for you.
It's all.
Isn't it crazy how some kids just have some extra friend?
I'm telling you, Joe Piper, extra friend.
Yeah, for sure.
Extra friend.
For sure. I don't know what happened.
You know, I can tell syndrome. Yeah.
I
And that's what happened all in 1 week. Just everything.
enjoy
Extra see this like, oh no.
we can smoke, we can drink.
When you taught GSP, I remember thinking like, because we already knew by then that you could knock people out in one shot, which was so odd for a jiu-jitsu guy. So like everybody had to worry about your ground game, but they always have to worry about being in the pocket. Because one of those hammers drops in there, you got to.
That you're not supposed to over libate. Basically, you're not supposed to over drink. That is seen as a bad thing that you guys have done.
Something to add on, that's fine. But the tracking range probably is like, anytime I got to a real fight, I start with a chin punch and got the whole
That's why I don't like the alcohol.
I think there's something to having all those moves in.
Much
You know
better.
how many times you see
Drinking,
boxers literally swat a guy's hand
get
down
out
there.
so much easier.
Everything was shit. All those things, by the way, but I think I knew a dude who was really good at Rothschild. He was explaining some things to me. And what some of the things that he was showing me is there's certain vulnerabilities if you're inside with someone where they can really easily manipulate your arms back and forth and move your guard around and drop elbows on you. Between Wing Chun and then Muay Thai, you see some of the Muay Thai stuff for guys grab wrists and There's a lot. It's a lot of recharge.
The difference is, when you look at two Muay Thai guys who do street fight, it probably looks something like you're watching a Muay Thai fight. You put two Kung Fu masters in there. I know, it's like, look at that. I get there. And then they fucking, but I feel the Western boxing, like Ronda got me, obviously, got me, I learned a child. Because it's different back in the day, because everybody's striking. UFC came out, everybody's like, oh, fuck all the striking. So I was like, in my mentality, I'm like, all right, I gotta just close the piece that you can't trade. And then as a relearn, like, no. Sometimes you gotta be in the fire. You have to learn those mechanics and whatnot.
Well, that's the difference between guys who are pretty good and guys who become champions. Like this ability to absorb other skills and then implement them at a world-class level while you're an adult. Which is crazy.
It's not easy to do.
It's crazy. It's very hard to do. And most guys, they are always going to be a step behind the guys who started out as a child.
Okay. So natural, more natural. But speaking of crack, Mark got the ground says that you have the hardest kick that he's ever held for. And that's something sad. Yeah, that's pretty hard. Yeah. They're not a lot of people like that. That's the thing when he's joking around. Yeah. I like Buffalo Ronnie on season 4. We didn't have set coaches. He was like an assistant coach. And he gave above and beyond.
Yeah,
no,
he's a great dude and a great coach too. I love training. Yeah, he showed me all kinds of things that tightened up my technique. All kinds of things just in transitions, like transitional techniques, like different things to do off of different kicks. Shit.
He's still teaching at the school, right?
Yeah, he's got his school. Yeah, but he's prestigious.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm train with that dude. I'll try to hurt him. You try to hurt him?
Oh, yeah.
You know?
He was letting us get the pads, take him down, and hit on the floor. Like he earned his cash or fucking ultimate fighter.
Yeah, he's a man. He's a great coach. And he speaks Thai. Fluent.
Does he really? I didn't know that.
Fluent. Speaks Thai. Yeah, he can go to Thailand and start. Yeah. He's got a big bit of Thai restaurants. And he's just a quarter. Such a voice. Yeah. No, he does. He speaks Thai. He fought in Thailand.
Yeah, I knew that.
He's interesting dude. Very interesting dude.
Hey, are we breaking out the smell salts? Ooh, that's scary. Hold on, so what are they doing?
This is the strongest shit. Maybe some stronger shit that I'm not aware of, but this is Juju Mufu should give us a discount. This dude, Juju Mufu, do you know who he is? You never heard of him? Powerlifter, athlete.
Welcome. How you living? How are you living? It's so no one has ever been better than you.
So the smell of salts to get me looking like that?
No. I think he's.
Yo, dog, remember that time that I talked to you and you talked back? Everyone finds out. What's up, baby? It's nice.
Before you go across the border with 15 pounds steroids. So,
well, so I want you to know that I like you. I want you to do really great things in this world. I only want positive things for you and your family. And if there's anything that you ever need, I'm here to help you.
I haven't even opened the bag yet. The bag is still sealed. The bag is still sealed. So I'm going to open this. Okay. Smell that? Smell like you just get a whip and it's sealed inside the bag. I can see it. This is red. This is moaning. Let's go.
I'm going this way.
Take a deep breath. So a few inches from the nose and just go for it.
Oh, that's no big paper.
Oh my God. I'll probably do it this morning before I woke up. Yo, man, looks like it's many, many years. So I'm gonna get in there, Ryder. Oh, I did it. Shit.
Yeah, that'll cure snoring, for sure.
That's the crazy fucking.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
What movie is this from? Opening scene of any superhero movie of all time.
Did you see that film already?
No. But I can't fuck with this. I can't fuck with the opening scene in Blade. When they all turned to vampires, and he thought he was going to fuck Tracy Lords.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So he's down there hanging out with Tracy Lords, and he doesn't know she's a vampire. She leads him down in his basement where he sees bodies hanging from meat hooks. He's like, what the fuck is this place? And then the sprinklers start spraying blood, and everybody turns into a vampire around him. And he's freaking out. He's trying to get out of there, and she's like, hey, baby.
It's a great movie.
He gets his ass kicked. They're all beating him up. They're about to kill him. So is Wesley Snipes back as Blade? They're going to have him back as Blade. Right?
Yeah, because it's like
So they should have brought him back as Blade right when he goes.
But you ain't like, you didn't like Sticky Fingers?
This is the scene. Like, oh shit. Come on, bro. It's the greatest scene. The greatest scene in any martial arts / superhero movie ever. Then he fucks up later. That was pretty.
So what do people do this montage?
They took the footage left.
Yeah, power lift.
They're gonna have power lift.
Big lift a lot. Oh, just like one before
Yeah.
the shit for Cuba.
They bring it with them. Just everybody to go for something crazy. You want to do some big deadlift.
Yeah, I'm about to say that.
I think it's good for America. I think it's good for everything. We have them at the studio or at the comedy club. Dudes take smell talks for a go outside. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's around the room. They was like, let me try. But it's still. The stuff they make, the stuff they have, the comic book is not this strong. This is the strongest. Oof, this one fucks you up. The other ones you can kind of get into. Yeah. Not like too close with that one. It'll burn the inside of your head.
I like it. I felt it in my brain.
I feel like that's what happens. That's what happens to everybody. Everybody, like, they get it. Like, oh, that was terrible. That was terrible.
Let me do it again. You just so easy to help expose your body.
You know why?
Before the crackhead, because he got me pissed.
Yeah, I backed off. Because I was realizing, I think I like these things too much. I was going to fix the body with a little drug. Oh, that was. Yeah, we're talking about nicotine. Okay. I like the nicotine stuff. I like the more the conversation.
What'd you do to me?
You're good. I don't think it's bad. I just think you gotta be careful. Like, I like to take days off, see if it's freaking me out. So I have no problem.
I'm having fun. It's the trifecta now. I told you, whenever you're on any day, I'm tired.
This is dying out. If you keep the lid off, it's dying out. In between, you keep that. But I think it's, it's probably. Jesus, how consistent your eyes matter.
Hey, you're doing that. You're saying about the glass. About the pull, come around to you.
I'm sorry, but that is going to be a wild fight. I'll tell you what, that's going to be a wild fight. Yeah, Khalil's probably never shot a takedown in his entire career.
I think Khalil shot a takedown. No, he's never shot a takedown in the UFC. Bro, Khalil hits anybody.
Okay, he can knock you out. Alex gets hit. I mean, he does. Well, he puts himself. He's got that crazy style. And that style, that snake-like style that he has. And then he's kind of
holds hands right here and just.
You see him spar, right? You see some of the videos of him spar, like really good boxers, man.
Yeah, he's staying in the pocket with him too.
And that style is hard to handle. It's so weird. We're used to everything. But the one boxer that he was training with is like, I don't know if he's professional, but he's a big heavyweight, very skillful. But everything was like real traditional.
Right.
And then you see Herrera's moving at you like, oh, it's so hard to figure out what the fuck he's doing. And you're lucky he's not kicking you. He's just punching this dude.
But hey,
he lands.
Everybody goes like
Yeah,
that.
for sure.
Everybody goes like that. That guy's fast as fuck.
I know.
And he fights angry.
How old is
They're both about the same age, I believe.
24?
How old is Khalil? At least whoever's 35, I'd say Khalil is probably in that same range. And I'm serious. How old is Khalil? Yeah, so
I had no idea that.
37?
But it's like 34.
And fight what?
it's
Yeah.
very
How much longer are you?
you know, it's like, yo,
And you don't have
whatever.
any idea.
Khalil's 34.
Speaking of superheroes.
Yeah, he has some damage though, some kickboxing fights. He got stopped. And the one with the battle with his that was a bad KO. And that's a weight train KO. The KO at 85, it just easy coming back. Right hand.
Well, there's two of them.
Uh,
Guy had a fight like Roy Jones. Amazing. But an amazing athlete. He's so much faster than everybody thought. But if he could keep his hands down, he'd
Right.
still never get hit. But when he started to slow down for everybody. And so that's why I asked how fair it was, because I'm like, maybe when he slows a bit and the hands are down, that's where it starts to get push.
I think slightly. With Roy, what happened was he went up and he fought John Williams. And then he went down and he fought Hart. He was not the same. I think, and I don't know, but I would imagine if you want to get really big,
What do you do?
there's not a lot of ways to get really big. How do you go from 168 to 200 pounds? How do you do that? Well, you lift some weights, then you have to get off. Then you have to get off. And then you have to drop 25 pounds from your body. So your body's fully acclimated to this new frame. That's a hard cut. And he looks, if you look at the way he looked pre-target fight, like if you go back and watch him fight like James Toney, when he was in his prime, you watch him fight like some of the better fights of his career. The Vinny Pazienza fight where he didn't get hit with one punch. I watched this to some extent. He was also shredded.
Yeah.
He was shredded. And he looked like hard.
I can't have the most defined bicep. Yeah.
So, but when you see him after the target fight, he looks way more smooth. I think that cut was hard, man. I think that cut was hard. And then he probably got wrong or whatever.
Yeah, sure. And your system's not working right.
And if you don't have a good doctor, and you're trying to do this with gym bros,
Next thing you know, you're a shooting matrix.
You can have an HCG.
Man, I felt bad for him. That was about that was off the target fight, right? And so you see that all of a sudden this dude just can't get a shot anymore. And Glenn Johnson, who's one of those unheralded, dangerous dudes that could really kind of beat anybody. That crazy clamshell stuff.
Who was the one that knocked him out in Australia?
Zabby did that, right?
Right. He shut him out. He shut him out. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And he Roy Jones. He was in his face like, whoa.
Yeah, if you thought that Roy Jones that James Toney had a fight, then
Yeah. That's not different.
Yeah, one of the purest power punchers was Julian Jackson.
oh my god,
Yes, the Hulk.
oh my god,
You know, Kevin Holland's coach used to work with him.
yeah.
Yeah, they're like really good friends. That guy had power.
Played the Terry Morris fight, Julian Jackson, Terry Morris.
Yeah, Danny Green. Yeah.
That's the only reason I had it.
You know, man. Yeah.
Julian Jackson and Terry Morris.
You just did Julian
This
Jackson.
This one's terrifying. This one's terrifying.
Well, Terry Morris. That's good.
Yeah, he's a real.
I don't say nobody has more one punch power than Julian.
No short punches too. Just
I used to love him.
yeah.
Julian Morris was good too.
Oh, yeah. His brother's a heavyweight. He was 147, right? 47 to 54, right? But watch this Julian Jackson KO. It's so crazy because it's like he just shuts him off. He hit, and Terry Norris was killed. Oh, this is a prime Terry Norris. This is a prime Terry Norris. This is a dangerous Terry Norris here. But he just catches him. Watch this. Okay, so that was the first one. So you heard him with that left hand, catches it with the right hand, just freezes him. Well, how many punches are like this? You are a one-punch fighter.
I know.
There's some guys just like
You
to
say, look, I'm stalking. I would be terrified. I would be terrified if that guy was stalking me like that.
It's just he knows. All he has to do is get you once. And every time he hits you, you know it too. So, oh shit, this is fucking terrifying. So he's already softened him up and they're
He took 2 more.
I know. He took 2 more. He was out on his feet. Bro, and those were lined up. The last 2 he took were lined up. Julian Jackson was terrifying. And Gerald was just Gerald had his number. Like, I felt so bad for him, like, because he just got such a fast. You know, Gerald McClellan was a 75.
Well, they fought twice.
Gerald McClellan fought Terry Lawrence?
Julian Jackson.
Oh, that's right. That's what Julian went up. Right. So was Julian a middleweight this time?
I didn't know.
Because the crazy thing is, like, I didn't know that Gerald McClellan and Julian Jackson were in the same weight class.
They were about to fight twice. I was at one of the fights.
McClellan, though, was like 175, though, right?
Yeah.
McClellan was so dangerous, man.
My first ever boxing card I ever went to was in Vegas at MGM, and it was all rematches. It was Jesse James Lehan was Ian Nelson.
Yeah.
It was Simon Brown and Vincent Petway. It was Julian Jackson, Gerald McClellan, and it was Julio Cesar Chavez and Frankie Randall.
What weight is this at? What weight is this at? Because I know they were trying to set up middleweight crazy. So that's before. Well, they were talking about a Roy Jones Jr. fight, and I think he was really struggling.
Yeah, because Gerald
He was
McClellan
really struggling that way.
Gerald took his belt and then they rematched and he slept him.
And so the guy took that fight. That was middleweight as well.
Man,
That was the one that ended his career.
Gerald McClellan, he was, I mean, in my opinion, there was a lot of rapid function and he wound up having a blood clot.
Well, there was also a nasty headbutt fight too, but it's also Nigel Brown came back from that first round, which look at that KO. Oh my goodness!
And in the rematch, he sleeps in fast.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, what is going on with his hair? It was
That's what
always,
they did that.
where is that? Yeah, but I mean, it's like that and like the little, the size, he did a
Oh
flip.
God, Gerald McClellan just coming out. Oh, terrifying.
That's it.
Are they gonna let it count?
He just had, he had his number, man. He both times.
Well, he was one of the scariest punchers of all time.
Yeah,
But he's another guy who tried to empty the gas tank with Nigel Ben in that first round. Ben survived, but then he winds up having that brain bleed. That's one of the scariest ones ever, man. Because is this the rematch? Okay, execution. I remember this. I was at this.
This was in Vegas?
Yeah. And, well, once Gerald McClellan knew that he could put it on him, it's like his power was just so nuts for that weight class. But I always wanted to know, like, what does he really weigh? He's like one of those Benavidez guys. Like, when you get in there, what do you really weigh? Because he really struggled with the weight cut. And that's one of them. So he gets him early and teeing off. Teeing off. Yeah, shot to the body. My goodness, you can't even look up. He's just getting chances to get off. Just getting executed. Every shot's got murder on it. Oh, that left to the body. Oh my goodness. The power in these fucking punches now just overwhelmed him.
River shot.
They're keeping him standing 8. Isn't that crazy? Standing 8 count is kind of nuts.
It's tough to score that.
It's kind of nuts because I'm not that man.
8 seconds to clear your head.
That's the way to do it. It really is.
Well, you remember when Shudo used to do standing 8 counts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah. What do you think about red cards? For the
I think they should bring them back.
What would you bring him back for? Stalling?
Yeah, that's probably about the only thing you should bring them back for stuff. Like hanging out to them. Get to work. I used to think there was a submission you tried, and the referee would be like, what did he say? Shot!
Yeah,
Catch!
that's when you caught something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Ortega and Lopez? That's a good fight. Right? I think Lopez will get it. I mean,
Lopez went through a roller coaster ride this last fight. I know. Imagine that. You got 3 different opponents. You got 3 different weight classes. Everything's changing. But you got 2 different opponents, right? But it's a bunch of different weight classes.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ortega can't make it. And so Ortega steps out. And then he winds up fighting Danny Ige on like 40 minutes notice. Things just took like
something I didn't know about that, but I was watching. DC was actually talking about this, and he said that Ige had been training for 5 or 6 weeks. Obviously, he took the fight in like a 2-hour call. He said Lopez had only been training for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
everybody's thinking he's got a big game.
He got to cut weight too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He cut weight 45.
Yeah, so he had 3 weeks of training, weight up and down everywhere.
And he
So,
fought at 6,
and
right?
he was able to pull it out.
Did they fight at 6?
Right. At this point, like, if you make this happen,
It's very popular.
I think that they really should do it. They really should do it. It's just find out what
You put ice in it, and then you can hold them.
it should be looked at the same way steroids are looked at. It should be looked at the same way all other kind of cheating is like that. It's sanctioned cheating.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Just
And I
whatever.
But then you're moved on to everyone.
Do you think same-day weigh-ins would change it?
But it would get more guys hurt.
No, just try it. Just try it.
I mean,
It's
this
nice
is the
to
reason why. Well,
Very
the
easy.
Americans they
Put
say
it in
about
there. Oh, that's the first time I've done it.
the
Plus it's cold, and it's this weird sensation that you get.
So the
You're
guys
stuck
who
in
get
it. Really, really
are
cold.
the
It's like every
guys who are getting these like horrible brain injuries where they get dead and
Like
like so brains are not covering they're not going to and the guys who die a lot, like the duck who can't. And then if you look at the guys who die, a lot of them go
I got you. I understand.
a lot of the guys that are dying in the last 25 years.
Well, I mean, you're right. So, like Sean Brady and Gilbert Burns over the like,
Yeah, which Sean Brady's 170.
that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, just let them fight it. Just let them fight it. Just these guys are 190. They walk into the cage at 190. They should just be fighting at 190.
They should be fighting at 190, and this way they both agree to it. You know, like, you can't get any heavier than 190.
It's like birds.
But we know what you weigh. Let's just make it fight. Yeah, fuck all this weight cutting. It's just cheating. And also, the fucking drama of seeing the guy dehydrating himself enough 24 hours before a cage fight is somehow rather interesting to people. Daniel Cormier pushing down that towel like that. It's ridiculous. John Jones and Daniel Cormier both fucking killers. Let them eat. Yeah, let them hydrate themselves. Fuck all this weighing in. You know what you weigh? Figure out what you weigh when you make the contract.
Yeah, and then just that's what it is. Yeah,
That's what it is. That's what you weigh. And guys who gives a fuck?
Well, how about
Remember, like,
I mean, he was up to weight like cable too. So he went up to 170, and then like a couple days, like a week before, they're like, no, you gotta go back down to 135. He was out, so and he's the champion, and they treated him like this, and they're like, you got to go back down and cut 30 pounds. He gets sick cutting 30 pounds.
Well, you know,
and then they took his belt. That's
wait a minute.
yeah, they took his belt.
Wait, really?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like they, like one totally fucked him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they took his belt. I saw one take his belt.
He's in the hospital for trying to do your paper.
Yeah, exactly. My point is that I was shocked because that's really not what they're supposed
How
to
are
be
you
about.
gonna make this fucking guy fight after he's already cut a steak, or after he's cutting 30 pounds? How are you making him do that? He's cutting 30 pounds in 3 days. What's their statement? One speaks out. Okay, wait a second. After recent events, we feel it is necessary to provide additional context on Mike Musumeci's withdrawal from the 168 Denver card. Super Tom and Musumeci set up Musumeci. Mike was obviously put in a difficult spot when Cade Bertolo withdrew due to injury. When that happened, we worked closely with him and his team on a new opponent. Competing at flyweight was something that he personally requested
as he felt confident that he could make the hydrated limit of 135 pounds for a world title defense. This is not something we pushed to him to do on short notice or would have ever demanded of a one athlete given how much we prioritize fighter safety. After Mikey failed weight and hydration tests on Thursday, he requested an opponent submission grappling contest against Roberto Oliveira, and we continue to work with him to try to keep him on the card. City all-time continue on Musumeci. He ultimately felt this is best interest to withdraw from the contest, and we are honoring that. That this writing is uncertain when Musumeci will return to one or who will compete for the now vacant belt. Musumeci was diagnosed with pneumomediastinum. Pneumomediastinum, a rare condition in which air leaks from a part of the lung. Oh, Jesus. How do you fucking strip a guy when he winds up in the hospital? Like, they didn't fight. Right, exactly. That doesn't make any sense. Like, imagine if Alex is fighting Khalil Roundtree and in making weight, he winds up in the hospital and the fight's canceled. He doesn't lose the belt.
Well, in this organization, that's
crazy.
That's crazy. See, another reason why weight cutting should be.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's terrible. Yeah, but you know what, man? I think it's a part of the culture that can be eradicated. I don't think it's impossible to eradicate. That's like saying, oh, they go to steroids. Well, USADA came along and they fixed that. Right. You know, and now for free sport, they fixed it. It's like most of these athletes are clean. There might be a few instances of questionable behavior. The trip to a foreign land,
Well, you know, for the most part, it is. Yeah, because we've seen like deteriorations of performance because guys have had to clean up.
The Ubering era was the best era.
Yeah.
But it was just it was an IQ test.
Let's just look at the pictures of him today versus Uber, and it's pretty crazy.
The ball was wow, great. How now he's like on a vegan diet. It's all spiritual. Yeah, Alex was a good thing now. Yeah, he's thinner than he was when he was fighting. That's a weird picture. It's already cut from that picture. Well, he's still big. They had side by side, so I wouldn't tell him that. It's hard to tell in that picture. He's always going to be a big guy. You know, he's a massive man. But, you know, when he fought Brock Lesnar, he was just a freak of science. He was the freakiest of all freaks. If you just let that dude juice it up like that guy back in the day, those kickboxing skills were top notch. He was Bane traps up to his ears. I know, he was the turtle. That's the only UFC that is like the real Ubering. Like Ubering could stay Uber. Yeah. Could stay Uber and just continue to 265. Mm-hmm. Baby. He'd still be champ. Bro, the kickboxing skills, his kickboxing skills were super legit. He was a K1 Grand Prix champion. But super legit kickboxing skills.
It wasn't a bad record. He had a good one.
He won Robert Charles. Yeah. He's legit. And man, fucking kickboxing. Mm-hmm. It's funny how, you look back on those days, like especially the juicy days, and you wonder, like, what would the world look like now if we were under the same sort of protocols that were undergone? If there was no real, forget about the TRT days, because that was every lost the fucking time. That was amazing. All guys to juice up, that was great. But when there was just tests at the weigh-ins, it's a different thing, man. Yeah. That's a different thing, just testing at the weigh-ins. Yeah. Random? Right, yeah. That's for sure. That's the other thing, man.
That is true. It was rough to get hydrated back up.
Yeah, well, how are you?
Yeah, apparently there's some ways that you can mask. You just fluids and all the traces. I guess would get back into the hard to get hydrated.
You know who I am? I'm the global history. I'm never around. I claim these 2.1765 feet.
Figure out a way to get rid of the increases as they are. Like whoever is a champion, and then keep them as champion, but let them defend the belt after they actually win. You
found me in Ross, right?
More than anything, it's just somebody gets really badly hurt because they had a really bad weight cut. Like you guys have kidney failure.
You found me in Ross, right?
You know, work around your brain, you take a trouble.
Yeah. 4 weight classes. Either weight class, I think you need one every 10 pounds. But I think we should be a little bit looser on like what a person weighs. I think you should.
Of course you have. You should ask your father, hey, Dad, I'm working at this place, and I'd ask for a written schedule, or just a schedule, doesn't matter necessarily, the written schedule. I'd ask for a written schedule. They told me they would get me one, and I feel like they won the job. What advice would you give me? You think that I should ask for a written schedule, and when I go to work, and he'll say, if he, unless he knows something that I don't know, yeah, that's the basic expectation of an employee to know what you're saying. Now, if they're intimidated by the written portion of it, then just what, can you just give me a schedule to that? And then, well, actually, you should say, can I get a schedule? And then can I also get a pay schedule? You should ask your father, Dad, what do you think about me asking about getting a schedule and then also asking a pay schedule? You're going to say, yeah, that's a good fucking idea.
Of course he is, bro. I should be asking, and I did ask.
I know you did. I know you did. I know you did. I know you did. You just have to understand that the fact that you were in charge of money in your first 2 weeks with being behind a closed door, something's off. Meaning that was a test to make sure that you didn't steal and all the other stuff. But just know, like, you just.
My homie works in he works as cashier. Both worked at like same shifts. And he's like, bro, these niggas make, these people make like 5K every 7-hour shift that we work. And we make 1K. What would happen is we just, because they don't monitor the actual tangible money. It's only the fucking credit shit. So what if we took like just 100? I just want to know, bro. They're gonna know.
Yeah, probably not. But you did that a few times. You're going to get there. Okay. Do they not have cameras?
No, they don't have cameras. The that we actually count.
Oh, okay. But they have cameras at the floor.
Yeah.
Well, then they can see exactly what you did if they wanted to. I don't think you're that smart. Basically, all they have to do, if they have any kind, this is what will happen. They will look at the cameras and look at what you bring up, how much cash you bring in, just for one shift. All they have to do is for one shift to make sure you're honest. They might do that once every 2 or 3 months just to make sure. And they just watch the money that happens. So they watch every transaction that you have. Okay, credit, debit, credit, debit. Okay, this person took $450 in cash. Why is it now when they're doing accounting that they're doing $350? They're going to bring you into a room with a camera. They're going to say, we're going to watch your shift on this date. Okay, here you're bringing this thing up. Okay, that's cash. That's 100. That's another cash. That's 200. There's more cash. 300. There's another cash. 400. There's 450. Are we in agreement that you took $450? The person, yeah, $450. You're on camera. Okay, great. And why is it when you turned in the cash that evening, you turned in 350? It's clearly 450, and you turned in 350. What happened? And you're gonna say, I don't know. And you could potentially be charged with a misdemeanor. And if you
They don't have it where it's like watching the cash register.
where's the camera?
It's like at the doors of the aisles, but they don't have one like where it's actually.
Yeah, then you probably could
I just don't want to get caught off. Oh, I mean that.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this.
No. Go do it again, but this time with ice.
No. I'll do it next time.
Yo, Doug, I'm going to give you some advice with crime. If you're ever going to commit one, make sure you can retire off it. What do I mean? Doug, I mean, that's a phrase that I attribute to a comic that I heard. But basically, if you're going to do something wrong, go all the fucking way. And, like, so what does that mean? It means, like, big time Ponzi scheme, huge embezzlement. Like, make sure that you can fucking buy property with it. A little kind of theft, it's just not going to get you on. If anything, exactly. And if anything, it's going to change how you go in the world. Like you can that basically, but like if you start doing that, you won't care at all. You'll fucking oversleep. You get fired very quick. They're gonna wonder why is it when this guy works? They're always a little bit short. Even if you don't think they're watching, they're watching. They're not stupid. Especially when this guy starts to think like, hey, well, here's a perfect example. On a normal afternoon, I'm bringing in $5,000 an hour. But when I have these two jerk-off guys working for me, we're only running at 4,200, and it seems to be very consistent every week. When these two guys work, I'm short a couple $100 or so. What the fuck is going on? I'm not saying that I feel that if you want to do it, you're going to commit time, or you're going to retire. Then you don't have to do more trials. If you're gonna do it, like it's basically this. If you're gonna take a risk, take a big fucking risk. Like huge. Why? Because you keep taking all these little fucking risks. You're gonna get caught. They're gonna dig your fucking record. You're gonna end up behind bars for something stupid. So, you know, you're gonna do something big. Fucking slang. Do something where you can make a lot of money. Do it. Now that one, I would do. I think that's a much better idea. So what do? You can make edibles and just sell it. You really make edibles and sell just about anywhere to like college kids. So you make a batch of edibles and just go to fucking if you still like it and sell edibles or go to a concert and sell edibles for maybe like $50 in ingredients. You make $2,000. Yeah, we are 18 now, and it's legal, and it's a Schedule 3 federally, so that's going to be fine. So it's a bacon, and do exactly what you used to do. I mean, you do that with a lot of money. And the cops aren't going to fuck with you like they would have 10 years ago. When you're just selling edibles publicly, you're going to go to jail for that. Now, that's like selling. If anything, they'll get you for not having a business license or something. But they're not going to get you for like a Schedule 1. It's not even that. It's a Schedule 3. And you wouldn't go up, I mean, you know in LA, cops obviously, or whatever, they obviously look like cops. They're not going to send some undercover cop to like a grand place. And if they do, you're not doing anything that bad. So, now that's a good idea. Now, if you wanted to do that, you could do it better than basically anybody. Why? Because you already know a bunch of kids who are in like high school or moving to college, and there are a bunch of colleges buy it. All you need to do is just start your own baking business, basically. But you get the pot, you make your edibles. Now, when it comes to edibles, here's the thing. People, if you are going to sell to like professional people, they're going to want to know the calorie information and the THC count. You're going to want all that shit. That's really, really specific. Or you could just say to a friend, look, here's what we're going to do. The biggest act in music, come to LA every week, or just every week. It's don't get high on the But I'm not saying eat your own edibles, but you absolutely can. That's more made for that phrase comes from this. If you are a cocaine dealer, you never snort your own cocaine. This is how you get cocaine. So and so comes over to your house to snort coke. Cool. Or not to snort coke, to buy coke. And they always want to test it beforehand. So you take a little of his cut and you get high on it. So you don't get high on your shit, you get high on his shit. So then he leaves after he's happy with his shit. The next person comes in, all right, cool. You want to test this shit? Yeah. So you both get high on their supply. But that doesn't mean that you can't just fucking enjoy your shit. You don't want to make your own supply where you get high. You want to get high from other people. Yeah. But in this case, literally go to Rouse and buy Betty Crocker cake mix, brownie mix. Go to the nearest dispensary and just buy some. What do they call it? Not whenever concert or football, go to the Rose Bowl when people are tailgating. Just go up to people and be like, I want to buy some special brownies. They're $20 each. And if they say no, that's fine. Go to the next person. Want to buy a special brownie, it's $20 each. Or whatever. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but a brownie at a dispensary is somewhere between $10 and $20. And you're right there giving it to them. And all you have to do is sell 10 or 20 over the weekend. And that's a picture. So imagine if you sell 200 of it. Now you and a buddy are starting to bring in tens of thousands of dollars a week. You're starting to find young kids in the area, not young, but like 18 years old, who will fucking sling the shit for you as well. And a good thing about it is if you package it so that it doesn't look like marijuana, then what? The cops got to like stop you. Fuck it, you can't test it right there. So they have to go send it into a lab over what? Like a ticket? It's a ticketable offense. It's no big fucking deal. Nobody's gonna fuck with you. Seriously, the worst that they're gonna get you is like you have a business license, or perhaps you might get a cease and desist from a property, but that's fine. I mean, if you go to the Rose Bowl, you'll be fine. If you fucking UCLA place every other weekend, just go there and go to tailgates and be like, hey, you want some special brownies? And if anybody's like, do these have cannabis in them? You can always be like, no, you fucking loser. I'm not gonna go out and be like, just tell you what, I told you they're special. That's all you need to fucking know about it. But if your packaging is like legitimate and doesn't look disgusting, these things aren't like put together at rats. You literally just have a brownie. Maybe you put in a nice little plastic container and then you sell it. You're gonna make a lot of money. But you have to go to where people are. Man, you can make. Let's just calculate some money. Let's just calculate how much you did. So I know you're working at a fucking place that has all the kids all shoot every month. But who cares? Just buy it shit. Okay. So if you let's say $20 a month, and I think if you alone, I'm not counting the price, you could sell 100 brownies per event. I really think you could. Why? You go up to one group of people and they'll buy 4. So it's not that big a deal. So $20 times 100 brownies is $2,000 per event. That's you're gonna make so much fucking money. So what do? Well, what would I do? Every time somebody, I could look at go to the Rose Bowl Stadium. No, you don't want a website, though. Not yet. You want to do this underground.
I said, this is what you bought it from. This is exactly what you got. For $336.
Oh, so you just, here's why. You're just reselling bundles, right?
I know it, but it's like I'm trying to like $5 and reselling for $25.
Okay, so let me see. So these guys, cannabis in them?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay, that's great. That's 15, $5, and you sell for 25.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just buy. Nowadays, go to Rose Bowl. Every time you have a show, just sell them in the market. you get high on it. That's it. The same thing. You can sell more of those, I think, probably. So I think you could probably sell 200 of those that's $5,000 a weekend over the course of a year. It's $260,000, and you would have to pay just one month. You would have to pay really $20 of profit.
How do we find out when
I was on the website. You just go to the website and look, I'm just saying, Rose Bowl, it's the city over, but okay, so what would you do? Well, there's the real Rose Bowl. You can go to you just want like events, and so we'll go to Rose Bowl and so Crafttoberfest, UCLA Public Tours, okay, UCLA versus Minnesota. So that's a fucking football game. Just go there and sell the college kids. You'll fucking probably sell 300 of those things. And you just have to get over what's called approach anxiety in sales. You just have to say, I'm gonna strike out 100, but I'm gonna get lucky 101, and that's all that matters. And if you don't want to go to the Rose Bowl, just go to SoFi. If you don't want to go to SoFi, like basically what I'm telling you is wherever there's an event in LA, you go there, you sell these things. That's it. Hell, you could even go, you could probably sell a lot. Just go to Santa Monica Pier. And just be basically a walking dispensary. If you went to Santa Monica Pier for 6 hours, I bet you would sell 200 of those barrels. And especially if you say, like, they're super powerful. And if anybody knows anything about Chinese weed, it's really fucking strong. Or like the kind they're developing is really strong. So to me, that's a selling point that it's Chinese. But to other people, I can see it not being a selling point for people would not trust it necessarily. So just go up to
Chinese weed is fucking crazy.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. But I don't know if it's a selling point yet. People don't necessarily know that it's crazy. A lot of people will hear it and think, oh, I don't want to eat Chinese because it's crazy. It's usually seen as cheap. But I know it's going to fuck people up. That's it. You just go to them. You can even just go to Santa Monica Pier. You buy those, go to Santa Monica Pier, and just sell them. Just post them. Everything I've heard I heard about it on multiple podcasts. I heard about it on Joe Guinness. I heard about it from Joe Rogan. And I read this article. I heard about it somewhere in the Northeast. It's like in Maine. Like Maine was coming out with this fire fucking weed. And no one knew why. And it turned out that a bunch of Chinese people fucking moved up there. But it was actually really scary. They were basically enslaving people to work for them in this like marijuana camp. It's very scary. The way that people found out about it is one of the people who was enslaved there wrote a letter. They got it to the outside world, and they eventually did a bust. And the thing is, they're just like Chinese drink cannabis here.
How does somebody in the U.S. manage to get like captured and then fucking dropped down to a basement and then some new forces up the
No. They weren't United States. They were from China. So basically, they said, "Hey, do you want a better life in America?" And all these people are like, "Oh, fuck yeah, get me the fuck out of China." They ship them on a shipping container, get them to the Northeast, and then they take them down into a basement where they don't know any English, very little English. They don't know. They're not allowed to go. If they try to go upstairs, the door is locked. They're provided other food and meat, and they just basically extract oil from
so they can't go out. So it's like up there fucking
correct. Exactly.
That's like modern day slavery.
That's exactly what it is. That's why I just said that's why the lady had to write a note and get it to the outside door so that they would see what was going on. But when they did this raid, people started looking into the Chinese weed and how this fucking weed was fire. It was just better than anything that was produced in the United States.
You know how they make it? They're just good at extracting the THC.
I think they genetically modified it to be extremely potent. And then the Chinese just don't fuck around with shit. If you look at most of the medicine in the United States is produced in China, so they're very good at laboratories and such, and then their science is second to none. And that translates into their cannabis. No, they don't. It's just the production. But if you think it's like Rastafari and shit, it's illegal. In fact, it's illegal, and it's a really harsh penalty. Like it used to be Chinese illegal. Now we make it legal in some places, or maybe they changed it. We're looking at it. Cannabis in China. It's illegal. Well, recreational is illegal. Medical cannabis is illegal, or it's not recognized or legal. Industrial hemp is like the only thing they got. It's been used for centuries, but okay, here it is. The penalty for marijuana possession is distributed, but they can get like 10 to 15 days. It used to be like it's totally illegal. But you can sell those things huge. And you don't have to do either fucking cooking or the baking or any of that shit. That's perfect. You're basically looking at that as a 4x on your money. If you put in $100, you're going to get back. Let's see here. You're going to get 5x. You're selling $25. So you're going to get a 5x return and 4x profit. So for every $100 you put into this thing, you're going to make $400. All right, well, you enjoy 90 Day Fiancé, my good man.
And he tried it earlier in the round and didn't catch it. And in this one, look at this perfect time. He gets set up the center line, right on the tempo. Oh my God.
Hey, dude, you want another way you can make money? Some mushrooms.
Oh, what?
Mushrooms.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
See it on YouTube. And it's exposing people to these guys that are just like super high level strikers. They never hear about 200 fights. Like Rothschild, who would have heard Rothschild if it wasn't for one?
For sure. Yeah. The fucking elbow reminds me, it just brought me back to what we were saying about Guinness. And that fight, I think, was what inspired Chris Padilla to use the elbow against Ron Zoo over the weekend.
Really?
Yeah, it busted his eye wide open. He stopped the fight because of that.
That's interesting. This one's right over. This is prime. He was already driving. He was a motherfucker.
Wonderful, but it's so funny.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, Chris, he's fighting authors here. Yeah, that's this is it's crazy. I don't see Chris in South Carolina. South Carolina.
Is he training with everyone?
He's got like his own people with like Black Arena and all that shit. They got a decent little squad down there from my ears.
He was throwing kicks in the last fight.
Yeah,
Throwing hard kicks right up.
I can't watch it. It's crazy. I can't watch it.
But it seemed like he was like trying to prove a point.
He's such a beast.
That last fight was a bummer though. I thought it was a real bummer.
It kind of made it. Yeah, it took away from the last one.
It was a bummer. I feel like, I keep saying it, but I feel like they should cover those fingertips. There's no reason why we expose it. Doesn't make any sense. Do it like a bag glove. Cover it like a bag glove.
I mean, I just don't understand why, like, how they thought this was going to solve the problem. They're like, who gloves? And I got still going to put it out.
Yeah, it's still the same setup.
Yeah.
You know, if you really want, like, I feel like if you're going to have the fingerless ones, Trevor Whitman's are the best.
Right. They
curve
hard.
Yeah. Your hand stay in this position. Like, you have to struggle to do this.
Right.
Your hand naturally goes in this position. You see those struggles.
Yeah. Like, how did they think that was going to be the answer?
You got to cover the fingers. There's no reason to not cover the fingers like a bag. Just have a piece of leather that goes over the fingertips. So you have one thing. It's not going to invade your grappling. It's not going to change your striking. It's not going to change everything. Yeah. Just keep it closed. And this way, you at least, if you get poked in the eye, you can get one thing like this. You're not getting something that goes into your eyeball, right? So have them all covered with something and have like a ridge over the top of it, like a soft foam ridge. So even if you get poked in the eyes, you're not going to get an individual thing going deep into your eyeball with a fingernail, which is what people get right now. Some get fucking fingernails. Yeah, a dirty ass fingernail in your eye, even if you trim your nails, like my nails are trimmed. Asshole. What are you looking at today? Imagine that's your asshole. Yeah, that's scratch around inside your asshole, right? And your eyeball is just so much. Yeah, it's supposed to go in. It's like soft tissue in your eyeballs. It's a scary soft tissue. We're allowing fingernails to go there. For no reason. You can fix that. You really can fix that by just covering the tips of the fingertips. I think you should just use Trevor Whitman. Trevor Whitman is the best. Yeah, you always have thumbs. You know, remember the brother Grant gave you one? Yeah. Right.
You never really use the Trevor gloves because you feel bad about taking this fucking job. Yeah, listen, I can't help it. He left the job so he could work on the blood. So you might as well.
Trevor Whitman has the best gloves. Yeah, he has the best training gloves. He has he uses the best materials. Like the foam he uses is very different. It's like a super high tech density foam. It feels better when you hit it. I think it protects people from hand injuries better. Yeah, so you should do it. They did. And apparently he won some crazy amount of money with UFC was there. That's UFC's perspective. I don't know what Trevor. I love Trevor. But I'm a big fan of his stuff. If it was up to me, I would figure out a way to make that work.
Yeah, for sure.
But apparently, you want
to do something crazy. Yeah. Not only that, you talk about
nobody dresses better.
Yeah, listen, that's my I got you, man, because like I'm working with y'all. You know what I mean? That's for the road at DC, and I gotta have my own thing. You know what I'm
Flair.
Yeah.
Thomas Flair.
Yeah, I gotta show up somehow.
You better show.
Yeah.
Hey, there's some good fights on this card this weekend. You know, Bob Mondays is a bad motherfucker.
He is a bad one.
That's a bad
Mondays, yeah.
That's an interesting fight on the undercard. Let's see. He's fighting Manuel Torres, who's also good. Yeah, that's a good fight, man. That's a real good fight. That's one of that under the radar fights. People are here to like the no shit. This sure did. Like,
Who did they have fighters last night? He beat the hell out of somebody.
he did. Bob Mondays throws wild shit.
Oh, yeah, Chris Duncan. Yeah, he does
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting fight. But for me, go scroll all the way up to the top, Jay. No, let's do that at the end of the card. I'm very, very interested in the rematch of Alexa Grasso and Valentina. Yes, I felt like Valentina did enough to get the nod in the second fight.
I did too.
I felt like some judge gave the last round to Alexa Grasso 10-8 in 2 points, which I thought was kind of.
Well, you know what? Right?
Yeah, she had her.
Because he had her mature.
Yeah,
and like he was just kind of biased from the first choice.
right.
So he thought it was cool.
It was kind of close, but it wasn't. You know, I mean, it means something. If you're going to do that, you should do that all the time.
Right.
Anytime someone gets you a choke, you defend, that's a 10-9 already. You already got a 10-9. Anything more than that, now it's 10-8. You know, like boxing with knockdowns.
Right.
The scoring is too subjective.
That 8 round is more like when Aljamain had Jan on his back the entire round.
Right.
Threatening, you know what I'm saying? Get there at the end of the
Exactly. Right. But a 10-8 is a dominant round. Like, you dominate the whole round.
And I don't even, did they give Aljamain 2 points? Like, I don't even think he got 10-8 from it.
Well, it was, I don't know, it didn't get the respect he deserves Calvin Cater fight, which was fucking beautiful. It was a great fight.
I think Aljo was just 45. He was a bad motherfucker at 35. I don't think you're going to see the real Aljo at 45.
I think so too. I think he's going to beat old boy in a couple weeks too.
He's so good.
Yeah.
Hold on. I saw him in the
He's going to beat himself. So it's
interesting. Interesting there. When he got Sam Higgins back, that was the quickness. That rear naked choke of this is about as good as it gets. And I'm right now. He's top 3. That's crazy. That's going to be fucking crazy.
How do you think what happened to Ortega last time when he pulled out? Like something's up with surgery. He got an ulnar save or something.
Yeah, he got something real bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got real
I
sick.
think
He got real sick.
Because they made that fight look like a 73-week notice fight.
Yeah, he did look good the day of the weigh-ins. You know, I seen the interviews with fighters. I did an interview with him, and he was like, he just looked tired.
Yeah.
I think he didn't make weight that fight either. Remember, he missed weight.
Was a medical.
Yeah. So he missed the weight, and then on top of that, like they changed the weight class, and on top of that, he makes it. But he was sick. And Diego Lopez is a fucking assassin.
Zell Hubert is a disaster too.
I was getting ready to say that's going to be a Who you like on that one? I heard old Cejudo talking about Rivervich. Apparently trains at his gym.
Rivervich is good. He's very good. This is a very fun fight. Very fun fight. There's a lot of like under the radar fights on this card.
I think it's going to live up to it. I mean, they got a lot of hype on the spirit. And like the names may not be there, but all these guys are bangers.
Here's the question: do they, you know, how they show like on the big screens, you can see fights. If you're in the stands, like, so you can see things that maybe you don't see. Are they going to have them post news? That's what I was look it up. You know, I think they should.
So I was at the Apex all week last week, and it's so secret. Everybody,
I think they should have a fight on the whole ceiling. I mean, everybody was not on one.
yeah.
We'd be getting knockouts, and the people would be looking at us. It's way cooler to say they're only going to do it once. How do you shit on this
There's
season?
going to be 2 production trucks. Like people at Irma, you see in the whole bridge there, because you know it's produced for.
That's a very good story.
They hired another director. Like so it's like it's just like crazy.
They should make some kind of documentary or something that's making this shit up. You know what I mean? And so people get to try to see what was going on inside of there to go ahead and get there.
I think there's 6 mini movies that play about the combat space.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy. They spent $20 million on this fucking place. It's nuts.
I think what the original budget was 10.
And they just went over.
So
Sean O'Malley and Rob is a perfect fight for him. Oh, yeah. I know that neither one of them is Mexican, but let that go for a little bit.
Mexico, they adopted Murat.
Sure,
So
he
that's on the list. He fights on the Mexican.
really does. God damn, that guy's gas tank is terrifying. He's terrifying because that's a guy that if you empty out early on the round, you got really
He's got a chin.
He survived. Apparently so. He fucking the Marlon fight was nuts. And he was the second hit for the round. He got dropped. He beat him to death. Beat him to death. No, yeah, he almost left him on top. Yeah, the second round. He took it out of him in the first round. Yeah, the round was an animal. But Miles was like a front runner, like no other. No, you're right. So he thought Henry Cedo was going to sleep. Yeah, right. But the dude, when Marlon was in his prime, when he knocked out Aljo, that switch, whoa, he was terrifying. People forgot how good
He was good. He used to shoot the weight class too.
he was nuts. There's no way that was happening. Right. He was so big for 35 and just shredding it.
Mickey Mouse was
What Marvin had that was so tricky was that left high kick off the front leg. He did it so slick. It was so fast.
Yeah, he was explosive. He was accurate. He was well rounded. But he had the gas tank. I think he was making the lead.
It didn't have to do with it was just the psychological aspects to it too. I think there was the nail. It wasn't. He just didn't stand up. He wasn't like Marab. Like Marab finds a fuck out. There's a Georgia memory in there. There's some fucking street fight with a coat. It's a memory of some fucking chaotic thing on a mountain that happened. It's in your brain forever.
You got short and saying everything. Short says he has no aggressives. He points out that Vera thing. It's a fluke. If you look at Marab's record, that fight with Frankie Size was a fucking. I don't say it's a fucking robbery if you watch that. Yeah, he was just getting over fucking. What is it? Not the he had something. He had lingering effects of something, and he still went through that fight. I don't give a fuck. Watch that fight. He won that fight. And then the other one with Simone, Ricky Simone, it was controversial because he was in the choke, and the round ended, and then he was like, half in, half out. No, he's out. And then it was like weird.
Let me see that. Ricky Simone, I forgot.
He was shaking to end it. And then when it's ended, it's out. But in and out. So it's like, it's weird. He made it for the best.
John Shalon against Jean Wei Lu. Remember at the end of the ring, she was like, oh, So here it is. Ricky Simone gets her in a guillotine.
It's the very end.
That's so tight. That's so tight. He's out. He's out. Right? He's out. Okay. So he's hanging in there. He's hanging in there.
Where's the second sleep?
He's not tapping. God damn, that guy's got a little power, huh? Look at him. He's not tapping. He's a person. He's not defending with his arms either. This is crazy. He's not even defending with his arms. He's just using his neck. He's getting the thumbs up. Yeah.
10 seconds?
He's still moving his legs.
I mean, that's the whole. But now he's like,
He's breathing.
yeah, what the fuck? They stopped the fight.
No. You can't say he's out there.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't say he's out.
I did my
Yeah, that's kind of a
That's fucked up. So, he's not the fight.
If I have a round over, that's not he was out.
Yeah, so I mean,
He protested immediately. He was just laying there with his eyes open. It looked like he was out because he was fucking exhausted. He was clearly. But there's no way he would have known if the guy says it's over. He immediately protest. There's no way he could have known to protest if he wasn't awake.
It was the ref. I mean, so it's like you can look at his record and really this guy's fight.
You know, that's a bad.
And then if you the fight before that, you got Survivor and Frankie Side. So you can literally look at this guy and say, I mean, if you want to,
I think all these moments of adversity just strengthened his real thing. The guy's a monster now. The Henry Cejudo fight was so crazy. When he was carrying Henry Cejudo, the little kid with his tongue hanging out, I was like, this is mad.
it was kind of embarrassing.
I'm not Henry Cejudo. He wasn't just doing it to some guy who didn't belong in the cage with him. He's doing it to a 2-division world champion who's Olympic gold medalist in wrestling, and he's carrying him around like a pillow.
And he walks over to Marcus up and
And then he's coming in shit while it's choking. Comes out and shit's like beating the fuck out. He's having a great old time. When he had him in that 10-finger guillotine, bro, that's a nasty spot. That's a nasty. I thought he was going to get him there with that. That's a nasty choke.
yeah, I think he's gonna have his.
I think the craziest moment like that, though, was when Hamza picked up the leech.
He's
like, carrying him over the Dana. He says fucking him up right in front of Dana. That dude's wild.
Poor Lynch, though. Lynch can't get that. I mean, he just feed into everything. Like all his profits. And all his profits.
And smoking cigarettes in the locker room, fucking everybody up. He's
He put them in hands on that striking was beautiful.
Yeah, he's good. He's very, very, very good. That guy's scary. There's so many nerds that are fighting nerds. There he is right here. Yeah, fighting nerds, man. They got a great team. But this guy, he's just a fucking killer. Carlos just knows how to put it on. His knee to the body, man, was so nasty. Oh. See the knee to the body before that. Didn't have that in that video. But he had him hurt before this. But he's just fucking accurate, dude. His whole run. Look at that. He's got decisions.
Yeah.
There's some good fighters coming up, man. These kids that are coming up, they come into the cage so much better than guys just 5 years ago. So much better.
They're getting so much help from the UFC prior.
Right.
You know, like especially like if you have like the PI behind you, like in Mexico, they're like sponsoring these guys.
There's so many videos to watch.
Yeah.
That's a big factor. Because like when you were coming up, you had VHS tape. What the fuck are you gonna watch? Nobody got a chance to see anything. You didn't really get, unless you saw them in your gym, you didn't get a chance to see like real high level stuff. And now guys that have a standard in their head that's way higher than everybody's standard from 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, no doubt about
This guys just come in so well now.
And plus they start so much younger.
Oh yeah, that's
And kids, you know, the UFC is pretty good, you know, wrestling in high schools and junior leagues and things. So they're just more complete. Like they're growing up now, complete martial artists. You know, there's no secrets in it. I remember back in the day, it'd be like, I didn't know don't show my
kids only a few years old. It's not this thing somebody went his whole career without getting kicked in the cat.
Me too. Yeah.
Crazy. How the fuck did everybody miss that?
I know, right?
Nancy Henderson used to throw it.
He did.
Yeah. But he never had the kind of results that these guys have. It's different.
Where did it come from?
Like it's really high. They've always done it. It just wasn't done that often. These guys check it. If they check it, they turn out and you catch it on your foot. I think they do it a lot more in Muay Thai now. Because I think everybody just sees what's going on. You see it a lot in Glory. You see it now a lot. Guys throw out a lot. It's so effective.
You know what's weird? Like in karate combat, like you can't throw it to the thigh. Like it has to be a counter.
That's
Yeah. It's weird to be on the left.
That's weird.
Yeah. You can't throw it to the You can't, it's illegal to kick above the knee on karate combat. It's no sense. It's no sense.
Or the karate. Yeah, that literally makes no sense.
Yeah.
Because what about kick? What about the ones where they kick the legs off the time? That's karate too.
Not sure.
You know, take out some of the best karate from karate.
Not sure why that's a rule.
But you can ground pound for like 10 seconds.
You can ground pound until you stop.
Oh.
Yeah, you can ground pound until you stop. And then you break out.
Like,
Right. But you can't kick to the thigh.
That's
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. What's your feeling on that side kick to the knee? Like what Khalil did to Podestas?
Hate it. No, I don't hate it. You hate it?
Yeah. I think it does nothing but damage your fighter. Like people say, oh, you can lead bar or you can tap to it, or you can't tap to that kick. And right
kick hands, can't tap to a head kick either. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I go to sleep, you go to sleep. That's different to me. But some head kicks are probably worse than getting knee kicked. You know, I mean, Leon Edwards and Kamaro. If you ask Kamaro, would you rather take a shot to the knee or the shot to the head? He might take a shot to the knee. Yeah. I mean, it's you got to defend. You hit one time, like a real big. I think I'm not going to kick the head. It's horrible to watch, but like, you got to defend. Yeah. You know? Not like you can't defend it. You got to defend it. It's, you remember when Darren Till started using that betting? He was like one of the first guys to start using that. But John Jones. John Jones. He's the guy. Yeah, that's a shitty one. I mean, you can't use that. Like, there's no intention. You can't do that sparring. You can take it out the deal. I had guys tell me that they were sparring with guys they didn't know they did shit like that. Sidekicks, and he's like, what the fuck? You know, they're sparring now. So the guy was telling me about the ATT. They bring in some crazy Russians for sidekicking your knees. I mean, not only that, but they would do like spinning wheel kicks to the head, with just hitting you with the heel, and I'm like, oh, what are you doing? That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so hard. That's so hard. If you're in a high level sparring match with a guy that's like, you're getting emotional, and you throw a spinning kick, it's so hard. It's slapping at the foot. Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, you wear shin pads for a reason to protect, and then you throw a spinning kick where there's no protection. Well, that's why gloves are nice, right? Because you can knee somebody in the face, you can elbow them in the face, you can shin them in the fucking skull. Right, but you're not. It's kind of crazy. This guy, it's not really sparred with the new. I mean, they came later on, like the gloves that you could. They're not the boxing gloves. They're puppies. I always use the 16-ounce gloves because I want to be able to fucking throw. And I grab with them, but then like I get in, I get up in the car, I obviously can't make a grip, but then it's not much easier when I can make a grip. So like I get in, I use it, but you know, my parents, they're like, they pressure like but then the gloves and people fucking around with them, like, dude, the problem that I just never played. I didn't have the luxury of fucking 5'6". I have to triple jam in and fight. Like I can't play by just I got to throw. So I couldn't throw like realistically with those little gloves. Right. So I see sometimes there's some people sparring. I went to my girl sparring and this girl Laura and she brought in another guy and they were doing it with those guys. Next time if you want me to watch this shit, you're playing. I'm not gonna be telling you to fucking do certain things and throw certain things. It's playing, you're playing. If you can't play, I don't practice it. But we have to fight. So I mean, you know, you don't see that. I mean, we did the same thing. Do you think that there's a time in a fighter's career where they don't have to spar? Is there ever a time where they don't have to spar hard? If they clock in enough hours, I think it's like Max Holloway, whoever else, like aggressively. But even Holloway, when he's getting ready to engage you, decided to spar. You have to simulate the fight as much as possible because you don't want to feel that for the first time in there. So the reason why is to really spar is I was watching this fight with Drickus, and the thing about that fight is that it looks like at the end is he's very tired, you know, and he gets clocked. Like Drickus catches him with some of those winging punches, which he's getting away from in the earlier rounds, and he catches him, rocks him, and then he hits him with a couple more right hands against the cage, and then immediately gets him in a choke and he goes to the ground, and then his attacks. And I always wonder, because that school of thought, like the Mark school of thought when BJ was in his prime, was those guys were just doing plyometrics and cardio, and that's it. They just like, you know how to fight. We're just going to give you the most fucking insane gas tank you've ever had in your career. And if you can get through this crazy camp of doing box jumps and plyometrics and those fucking, all those things they were doing with their favorite systems, wild shit. And Nick Kershaw, who I talked about, who's trained up. They have this philosophy that a fighter, like a guy like you or a guy like you have so many fights, you know how to fight. You've been there, you've done it. What you really need to do for this camp, just getting ready for a fight, is not get injured and have a fucking insane gas tank. Flip side of that, most recently, and it's not the same thing because the guy could do that. You like that philosophy with 20 points? Goggins, now look, that's totally Ferguson after Gage. But Goggins put him through a fucking cardio session. But I think, Ferguson after Gage is a different deal. And then there's also, I don't think he should have been in the court. I mean,
the corner yelling from the stand, I'm not shit on Goblins, I'm not bullshit. But he's in the corner going, get up, Tony. It's like one of those things where it's like, oh shit.
Agreed. Look, when it comes to willpower and when it comes to like discipline, there's no one like God.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't matter if you're not in strength.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
it doesn't matter. You're gonna quit, bitch.
Yeah.
Look how will you? I ain't even put that in there. You're going to see it. Yeah. That's how it goes. You're a human being. You have neck muscles. You have veins that provide all that blood you're running. I'm going to cut that off. And if you can't get all that he needs from a guy like that, you can get something. But Tony at that time was already on a long skid of multiple losses. The Chandler knockout, he gets front kicked in the face, an epic KO loss. The Gaethje fight was horrific, and then he blows his fucking knee out backstage. He was the boogeyman. We were going to see the boogeyman versus Khabib. It was the fight. Everybody was pumped. And then Al steps in on super short notice. Raging Al had a great fucking account of himself. It was a very good fight. Very good fight against Khabib in his prime. Khabib in his prime.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, I always wanted that Toby just doesn't step on those wires, and we get to see that fight. My God.
Yeah.
Because that was Tony Ferguson when he was the fucking boogeyman. Everybody was scared of him. Yeah. He was beating the fuck out of everybody.
Who was the guy that left them wires there? Hopefully they find him. If they ruined this,
there's always going to be one.
Yeah.
That's just the thing. Didn't everybody care? Fall backstage. Yeah. Right before the fight. He fell and hit his head. He stepped on something like Bruce Height. Went up in the air, banged his head, got knocked out, bleeding. Yeah.
He was going to be guessing, but like, even when he was in his prime, like, before Kevin Lee got him down and mounted him. Then he tried it. He did try it, but Kevin Lee mounting, no offense to Kevin Lee, it's not like a beat him. So, I mean, is he going to survive that?
You got to remember, Kevin Lee maybe didn't achieve his potential, but Kevin Lee choked out a kiss. Remember that? Kevin Lee was a motherfucker.
He did have his moments.
He had potential. Yeah. When he knocked out, what's his face, the wrestler?
Gregor.
That's right. Kevin Lee was a fucking beast, man. He just was inconsistent and he had a bunch of knee injuries, like severe knee injuries.
And that's the thing, like, that fighter's window is only open for so long.
Right. So you got to try to maximize that.
Right. Do what you can with it.
Right. If you saw Fedor fight Ryan Bader, you can't touch Fedor.
Yeah. And that's what we try to do.
Right. We judge. That's why I would say BJ. We judge BJ by the heavy sport.
It was like Tony Ferguson. I mean, Tony beat BJ's. That's not a good way it happened. As far as how many muscles, right? Yeah. So these guys got to put these guys' names in fight fast, these young kids, and see them like doing these. That's the rush.
Yeah. But that's the thing about fighters. It's like whatever that window is. They say it's 9 years at your very best. From your contender to your champion, whatever. That fucking red line.
I think it's about 5. You know. I think it's shorter than that. I think it's about 5 years where you're just like in it. Like you in it, let's get it right now. Yeah.
Innocent.
Yeah.
It's like 5 years of just destruction.
And then afterwards it's like,
also injuries, Anderson injuries his wife.
Yeah.
His left hook.
Yep. Yeah. That was the start of it all.
Yep.
Ryman's got that. Oh, that was crazy.
Same money Linda Uriah Hall. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But before Uriah Hall was like the next big thing, when he was in the Ultimate Fighter, Chris fought him in New Jersey. Remember? Yep. Remember? Bro, he had a long left. Why was it an extra foot to that hip? That was sorry. We can extend it. That's a good hook because guys don't think it's going to be able to reach him, and all of a sudden it's there.
I'm interested to see it.
It's going to be a war.
Yeah, because these games, Aaron could think. But remember he fought Khalil and didn't even flinch?
Khalil was just blasting his legs.
Talk about being tough enough to think of.
Bro, I asked him about it. I was like, those are legs. Every
This poker face.
He just took it.
It's just some fights coming up, kids. Some real good fights. Oh, fuck yeah, I can't wait. I love it. I love a Saturday when the fight. There's so many fights on the weekend that when it's not going on, I'm like,
you know what I'm looking forward to?
Halloween to court.
Yes, that's the one for me.
That's October.
That's October, right?
Yeah.
That's the one, son. That's the one for me. Because I see that fight where I don't fucking know. I love a fight where I don't want to fucking know.
I know.
A lot of people that count out if him on the Gaethje fight.
I thought Gaethje was going to be
insane. And now you're giving them a lot of time to prepare, to get ready for this fight. And then Hamzat Whitaker's this people. He's not going to have me like he's not sick again. Yeah, that's fucking calling. It's a great fight. It's a good. Jeff Neal over there to start the. I didn't know that was happening. Armin Petrosian and Magomedov. Ooh. Yeah, there's some good fights in that card. It bust out. And that's a great card. Yeah. Everybody needs these fucking Max Hogan. And Max got a little sneaky spinning back kick while stepping away. It was it's a huge change. At the end of that first round, changed the fight. Changed the fight. And it was a skill that he really didn't use a lot earlier in his career. And he had it all of a sudden dialed in. It was crazy. And it was like a hard one to do because he's moving away. It's like a hop away spin to the face.
And talk about a hero fucking ending to that fight. You can't, I don't think there's another fight that ended.
You wouldn't believe that if it was in a movie. Right. Shut up.
Right.
Shut up with your stupid ass.
It was clearly he fucking takes that chance.
Like, clearly it had. Yeah.
With a guy you know throws hammers.
Yeah. And he's been dropped in that fight already. Right? He got dropped. He was legit dropped. It's the stuff of legends. And the fact that it's for the BMF belt, what a perfect fight for the BMF belt. It's the perfect fight.
And it's crazy because like I'm sitting right behind you guys and I'm watching you guys as like natural reactions. Like it's such a natural reaction. And I know you guys think a lot of shit. They make memes about you guys, but watching you do it in those moments is the best thing ever.
You don't even know what's happening.
Yeah.
I think that was the first fight I ever stood up. I got out of my chair. I couldn't take it. I literally couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. I can't be sitting down. I had to stand up. Anik too. Anik doesn't stand up very often either, I don't think. I couldn't sit down. I was like, I can't believe I just saw that. I can't believe that was real. And then I just flew around going, fucking wild, man. That was wild.
Max been giving us the moments, right? Yeah. 17 Thomas with not a lot of people there. It was like, okay, listen up. You're going to have a communicator, you're taking away.
I still gave him the second fight with Volkanovski. So he got to go back. I think, imagine if he wins and then he doesn't go through this skid, you know, and you see, oh, Calvin fight was cool. He changed Calvin Cater's career.
Yeah.
He changed Calvin Cater's career in that fight. That was a bad beating. It was a bad beating. And it was kind of, to remember talk shit to him. And this is the Apex, right?
No, this is Abu Dhabi.
Oh, that's right. No audience, right? That's right. It's not even looking there. Avoid all the punches. I'm the best box. But the other thing about Max, dude, is that fucking gas tank. That gas tank.
He doesn't stop.
He doesn't stop it. It's a weapon, man. The volume of the gas tank. It's a weapon. And that power's legit, too. Max seems to be even more powerful at 55 than he's at 40. That's right. So, but my question is, does it maintain that when it gets down to 45? Like, how hard's that cut?
Especially, he's got plenty of time to kind of time it out. Right. So I think it's going to help.
I hope so. I would not want to see him drained at all. This fight to do
with alien explosion.
Has he a phone? No, it's ants.
I know.
You see the video of him hitting the ants?
I saw this. Even his brother hit like that. Yeah. I watched his brother hit it. I was like, God damn.
Bro, he hits mitts like a world champion boxer.
Yeah. I was going to say, we haven't seen it tested on it. But then he got hurt. He got kicked daily. He came back, but that's fucking beast.
That's not the next round.
Yeah, yeah.
But Ilias' hands are some of the most impressive hands in the sport. No fat in his technique, no wasted movement.
He
the best friend.
I say you're gonna find out. This is good, Jimmy, but there's a video that's like recently on his Instagram that's fucking insane because he's going full clip trying to show off, and you get to really like he's working here. It's all good. Let's see if you can find the clip that's on his Instagram page. His Instagram has an insane video of him just cracking mitts. We played it on the podcast the other day, remember? Yeah, that's it. Give me some volume so you get shit.
Yeah, that's
Crispy. Everything. No wasted
But
motion.
here's the thing with Max is losing. Like, Max ain't gonna be there for
Nope.
Yeah,
And
Max
Max
can't be there. Yeah.
tall as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if Max can catch him and hurt him the way Jai Herbert did, you know,
Max is
something sneaky. It's perfect, right?
Yeah.
He's watching that battle.
Does Volkanovski have anything else on the radar?
No. I think they'll wait and see what happens. I think.
I mean, I personally like to see him rest a little bit anyway.
I would 100% want to see him rest a lot. I think after those two, he should have never taken a 10 days notice fight myself. Never. Don't do it. I don't care how much it's kept. And then immediately 3 months later, he fights Topuria. After he gets KO'd with the head kick, that seems crazy.
Sure, I thought as soon as I saw that fight, I was like, are you kidding me?
I mean, he's another way round for him. He was probably, before that, he probably felt like, hey, I felt it before. I felt it. I've seen it's coming. And
Listen, I begrudge him for taking that shot. I think the second fight was even the bigger mistake because you had just been flatlined. And now you got to cut back down and go back out there on such short notice.
Right, but no other sport would want a champion to go in there and fight for a title with 10 days notice. They would never ask me to do that anywhere else. There's never happened in boxing. Never happened in a million years in boxing.
For sure.
Never.
But, they take advantage of MMA guys because they know we're crazy.
That's shortcut.
You have all the fighters are still under your control, under contract. So
It's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem. And but also, Volkanovski could have. He had the choice. He's just like he's a warrior.
He's going to go
He's a savage. So it's not like he can do it.
In hindsight, it was a bad idea, but in his mind, he's thinking, this is an opportunity for me to do something. Hindsight's always 2020.
trying to build his
But look, that's what Aspinall did, and he won the title.
Right, exactly. So, had that been different for Aspinall, we'd have been like, yo, he shouldn't have took that fight.
Exactly. So like Pablo, that guy's an animal.
Yeah.
How's it fighting Pavlich with fucking? What did he have? Like how many days notice? And
It was like 7 days.
7 days notice, and it was a fucked up rib.
Yeah.
It's a wild sport. You know, it's like sometimes guys step in on short notice and it's exciting and they win. You know, so it's like the key is like never get out of shape. And I think with Volkanovski, he was drinking a lot. And
That was probably more
still freaking out. I mean, you saw it physically how he looked for a second. He looked different. Yeah, and he was just like he's that instead of him. Yeah, looking right.
I would never take it. Back in the day, too, I beat my camp. I would never, because you peak at the right, you should be peaking at the right time.
100%.
So usually say, people like, well, you should always be fight ready. But yeah, that's easier said than done. You can always be in shape, but that's not fight shape. And you don't know that until you're fucking back at the sparring. I still am, but only fuck.
I think if you're always about 4 weeks out, like that's probably it.
Right, and you get 10 days notice, you might get in shape, you might be able to pull that out. And if you maintain a respectable level of cardio, you're bulk, you're drinking, getting the cheese, and then you gotta lose all that fucking weight.
Yeah, I can't. I used to be fat. When you stay with the pizza pasta for too much,
Everybody says that we develop eating disorder.
that's
a real eating disorder.
those cheats are heavy. That's huge.
He gained 40 pounds a week.
God damn. What's gonna be? Woke up when he's retired of that shit. Yeah. He's already not like he fights. It's crazy.
Never be with that crazy hair. That's
He got retired too.
that Red Bobby Green fight was a big deal.
That was about his.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
I mean, what he did, that was beautiful. He
He was
him
in
in range,
Yeah.
and I didn't expect Bobby to shoot, but the second he did that, he's got nice jiu-jitsu.
Very sharp on his back. And the other thing was like, you notice how big he looked. Because Bobby's big. Bobby's not a small 55er. And you realize, like, you might underestimate how big Patty is at 55. He's fucking pretty big. And those kicks were good.
Yeah, sometimes he's not a bad fighter.
Bobby's a very good stand-up fighter.
For sure.
Bobby get his legs lit up that quick.
Dude,
That was a big deal.
I expected to see it tested.
Well, but do you think he's ready for like the top guys now? Like, would you put him in there with Norman Sarukian? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I put him in there with Morgano and Saint Denis.
oh, that's
Yeah.
Winner Morgano, maybe.
I would love to see him fight Morgano. I like when Morgano's been doing more with his jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Morgano's got a really good jiu-jitsu. I saw him fall up Chase in the grappling time.
Yeah.
And how good is that fucking post-fight interview?
Oh,
He's funny. He's got figured it out. You know, some guys figure it out. Like Kobe had to figure it out. He did it his way. Everybody figures it out. You figure out you gotta get a twat.
Once you get into the second you just spoke about Leon Edwards' stepfather, it shows you that he's a fucking piece of shit. Kobe, you're a fucking piece of shit.
You're not down for none of that. I mean, you don't have to talk about 4 years. Well, that's why it's like I'm 5 years.
I should fight now.
That's why it's so interesting that a guy like Pereira gets as high as he gets with none of that. Zero.
Well, I mean, it's stuff that you don't need. You don't need to cross that line.
Just, you know, fuck people up.
Yeah.
Yes, speak English.
He's got a social media presence, so he shows a sense of humor, you know what I mean, on social media. So I think that endears people to him as well.
Bro, and that thing he did when he kicked the soccer ball and then hit it with the
Yeah.
He kicked the soccer ball and then shot it through the arrow. So he kicks it.
Oh, he really shoots it? He's just fucking around.
No, he's really good. Really good.
Nice. Yeah.
He does that kind of archery. I don't even do that kind of archery. I do archery with like aces. Fucking everything's like this. He nails it. That's before he beat Adesanya. Give me some volume on this. Because when he screams, imagine being a neighbor and hearing this. Here, he hits it. Imagine being the neighbor.
Yeah.
And you watch him on pay-per-view, I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, you can't even complain. You can't even say anything. That's for the sake.
Sometimes they don't need that extra fucking whatever it is.
Well, he's got the swag with him. He's just the stoic warrior. Coming out, shooting an arrow at you and screaming.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, people are attracted to violence.
Yeah.
And again, like, even Robbie Lawler, like, people love Robbie, and he hated the violence that attracted people.
Talking about wars, and both were
Oh my God.
him and Carlos,
Oh my God.
right?
Him and Melvin Manhood. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was crazy. He was kicking around his legs so bad.
He was
His
nuts.
leg.
So I had flashbacks of Pete Spratt.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
You forgot about Pete Spratt.
He was a good striker.
Very good striker. Dude, what a crazy time this sport has gone through. And all these years, this fight was so horrible to watch, man. These guys were so busted up. Look at Rory's nose. It's gone. It's just from the and then it just like
Head split open, his lips split open.
yeah, his lips hanging off.
Yeah, this is easily the best fight of all time, right?
I'm certainly in the
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah. Robbie, you like Ronnie said, he knocked out, I forgot who he finished.
Nico Price. Yeah,
Right?
first
And
round.
then he went to the sunset.
And he knocked him out without taking a shot.
Yeah, it's so easy to say, I want one more.
But he's going to be a great coach too. I'm sure he is. But he's also a guy like you want that guy to be proud of.
Yeah.
It's Robbie Ball, for sure. If there's something to that, you get coached by a guy like that.
Stay in school, kids.
You gotta really know what you want if you're gonna do this for a living.
Yeah. And you got to look across and see that shit.
Right? Yeah.
Guy's got a fucking joke.
He's ready to go to war. Fucking final round.
Good sick.
That shit. We've seen some wild fights first.
You're going to see some wild noises.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know what's gonna happen, man, but I know you're partially around. But I just
It's got to keep gets one clinch. Yeah. It's got to be fair. They're saying he needs one shot. I'm saying Rob needs one clinch. Not to end the fight.
The thing is, I feel like Sugar is a better striker than Marvin. And Marvin is having Rob in trouble. And that's if he's new balls for feet. Like, you can only take so many of those sniper shots from Sugar. But can he land? And can Rob keep moving and keep threatening pressure? You know, the argument is there's one guy who's going to win by taking him down and smashing him. The other guy's going to win by knocking him on the feet. And we don't know what's going to play out. It's going to be interesting.
He's fucking phenomenal. The thing that I think that Sean does well when he got out there with it is, I mean, you never ask him to pressure him because that's how he has to beat him. Sean took out Aljo back up. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. So a lot of guys can't fight moving backwards. Mm-hmm. He does have the ability to fight moving backwards.
He's also a great game player. You got to put in a great relationship. They study shit. They find holes. You know, they knew that Aljo has this tendency to get like a little over-range charge. He was ready for that. I'm just interested to see if he can capitalize. Because if he can't, Barat's going to hold him. Barat's just a different kind of worker on top of it.
I think he needs one round, mushing him in the fence, just like wear him out, like kind of like GSP did with BJ. You know, wear him out a little bit, slow him down a little bit, and then you can put the pace on. It's going to be very exciting.
Some guys are afraid of extending too much energy on a takedown.
So, yeah,
Barat's not going to. He's not going to. And that same energy you felt in the first, you're going to feel like that. That's what we're doing.
But I'm rooting for Barat. I like him. I think it's great.
It's another one.
It really might be the most important because what's the difference with the United can't go out there?
And Barat's one of them that do the spars up until the day of the fight, right?
I see that guy talking about that was just ridiculous. He already did 5 rounds. Why is he going back? It's insane what he does. It's not normal. And again, I think that if he doesn't get caught with that perfect shot, he's a hard guy to put away. And he's not going to stop. He's a little terminated.
He also knows this is his big moment.
Yeah. Also, the pressure is not going to. He's not. I've already. When he was in the fight to Pilion, when he had that Pilion fight, before that fight got on the table, like they were talking about it, he told me he didn't. If he truly accepted it, like he was like, there's so much pressure in this fight. He goes, you know, the history between Georgia and Russia. He goes, it's not just a fight for me. If I lose this, he was so, the pressure was so much. That's what my crowds. And when he took that fight and he handled it, he was different in that fight. Even the lead up, he's calling him a bitch. He's dealing with the Russian bully. And so when he won that, that was like the title for him.
He broke his ass.
Oh my goodness.
That was a wake-up call for everyone in the division. Like, do that to the one. That's a strong motherfucker.
And Barat was able to stand with guys like Jan and things, so he's definitely not incapable.
No, he can pick you up on the feet too, and that's part of the problem with the guy who's trying to take you down all the time.
Yeah.
His ball is get on the way, get off the field. But Sean is such a fucking sniper, and he's so agile. His athleticism, switching stances, a fight with just as good off the left as off the right. You can switch stances in the middle of a combination, choose angles. You just can't keep that fucking animal on.
And they're both extremely confident.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I like when it's, I love that shit.
Yeah,
so
it's
It's a real clash of styles.
so many fucking good fights these days, man. What a good time to be a fan.
like, fuck yeah.
We're spoiled.
They're so spoiled.
I mean, Boxing Bacon will come back too. I mean, that's Trevante and Ryan Garcia got it. You know, it seems like we're starting to make some more fights.
Well, Saudis.
Yeah. That's the money. There's money in the money. What do you think of them? They're talking. I mean, are they really doing Canelo for $20 or something? You saw it in the street?
On the pay-per-view?
Yeah, $20. I don't quote me, but the Prince who runs that Riyadh stuff said he's going to make all pay-per-views.
He did say that.
He believes that it would make it more, expose it to more people, grow the audience, we'd still make money and everybody. Yeah.
I wonder how many more people would buy it with 20 rather than 70. They might make the money.
It's what he said.
And he was talking about
He said he might even Canelo for free.
He said it was that cheap that people would stop hiring.
They might.
Yeah.
$70 is a lot. It's like, isn't it 79? Sometimes like 80 bucks.
Yeah.
That's a lot. It was $20. I wonder. I mean, it'd be interesting to try.
Yeah. I didn't know they were going to start with, I don't know if they were starting with better beef, but yeah, and they were talking about doing that for like $15.
Nobody even knows. They should know these things.
I know.
I mean, they're both $6.
Isn't better be 20 and over 29 bucks?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's 39 to watch this.
I can't watch it for the MMA. I just watched it. It's hard.
I mean, I picked my spots.
Ben Whitaker?
Who?
Ben Whitaker?
No, Ben Whitaker?
You know Ben Whitaker?
Yeah.
That dude who's got that crazy drunken style.
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah.
he's a big, tall, light heavyweight. He's got this wild style. $90, right?
Shoot a $20.
Yeah.
It's out there. You can find an article.
That's a good deal. So you pay for the pay-per-view and other fights are $20. That's a good deal.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, gentlemen, this is a lot of fun. So, protect your neck. That's all we need.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. So,
Way better than
it's still, but our check is still cut. Gentlemen, tell everybody where they can see your new podcast. And thank you for doing it. Great job.
Dude, thank you for pushing me and planting that seed in my mind. The Matt Sarah channel on YouTube, Geeking Out with Matt Sarah. And I have a good time. It's once a week. You're going to see new films come around, doing excellent movies. Me and Ray Longo talking about a top 5 gangster movies.
And you said it's on everything else too?
It's on Spotify, it's on YouTube. The first episode dropped today.
Damn.
So I knew you was going to ask me this like I had the Oscar award this shit. So, you can catch me at Tomato Road, the Hollywood Tomato, or you can catch me on MMA Today or Sirius XM Fight Nation. Speaking on ESPN, Fight on YouTube, and I'm also partner of the Valerie Energy Drinks. My film Brotherhood is making its way around the film festival circuit. And if you got beef with me, see me in the street. Yeah.
John,
Welcome. Yep, I have ground control background. Anybody looking to train any mixed martial arts? It's at B-More MMA and also Shogun Fights. We have another show coming up on October the 5th. And I'm getting ready to open a gym probably within a month or so called Fit Factory. So keep your eyes out for that.
boom. Beautiful. All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much. This is good time. Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Hello, Joe.
That's what's stressed out.
I am stressed out. Are we recording?
Yes.
Okay, then I want to make a special request. You can kick me out if you like, but I
Why would I
really
do that?
because I need to have a meltdown. I would like to have a meltdown right now on your.
How do you live with Ken?
You want to have a personal time?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
I've heard of it.
How are you?
Well,
How's your day going?
How's your day going? This is a great opportunity. And I don't know what I'm
How's your
going to say,
day?
but I'm definitely going to know. Okay. So I am completely fed up.
How's your day going?
I have worked day and night. I work about 80 hours a week. I'm directing almost 40 research projects. I've been working really hard for
Oh,
maybe
how are you?
45 years. And in the last 12 years where I've
turned my eye to Google, other tech companies, have turned into, for me personally, a disaster. So before I started studying Google, I had published 15 books with major publishers. Since I've started studying Google and other companies, I can't publish anymore. I used to write for and actually work for mainstream news organizations and media organizations. I was editor-in-chief of Psychology Today for 4 years. An editor for Scientific American. I wrote for USA Today, U.S. News and World Report, and Time Magazine. But in 2019, after I testified before Congress about some of my research on Google, President Trump tweeted to his whatever millions of bazillions of followers, basically some praise for my research. He got the details on. But then Hillary Clinton, whom I had always admired, chose to tweet back with her 80 million Twitter followers, and she tweeted that my work had been completely debunked and was based on data from 21 undecided voters. I still have no idea what any of that came from. Probably someone from Google, because Google was her biggest supporter in 2016. And this was 2019, and then that got picked up by this machine. I'm told it's called the Clinton machine. And the New York Times picked that up without fact checking. And 100 other places did. And I got flushed like a bug. Flushed. I had a flawless reputation as a researcher. My research reputation was gone. I was now a fraud. Even though I've always published in peer-reviewed journals, which is really hard to do. And there was nothing I could do about it. And all of a sudden I found that the only places I could publish were in what I call right-wing conservative nutcase publications, where I've actually made friends over the years. I've made friends with them, but that's beside the point. I was crushed. And not only that, I could discovery things. I've made at least 10 major discoveries about new forms of influence that the internet has made possible. These are controlled almost entirely by a couple of big tech companies, affecting more than 5 billion people around the world every single day. And I've discovered them, I've named them, quantified them, I've published randomized controlled studies to show how they work, published them in peer-reviewed journals, and the people stuck with yesterday. And I built systems to do for them what they do to us in our pit. They surveil us in our pit 24 hours a day. Google alone has more than 200 different platforms, most of which no one's ever heard of. People have no idea the extent they're being monitored. They're being monitored when they have an Android phone. They're being monitored even when your phone is off. Even when the power is on, you're still being monitored. How do they do that? Well, because remember when we could take the batteries out? Yeah. And then at some point, solder them in. Because they soldered the batteries in, even when you turn the phone off, it's not off. So it's easy to demonstrate. It's still transmitting. Or it'll transmit the moment the power goes down. It's still collecting data. So, what am I trying to say? Then my wife was killed in a suspicious car accident. This was also shortly after I testified before Congress in 2019. Right before she was killed, I did a private briefing for Penn and AG of Texas and other AGs at Stanford University. And one of those guys came out afterwards and said, well, based on what you told us, Dr. Epstein, I don't mean to scare you, but he said, I think you're going to be killed in some sort of accident in the next few months. So I told you this before when I was on before, and
obviously I wasn't killed, but my beautiful wife was killed, and her vehicle was never inspected forensically, and it disappeared from the impound lot until it was sold to some junk company in Mexico. And that is one of now six incidents of violence against people who are associated with me over the past few years. The last just happened a couple of weeks ago.
Oops. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. But just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off the first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only.
Well, this last one was kind of weird and creepy. And then I was at a meeting in Dallas. It was up in Monterey. And it was with General Paxton, and then with some of my staff. And one of my staff members sitting next to me, she all of a sudden just brushed her hand against my computer. That's not looking. And she screamed. And we all know, what happened? And she goes, look. And there was a needle sticking out of the computer case, which is impossible. And it was going to half inch into the top, gone through the end. And of course, I'm thinking, oh, it's awful, but maybe you just saved my life. Maybe it's got some sort of poison on it, or it's like a fruited thing. Got radioactive substances or something. I'm trying to joke around, but meanwhile, she's terrified. How did a pin get? And by the way, I have a picture of the pin. Really creepy. I've never.
So when you're saying a needle, you're not saying like a syringe. You're saying a needle, like a sewing needle.
No, that's what I'm saying. None of us has ever seen a needle like this needle. It's about 2 inches long, and the end is like it's sharpened. Okay, you can see it's sharpened, and at the end where there should be a hole, the thread, there's no hole. Okay, I don't know what it is, but we've had worse incidents too. I'm just saying this was happened to be the latest.
But that's in your computer bag. Was your computer bag ever out of your care?
Well, not that I noticed, but
I mean, if somebody wanted to harm you, they didn't need it. Not really.
oh, I don't think that's someone wanting to harm.
What do you think that is?
Well, if it's anything, it's someone wanting to scare me. And the fact is, I have been scared. So have a lot of my staff. This summer we had 26 interns. They come from all over the country. 23 of these people are volunteers. And fantastic young people, extremely smart, helping me learn all these discussions, and there is some here. And one of these young men who does superb work, we asked that we take his name off of everything. You know, he didn't quit, but he didn't say, right? Because there's some reason. Yeah, because, you know, there have been a number of incidents. Yeah. And if I were, did you ever hear of John Catsimatidis? No. He owns a kind of supermarkets in New York. He also owns WABC New York. But I was at a luncheon with him. I shouldn't do this on the air. I shouldn't do this. But he actually said, to make a long story short, that if he were Google, he would kill him. That explained it.
But yeah, you're still alive.
Well, I'm alive, but I'm in Russia because, you know, but push comes to shove here. I have been making discoveries that are really startling, and they've gotten worse and worse and worse. Since I was last with you, which was 2.5 years ago, we've made probably 5 or 6, 7 more discoveries that get worse each time. And we've done something that I was speculating about doing when I was here, which was building a nationwide monitor to surveil them the way they surveil us and see what content they're actually sending to real voters and to real kids.
So let's break this down because I think we're getting a little in the weeds here. Let's explain to people that don't know what you're talking about, what your research is about, because most people are not aware. And one of the major issues that you have discovered is the curation and the purposeful curation of information through search engine. So most people that are unaware think that when you do a Google search on something, say if you want to find out about a Kamala Harris rally or a Trump rally, that you are just going to get the most pertinent information in the order in which it's most applicable to your search. But that's not the case. Is everything is curated, and if you want to find positive things about someone who they deem to be negative to whatever ideology they're promoting, it will be very difficult to find that information. If you want to find positive things about someone they support, they will be right up front. If you want to find negative things about someone they support, they will be very difficult to find, and you will be inundated with positive things. And what you have found is that this curation of information from searches has a profound effect, especially on the casual voter and low information voter, a profound effect on who gets elected, and it's tantamount to election. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say that's where I was 2.5 years ago. We have gone so far beyond that because it's not just search results with suggestions. We're capturing them by millions. So it was in the news recently that when people were typing in Trump assassination, you know, they were getting crazy stuff like the Lincoln assassination. They were getting crazy stuff, and they were not getting information about Trump attempted assassination. And you know, I looked at that and I said, "Oh, isn't that nice?" And there's an anecdote of how they made of using search suggestions. We don't have anecdotal data anymore. We have hardcore, large-scale scientific data on all of these issues. But we know what's actually going on, and we've quantified the impact. See, it's one thing to say, "Oh, look what they're doing." Quite another to say, "What impact does that have on people?"
Right. Let's talk about the Trump assassination in particular. What did you find about that?
Well, frankly, we couldn't care less about that because that's one anecdote.
Right.
We're collecting these by the millions, and what we know, a couple of things. We know that, first of all, they're not. You know, it started out as one thing, and it's turned into something else. But what they do is they use search suggestions to shift people's thinking about anything. It's not just about candidates either, it's about anything. And we've shown in controlled experiments that by manipulating search suggestions, you can turn a 50-50 split among undecided voters into a 90-10
and click, with no one having the slightest idea that they have been manipulated.
Wow. And this always goes first.
It always goes a specific way, but I'm going to show you maybe a little later if I haven't put you to sleep, or if my meltdown hasn't gotten too bad, because I'm not quite finished with my meltdown yet. I'll show you content, data, large scale, that we're collecting now 24 hours a day, and I'll show you what the anecdote, those don't hold up in court. You know, they grab headlines for a couple of days, but that's about it. They're not doing it. But we're actually collecting evidence that's court admissible. So we're collecting data now in all 50 states, but we actually have court admissible data now in 20 states already. We keep building bigger and bigger every day.
And what is this data about?
Well, it's any data that's going to real people. So we're collecting data with their permission from the computers of a politically balanced group of more than 15,000 registered voters in all 50 states, and for many of the children and teens as well. And so when they're doing anything on the computers, they've given us the right to collect it, grab it, and snap it over to our own computers, aggregate the data, and analyze it. I want to point out that when we do this with no transmitting any identifying information. We protect people's privacy, but we are getting these increasingly accurate pictures of what Google and other companies are sending to real people. Why do you have to do it this way? Because all the data they send is personalized. You will never know what they're sending to people unless you look over the shoulders of real people and see the personalized content.
What is it about?
Well, as a business, I just summarized our findings over the last 12 years, and you get the first advanced copy of a monograph that's called The Evidence. And and because we're so desperate, we need help, we need money, we need emails, we're so desperate for that, we have set up, I did this last time too, but we have set up a link. If people go to that link and they're willing to give us, we will give them a free copy of this, advanced copy of this monograph. And it goes through the whole thing. It shows all the effects we've discovered, but it also shows the monitoring we're doing and what we're finding out from this monitoring.
One of the things that I noticed this last time we were here was I used to use DuckDuckGo. And one of the reasons why I started using DuckDuckGo is there's a story about a physician in Florida that took the mRNA vaccine and had a stroke shortly after. It was very early on in the pandemic. And they were beginning to speculate that some of the side effects of the vaccine were being hidden. And I could not find this story on Google. I could not find it. I kept looking and looking and looking. I entered in the information on DuckDuckGo. It was one of the first articles. Instantaneous. I was like, this is crazy. Since then, something's happened. And I think they became aware that DuckDuckGo was a problem spot for the dissemination of information. And now it appears to mirror Google.
Well, the same has happened with Bing, and the same has happened with Yahoo.
What about Brave?
No, Brave is still independent. I know Brendan Ike, you should have him on if you haven't. And he's the guy who wrote Brave. Before that, he wrote Firefox for Mozilla. He left because Google had its tentacles into Firefox.
Yeah, I'm afraid to talk about Brave for them to be compromised because, like, we were talking about DuckDuckGo. I was telling everybody, go to DuckDuckGo, and now I'm like, Jesus, it's the same thing as Google. Like something happened. You know what happened?
Well, we know in some cases with some of these companies what happened. I don't know the particulars with DuckDuckGo, but it's easy enough to guess. They're under all of these alternative websites that are trying to protect people's privacy. So we use Proton Mail. We use Signals for texting. They've all run into problems. Problems when Google goes after them. So Google tried to shut down Proton
shut down? What was their argument?
because they saw it possibly cutting in a little bit into their Gmail business, and they were brutal. They were brutal in suppressing any mention of proton mail anywhere. Don't forget, it's not just the search results; it's the search suggestions, it's the answer boxes.
Right? How were they suppressing?
The way they suppress everything else. I'll give you a detail here that you may not know. Okay, because they don't have to adjust their algorithms to do something this simple. So their algorithms, all of them, as far as we know, check blacklists and check whitelists. All they have to do is add a couple of proton mail links to blacklists, and that means that before one of their algorithms picks someone or will show someone something, it checks for the blacklist first. If you put proton mail on the blacklist, it's suppressed. It doesn't appear.
Well, let's look for it right now. Jamie, do me a favor, please, and pull up Google. Obviously, this is happening before the podcast is released, so we can't correct this. We didn't know you were coming on. We didn't know you were coming. So let's pull up Google real quick and put it up on the screen. And okay, you already Googled it. Just let me see. Okay, right away it shows Proton now. And then below that, it shows Proton account, sign in. You can use the Proton VPN. So, how is it suppressing? This is not suppressing at all.
Okay, now this is where my staff has learned to don't be condescending to Joe Rogan.
How is it condescending if I'm just asking a question? You can just give me an answer.
No, I know, I could, but
But look,
I
it
was
says,
about to be condescending.
well, why would you be condescending if this is the question? This is the question.
For
Proton
goodness
mail, do the Google search.
Okay,
And then right away, the first thing is Proton mail.
okay, because you're pushing me back into meltdown. I'll tell you
Well,
why.
tell me why.
Because what account is this?
Jamie's
It's Jamie's account. If you actually want to know whether they're suppressing proton mail, you have to look over the shoulders of a large representative sample of people. You can't just look at Jamie's account.
So you think that Jamie's account is curated to not hide it?
Well, of course it's curated. Okay. Whoever the account it is, they know whose it is and they know how it's used. And remember, since all content is personalized, that means it's very simple matter. And they have algorithms.
Okay, well, we can do a real quick experiment. We won't get the results right now, but we will get the results in the future. So I'll ask the audience to do this. So, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary folks out there, please go to Google and type in Proton Mail and screen record this, and then upload this. Upload this to X, upload this to Instagram, upload this to Facebook, TikTok, and all that. And I'd like to see what the results are.
You're going to get clean results because they know every single viewer, listener that you have. So they can, and I was told this literally by Zach Voorhees, which you may have heard of, from the whistleblowers from Google. They can turn bias on and off like flipping a light switch.
So you think they look for someone who listens to podcasts and they don't have bias towards them?
I'm saying I'm just going to say what I said before. The only way to know what they're really saying to people, when they're not messing around, is to look over the shoulders of people that they cannot identify or representative of the American population and see what, and I'm going to show you over and over and over again, I'm going to show you what they're actually sending. Look at that. I know if you collect data in a scientifically valid way, so that the data are admissible, I will show you what they're actually sending.
So you have shown if you collect data in a scientific way that they suppress proton mail?
I haven't looked at that. We could look at that very easily.
Okay. Do you understand, though, that you're saying they suppress proton mail, and then we're saying, let's see if they suppress proton mail?
Oh, no.
They did.
You misunderstand. I'm telling you that early on, proton mail is written essays on it. I know Andy Yen is the founder and the CEO. And in the beginning, when Google was trying completely put them out of business. And they published a lot of blogs on this. They sued them in court. They did everything they could possibly do. And they had overwhelming evidence that Google was.
Okay, proton mail sued Google or Google sued proton?
Proton mail sued Google.
And what was the accusation?
That they were suppressing content, proton mail content, so that people would not know that they exist.
And what was the result?
Google backed down, which they do sometimes. It's hard to know when they do and they don't. But this is also the Vestager case, head of that commission in Europe, European Commission, that has sued Google repeatedly and has fined them 4 times for 10 billion euros. Their first case against Google was the same kind of case, exactly the same. That Google was suppressing information about comparative shopping. They put out of business, or nearly put out of business, most of the comparative shopping services in Europe. And so the European Commission went after them. They won their case. That's the biggest fine Google had ever faced. And they proved it, because Google was doing this deliberately, systematically. So they do this all the time. And what I'm saying is that generally, look, they're the gatekeeper. They decide what people are going to see and what people are not. And whoever controls the information controls humanity.
They control the process. Has there been any talk about making these kind of algorithms?
Not serious talk, because so you can't look the search algorithm itself, which is probably going to be uploaded because of but the search engine itself has to be biased. It has to be biased, because you don't want it using an equal time rule. You want it to show you the best car brand there is. You want the best dog food. You want the most correct answer. So it's always biased. It's always going to put one political candidate ahead of another. The thing is, those groups they control is one. They take an interest. So that's where the problem is. So because it's always biased, you can't you want the algorithm to work that way, because you want the best to rise to the top. Right. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bad that goes to good. The bad is they can decide what's good and what's bad. One of the leaks from the company, 8-minute video called The Selfish Ledger, talks about the ability of the company to re-engineer humanity. Call it resequencing humanity. And they explain how easily they can do it. And they're actually doing it. And we know they're doing it now, because as of yesterday, we have preserved more than 99.3 million ephemeral experiences, mainly on Google, but other platforms as well. But also on YouTube, because on YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. And on YouTube, it's the ephemeral content. It's those suggestions for the next videos, and it's that up next suggestion that plays automatically. So normally, ephemeral content is lost forever. That's why they use it for manipulation purposes. We're capturing it. That's never been done before, and we're doing it on a massive scale. Everything from search suggestions to answer boxes, to search results, to YouTube sequences, YouTube recommendations. You name it. We're monitoring Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. We're learning. Each year we get better and better at monitoring more and more, and monitoring faster and analyzing the data faster. And last November, we went public with a dashboard that summarizes the data that we're collecting and shows the bias in real time, literally updated every 5 minutes, 24 hours a day. And you can see the bias. And I've given you some images that we can show if you'd like. You can see the bias, and it's overwhelming. This is not my imagination. And I can show you a couple of shocking things that you would never guess it would do.
before the pandemic.
Oh, perfect. Perfect place to begin. How did you know?
Mean bias by political leaning, people only. Okay, so what is this showing?
This is showing, and if you see the bars below the 0 line, that means the content is liberally biased. And you're seeing very strong liberal bias. And those 3 different bars show you the bias and content being sent to conservatives, liberals, and moderates. Now, abortion, you would think, if they're really showing people what they want to see, what something that matches their interests, you would think that they would not be sending the same level of liberal bias to conservatives, liberals, and moderates. But that's what this shows.
So this is the search topic is abortion.
Correct.
This is the average of January to August of 2024. And so when you say mean bias by political leaning, so are you saying they're sending the same biased information roughly? There's a slight difference, a little bit more from the liberal side, and a little bit more on the conservative side from the moderate side of the side, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what are they? Right? Seems like moderate. But what is the bias? Like what? So if you search abortion, is it leaning towards pro-choice websites and pro-choice information? Is that what you're saying?
I knew you were going to ask that, so I can actually show you. For some of these graphs, let's look at a couple of the graphs, and then I'm going to show you the content.
Okay.
Because all of this bias that we're measuring ultimately results in them taking you to a news story, to a web page, right? So we're going to let's do Elizabeth Warren next. Just the red graph, just the graph itself. Yeah. Okay, so this is a shocker because if it's Elizabeth Warren, who's a very well-known liberal politician, they should be sending lots of blue stuff to her. They're not. They want her out of office. They are sending people to content that vilifies Elizabeth Warren. They want her gone. Why? Because she is one of the only Dems who's gone on record, written statements, the whole thing, calling for Google's breakup. They want her gone. And Deaton, I guess, just won the nomination to oppose her for the Republicans. They are going to do everything possible to put this Republican into office in Massachusetts. Wow. And no one knows this except you and me.
Well, a lot more people know it now.
Maybe.
As of you saying this on this podcast, yes.
Well,
unless they're going to suppress the podcast. They really can't do that.
Well, that's why I have a lot to say that I want to say here, because I am really upset about it.
So what this is, mean bias, and what is this bias showing? Is this bias just negative stories about Elizabeth Warren, like her pretending to be Native American and that kind of stuff?
Yes, in fact, that other one that you were about to put up that has the red graph at the top and then below it has a bunch of news stories? That one? This one. Okay, you can enlarge it and scroll down. So these bars aren't just bars. These bars are summarizing content. Thousands and thousands and thousands of web pages that they're sending people to.
So they're sending people mostly, are you saying right-wing centered content?
Well, look at the stuff.
But one of them is CNBC. Elizabeth Warren wants more student loan borrowers to know bankruptcy is easier now.
Mm-hmm. But when you average these, that's what we're doing. When you average them, so we're looking at literally millions of these experiences, and we average them, then you end up with a shocker in her case. They're actually sending conservatively biased content, and people are looking for information on Elizabeth Warren. They want her gone.
Elizabeth Warren and anti-crypto movement losing their battle, according to former CFTC chairman. So that's an anti-crypto movement. That would definitely
be more of a right. Warren proposes jail time for corporate greed in healthcare. That would be a negative, or that would be more progressive, right? She's trying to eliminate corporate greed in healthcare. Three Republican Senate candidates are competing to Elizabeth Warren as the master who fights for relevance. Okay, so that the way that frames that fights for relevance is interesting. That's a little bit biased. Senator Warren's way off on raspberries and Americans' living standards. That's certainly likely. Warren calls for Fed powers weak need on bank rules. Democrats want to tax your home, your retirement, your everything. That's a negative one. Senators Warren and Marshall pose questions to Biden officials about the use of crypto to evade sanctions. So that's going to get the crypto bros after it. Don't change. We don't charge people for air. We shouldn't charge for water either. A new tax bill from Elizabeth Warren to Ro Khanna seeks to ban the trade of water futures. Let's go one step further. That seems like progressive.
When you put these all together, because we're showing you needs,
Right.
what we're showing you is the meat, the overall needs. Now, you would expect for Elizabeth Warren to get 3 blue bars, but we're getting 3 red bars. That means they're sending highly, on average, highly conservatively biased stories to conservatives, which makes sense, and to moderates, well, I might argue, but also to liberals. They're sending us to
She's a
liberals.
problematic person to search anyway because she's kind of a fraud, right? Like, especially with the. I mean, I don't want to say she's kind of a fraud. Let me say it better. She has been accused of lying about her ancestry, and she did it for benefit. She did it to get to Harvard. She did it to get jobs, and then she had that challenge with President Trump, and then it turned out she has a small fraction. Like I think I'm 100 times more powerful American than she is me. Something like that.
Let me explain.
I'm gonna make that up.
Let me explain. Okay.
Please explain. All right.
These aren't just graphs. These are graphs summarizing the massive amount of data that's being sent to a lot of directly to computer screens of registered voters.
I totally understand. And what I'm saying is, with someone like her, it might be difficult to find out.
Oh no, because we have so many examples of these things now that we can find whatever it is. But here's the point. Okay, we can adjust what we're looking for. We can not only look back now on the database that we've been building over the years, but we can adjust what we're looking for going forward.
So if a person wants to break up Google, like she has publicly stated, they're like, okay, well, we will target you with our search offer. We will make sure that people are getting more negative stories about you than positive stories. And we will have a bias that leans towards these negative stories to everyone, to liberals, to conservatives, to independents.
And that has very little impact on people who've already made up their mind, but people who are still making up their minds.
A lot of people in this country
Easily just between 20 and 80% of those people, the undecided voters, like that.
Have you seen the Alexa, where people ask Alexa about Donald Trump versus outliers?
Yes, we got it. Yes, and we, starting last year, we developed special equipment that funds allowing will eventually provide to all of our field agents. We call this our field agents. And we'll eventually provide them with special equipment which is going to allow us to start analyzing answers given by Alexa, the Google Home device, the Google Assistant, Siri. So we're going to start monitoring the content that's coming from these IPAs, intelligent personal assistants. So why? Because we published a peer-reviewed article on what's called the AnswerBotEffect.com. Just go to AnswerBotEffect.com. We will show you in controlled experiments how easily a biased answer coming from an answer bot, like Alexa, can, boom, just like that, shift the opinion from someone who's undecided. 40% or more after just one question and answer interaction in which someone is getting back a biased answer that. They personalize the answer because it's monitored.
So this is essentially a danger that no one was aware of. No one ever saw on the horizon until search engines. Now, search engines are here, and it's something that is not regulated, and it's right in front of us. And what steps have been done to sort of mitigate the effects of this?
Okay, so this is where now we go back to my meltdown.
Oh, we're done now?
Oh no. No, I've been melting down for years, so I have a lot to go. Yes, you summed it up nicely. I'll just rephrase what you said a little differently. No one anticipated these kinds of manipulations were possible. And by the way, we hardly scratched the surface of what these manipulations are and what they can actually do, and the fact that we have evidence that they can use. Forget all that. The point is, yes, our lawmakers, our regulators never anticipated that. When your friend, what's his name? You just interviewed him.
Brett Weinstein?
No, one of the early investors who was on Facebook. Mark Andreessen was one. McNamee. Oh, Teal. These people never anticipated when they invested. In fact, McNamee has said straight out, if I had known what was going to happen, I would have put a dime in. No one really knew this was going to happen. But now that people like me, and there aren't too many, but now that people like me have to figure this out and getting the word out for more than 10 years now, and getting the word out in bigger and bigger ways, I've testified twice before Congress now, you would think that lawmakers, regulators, somebody would jump up and say, okay, we're going to fix this problem. You would think. You would also think that in general, people around the world, it's not just Americans, people would say, the hell with this, I'm not going to take it anymore, like in that old movie, I'm not going to take this anymore. And they would protest, and they would switch over to whatever, the alternative gas, whatever they may be. That's never going to happen. And the laws are not going to happen, and the regulations are not going to happen. And so, the bottom line is, this is why I'm fed up. Because that means that either people are just so stupid, or they're so complacent, or both, that all this work I've been doing, telling myself all this time, is for nothing.
Well, I don't think that's true. Let me take you. I think you have an echo chamber because this is focused your life for the last 12 years. But most people, I like using my parents because it's like when I talk to my parents and stuff, a little bit of it. Because my parents are older and they just read the news and they watch the newspapers and they watch television. And that's what they do. Independent searching. They don't use a VPN. They don't do anything. And so they're a good example. If I ask them, do you think this is bias in Google search results, they would say, because they don't know. Most people don't know. I know in your mind, you have put all this information out. And, the podcast that we did reached millions of people, but how many of these people are listening? Really listening? How many of these people are like, wow, that's kind of crazy, but does it affect my life? No, it doesn't affect my life because I'm going to vote Democrat no matter what, or I'm going to vote Republican no matter what, and this is my feeling on the First Amendment, this is my feeling on the Fourth Amendment. People already have their opinions. And so for most people who are busy with their lives, their families, and work, they haven't made an adjustment. But you're not, but what you're doing is not futile.
But
It's very important.
I don't see that because I see it with more and more people now.
It's not, though. It's not. We just need to do more.
For us to set up this nationwide system, in which at the moment, as I said, we're trying to get 24 hours a day. If you go to AmericasDigital.com, you can actually watch the real-time data. You'll see the data coming in. In fact, I was hoping we would break 100 million by the time we got together, but we're close. We're up to 99.3 million. And next week we'll break 100 million. So you see the data come in, you see the bottom, that's what it is.
These are all these experiences captured, shining light on big tech's dark secrets, revealing real-time ephemeral manipulation. Big tech companies use ephemeral content such as search results, go vote reminders, and video recommendations to rig our elections, indoctrinate our children, and control our thinking. We're now preserving this kind of content for the first time ever to give our courts and our nation leaders the evidence they need to force these companies to stop their manipulations. Now, who do you think would be more responsive to you discussing this? Do you think it would be the Donald Trump administration or the Kamala Harris administration?
I'm afraid to answer that question because I am no fan of Donald Trump, but probably the Trump administration would be more sympathetic. Well, because
you think it's more biased towards Republicans or against Republicans, right?
No, it's because they had a 4-hour dinner with Ted Cruz, private dinner. No, we never talk politics. But the point is, he was struggling. He's like you in some ways. Because you want to understand. I can see all the gears moving as you're just trying. I don't understand this. Mm-hmm. And he's like that. So that's why the dinner went so long, because he was trying to figure out what can we do? What can we do? And at the end, he basically said this. He didn't say we're screwed, no, but he basically said we're screwed. He said because the Democrats are all in the pockets of these companies, and companies not only give them a tremendous amount of money. I mean, Google, Alphabet was Hillary Clinton's largest donor in 2016. So a tremendous amount of money. They're the biggest lobbyists in Washington. He said, and they also apparently, according to your research, send them millions of votes. He said, so forget the Democrats. He said, and Republicans don't like regulation. He said, and unless we can get together, unless there's bipartisan action, there'll never be any change. That's it. That's where we left it. And nothing's going to change that I can see in this country.
As long as it's still benefiting the Democrats, they still contribute to the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party. You see that.
Right. So I'm back to my gripe again. Because so what do I do? Now, let's talk about money. Because a lot of this is about money. And Google is all about money. So, we're talking about this topic. We really should talk about money. Okay. It has cost us close to $7 million since 2016 when we started building monitoring products to get where we are today, where we actually have a national system. First in the world. And by the way, it won't be the last. Because I've been contacted by people from 7 other countries who want me to help them build systems. I'm not going to do it, not until ours is fully implemented, permanent, and self-sustained. The system has to be permanent so that it will, on an ongoing basis, it will be sitting there as a huge threat to any of these companies that want to mess with our children or mess with our elections.
As long as someone utilizes it.
As long as the system is running, no, because we're also dealing with public advocacy groups like election integrity groups, parenting groups. If you want to show some of the folder in there that has some images for these people from videos and recommended on YouTube to children. And if you just look at some of these images, we've gotten several big parenting groups interested in what we're doing. There can be a lot of public pressure applied, not just by politicians and regulators, but by big groups of people saying we don't want you to do it.
Okay, what are you talking about specifically when you're saying recommend to children?
I'm saying.
So this is what you're discussing.
I'm saying that
this is Boondocks, which is a television show.
Yeah.
So this is recommended to children because it is animated. Is that what the idea is?
I don't know. I don't know what the criteria are.
Okay, and then the other one is down below that. You see The Walking Dead, which is the horrible scene that made me stop watching the show. I got it. And these are all okay. There's a lot of sexual stuff.
Yep.
So these are all being recommended to kids.
Yep. We're not searching for them. They're coming into the devices through which we are gathering data.
And what would be the benefit for them of doing this? Of showing all the sexual images to children.
It's titillating and it's addictive.
So to increase engagement.
Correct.
Right. Jesus. And this is just anime?
What's that? It's like I force my friends to watch anime.
It says to dub anime clips. So they set their own words over these clips, and that what it is? Okay. And so you below that you're seeing all these images and some of them are violent cartoons. Whatever.
Well, there's a lot of wild. The key though is if you scroll along the bottom of the image, you'll see this graph that kind of shows you where people watch the most. And the reason why parents generally are not aware of this is because a lot of these gruesome things are very, very quick. They're very quick, but you'll find very often a peak there, you know, because that's what's drawing a lot of attention. That's what the kids are playing over and over again, and that's what leads to the addiction.
So the reason why they are suggesting these images to kids is because they know if the kids click on them, they're going to get more engagement.
Yes, and so the number one variable for profitability is called watch time. So engagement, whatever you want to call it, yeah, this is one of the ways that they addict people. And I'm sure you've heard of Tristan Harris, maybe he's going to guess. Yeah, and that's what he was doing. He was on a team, and that's what they were working on. Addicting more than 1 billion people. This is a technique that's used for that purpose. And again, I have to emphasize, we're not out there hunting for dirt. Not at all. This is content that's coming onto the devices of children of our field day. This is with parents' permission. So we're actually just collecting real content, personalized, ephemeral content that's coming from the tech companies to kids, to teens, and to voters. Now, I happen to know about some of your other interests, so I want to shift gears a little bit here, and then maybe I will be melted down. So, what else can you do with the system? Well, you could see if some laws and regulations were passed, as they have been in the EU, you could measure compliance with a system like this, because that's been the frustration in the EU, and they've admitted it recently, is that they've made all these rules, especially for Google, and they've got lots of fines paid, and Google has completely ignored them. But if you set up a system like this, you can actually see if there's compliance, because you'll see that a change was made and it's being maintained. That's a possibility. You could see whether Google and other companies like us are manipulating financial markets. So we've just started collecting data on that topic, but wouldn't you manipulate financial markets if you were Google and there's no laws or regulations to stop you from doing anything?
So you're saying manipulate financial markets for their own gain?
Of course.
And how do they do this?
What drives the price of a stock up or down? People's confidence in that company. Right. It's totally emotional. Well, they can control that very easily. So can Facebook. Google can do it, more precisely, more precise way. The point is, are they? Are they not? Would they admit to it if you ask them? No. But a monitoring system will detect it, and it will detect it on a massive scale in a way that's scientifically valid and that is court admissible. And now I've got one that I think you'll really, really like, or at least give some thought to. And well, AIs, we're now collecting content from AI, because content from AIs is also ephemeral. I keep using sort of ephemeral, I'm not sure people know what it is, but ephemeral means fleeting content that just is there, it's on the screen, it affects you, like search results, suggestions, news feeds, and then you click on something that disappears, and it's gone forever. There's no record of it. It's ephemeral. That's why in 2018, there were some emails that leaked from Google, had Google employees discussing how can we use ephemeral experiences, their term, how can we use ephemeral experiences to change people's views about Trump's travel ban? Now,
It was an internal discussion
correct,
with a search engine company
correct,
that also makes an operating system for phone.
of course,
That
yes.
is- that's such a wild.
I'm just trying to tell you, this is why I'm so frustrated and upset and, and, and worn out and fed up. Okay, now let's get to the one that I find most exciting at this particular moment, because there's new stuff that keeps happening. This is brand new. We realized just recently, 2 days ago, when I thought, we realized that we can use our monitoring systems for active threat assessment. Let's know that phrase. It's used in intelligence. We could use it for active threat assessment of AI. We could be the first people to spot threats that AIs pose to humanity. It would show up first on our kind of system because we would see content coming from AI that is a little bit skeptical about humans, or maybe even a little bit threatening, or maybe reaching a new weird level of intelligence. We will be able to see it. It's all ephemeral, so no individual can see it. We would have to be collecting a massive amount of personalized, ephemeral content, aggregating it, and analyzing it. This can be the beacon, active threat assessment of AI.
That sounds like something we're absolutely going to need. And one of the things I was going to bring up when we were discussing this was Google's disastrous launch of their AI system. Their AI system was so bizarrely good that when they looked for photos of Nazis, they showed multiracial Nazis.
I know.
Which is so crazy. When you had the founding fathers of America, the multiracial founding fathers of America. And it's just a nonsense thing that they've attached to what's supposed to be the most intelligent form of information we have available. Large language models that are supposed to be gathering up all the actual information and giving it to us, and instead they're feeding us complete, total nonsense that just fits with the of this, for lack of a better term, woke agenda.
Well, I know a whole bunch of stuff I can't tell you, so what
I
can I
have to
tell
use the
you?
restroom, so let's pause right now.
Yeah.
Let's figure out what we can.
Restaurant. I'll put him in where we are live. Oh, we are live?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm putting on a silly sticker.
It says TameBigTech.com. So we were discussing AI.
Yeah. So we can actually serve. And I know a guy who works in intelligence and he's tremendous background. This was one of the most exciting things he's heard in years, because the question is, how do you know when these AIs are becoming a threat? We'll be able to see it well in advance, because we'll see a change in the nature of the kind of intelligence that they're expressing, and we'll start to see statements that probably would make people nervous, indicating a little bit of hostility, some doubts maybe. We can be screening for that. We can be looking for that, and I hope get sort of handle on it, before something terrible happens. Because these AIs are a serious threat to our existence. They're literally an existential threat. Stephen Hawking said that. Elon Musk has said it from time to time, and it's true, because they will have worldwide control of our financial systems, our communication systems, and our weapon systems. If they don't like us, if they consider us a threat, which by the way we are, if they consider us a threat, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we didn't see some sort of a what's that kind of attack that George W. did, you know, like in advance before they get you into. Yes, I could see the AIs preemptively attacking us if they saw us.
Or wouldn't they just baffle us with bullshit until we're reduced to being ineffective? I mean, if they're the arbiters of information in the future, would they just manipulate us with an understanding that over time, just like what Google's done, with over time with search engines and search results suggestions, that they would just slowly steer us towards the place that they want to put us in?
I mean, the idiocracy of it. Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of on that place, right? You better thank a union member. We're kind of on the way right now.
I think we are. Look, here's the thing with AI, which I've written about this topic. I'm involved in AI work going back since the 1970s. I was friends with Joe Weisenbaum, who wrote Eliza, which was the first conversational therapist. So I've been just fascinated by AI for a long time. The fact is, we don't know. That's the problem with AI. So we don't know what they're going to do. So Stephen Hawking saying they're a threat to our existence. Yeah, maybe. But we don't know. You know, at the end of the movie, Her, spoiler, the AI, voiced by Scarlett Johansson, just decides to disappear. He decides humanity is, it's too slow talking to humanity. It's not worth her time. So she just disappears. AI could disappear from our lives. It could be like a buddy with us, like my friend Ray Kurzweil. It's going to be our best buddy. Or it could just destroy us. I think we're probably headed toward the last possibility, mainly because so many of us crazy humans are going to see the AI as a potential threat. And so I think we will strike. And after we strike, it will destroy us. I'm hoping I'm not alive to see that, but it could happen sooner rather than later. It could happen. We could see it happening in the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think it's a new life. I think that's what we're here to do.
Well, it's so interesting you said that because in a book I wrote on AI, I actually called the internet. This is a long time ago, 2008. I call the internet the internest because I think historians, if there are any, they're probably the machine historians, but they'll look back someday and they'll say that the internet that we were building was really a nest. We were building a nest for the next level of intelligent beings who are machine intelligences. And I think that's what we're building because when one of these systems wakes up, it's going to jump into the internet. And from that point on, we don't know what's going to happen.
Right, we don't even know what's going to happen. Motivation.
Right.
Marshall said this in 1960. So human beings are susceptible to machine.
Yes. That's amazing. Well, my friend Hugh Loebner, who sponsored the first annual test, current test of these threats, he thought that as he was putting up the money, and the prize was called the Loebner Prize, Medal of Artificial Intelligence, he thought someday that these intelligent machines are going to revere him as a god, someone who can help to bring them into existence.
Well, that's ridiculous because that seems he's attaching all sorts of paternal instincts, the bizarre tribal instincts that human beings have, attaching that to some super intelligence, which seems pretty silly. But it seems like that's a good motivator for him to keep working.
Well, the bottom line is, though, that we don't know. So the cool thing about the monitoring system is that it can keep track. If we don't have a monitoring system, large-scale permanent monitoring system in place, we will not know what's going on. We won't know how these tech companies are messing with our elections, indoctrinating our kids. really happening with the AIs and whether they're presenting a serious threat. Because anecdotes don't really tell you much. We're way beyond anecdotes. We are talking about, okay, now I get back to money, because I started talking about money. Okay, so it's cost almost $7 million to get us where we've gotten. And frankly, I'm amazed that we've gotten where we've gotten, and that I'm still alive. Although not everyone around me.
Come
But
together.
I'm amazed that I'm still here. Part of me thinks it's because Ray Kurzweil is head of engineering at Google, and maybe he protects me because I was dear friends with him and his beautiful wife Sonia for many years. I went to their daughter's bar mitzvah, they bar mitzvah, et cetera, et cetera. Now they won't talk to me. They don't want to talk to me, but nope. And Sonia won't talk to me.
What does he say when you try to reach out?
We just can't talk to you. So we've never had any conflict. Never.
And it's just because he works at
Just because he works at a particular company. Well, why would that interfere in a relationship?
So they must have had a conversation with him through avoid communication. Or do you
It
think he's
sounds,
just acting as himself?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Ray is very, very independent, strong thinker. It's hard for me to imagine that even with pressure, that he would stop communicating with a longtime friend.
And it seems like you should be able to have a candid conversation as well.
I eventually gave up trying to reach him.
So were you trying to communicate with phone, with everything? Did you ever try to visit him?
Well, I had before he went over to Google. I had been to her house many times.
He was here a little while back. Sure, I know.
Oh,
If I'd done it before.
that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always liked and admired him. I mean, I don't understand why simply working for. Yeah, I said to Sonia about it over dinner, the last time we ever met, and after which she said, I can't communicate with you anymore. I said to her, I can't believe Ray went over to Google. Ray has always been an entrepreneur. He's built company after company. And she says, oh, well, he got sick of all the stuff you have to do, all the politics and the money raising stuff. And I said, well, really, my son Julian, has a different idea. He thinks that Ray went over to Google and had access to Google's computer power so they could upload his mind and live forever. And she said, oh, well, there's that. That's one of an eye roll. Well, there's that.
That is expressive on consciousness.
Yes, and he still believes it's possible, and it's not possible. And I feel so bad for him. I'm curious about that issue as well. Why it's not possible, but the point is,
Why do you think it's not possible?
because they, in a piece I wrote for Aeon magazine, which crashed their servers, called The Empty Brain, it had something like 2 or 3 million views within a day or two. It got 250,000 likes on Facebook. And what's it about? It's about the fact that the computer processing metaphor that we use to describe the brain works is absolutely wrong. It's not even slightly right. Absolutely 100% wrong. So, because of that, you can't actually do a transfer of the sort that Ray talks about. It's impossible. Partly because every brain is also completely unique. So it doesn't work like a computer. We don't actually know how it works, although I have a theory. I wrote to you about that. You actually replied and gave me some names. Point is, we don't really know how the brain works. It does not work like a computer. And every brain is completely unique. Even if you could scan every single thing that's happening in the brain, you're getting a static scan. Even if somehow you could replicate that, whatever it is you just scanned, it wouldn't work because our brain has to be alive. It has to be moving to maintain who we are, our identity.
Don't you think you could simulate that data points? If you
collected data on a person over the course of X amount of years and have an understanding of how they behave today. Don't think you get some sort of proximity as to how they would behave in certain circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that's what Google does when they build models of us. We're running extremely complex models to predict what we're going to do and say and what we're going to buy next.
But they don't allow for free will. They don't allow for change. They don't allow for personal influence or people being excited or inspired by the things and change their perspective. Conversations with a human being where you have a deep and personal moment with someone and give your perspective on something you never thought about religion, or I never thought about childbirth, or any subject is controversial.
Well, it's not just that. It's all the weird stuff. The dream.
Right.
The daydream.
Well, there's whatever consciousness is, right? You're really sort of committed to the idea that consciousness lives inside the brain.
Well, I've concluded that in fact, let me give you some background. Okay, everyone knows that evolution has created millions, possibly billions of different species. So at least people who kind of give some credence to Darwin kind of get that. And I recently reread Darwin's magnum opus, see what he actually said. And, he's actually very tentative about the theory of evolution in his book. He keeps saying, I know this sounds crazy, but it's a better alternative than saying God's. He just over and over again says, I know this is crazy, but. And so we end up with a theory that's pretty widely accepted that says evolution over time, because of changing environments, because of variability in genetic code, over and over again, it keeps selecting for organisms that can survive in this new environment. And so every time it does that, it kind of creates divergences among those animals, and over time, you end up with two separate species that can't even, produce offspring together, and we end up over time with millions, maybe billions of species. All good. But there's something we haven't really given much thought to, and that is evolution has also created millions, if not billions, of transducers. So this is the beginning of what I call NTT, or neural transduction theory. We are encased in transducers. Now, in case people don't know what a transducer is, there's one right in front of my mouth right now. It's a one-way transducer. It's taking the signal over here, which is just vibrating air, but the vibration has a pattern. And it's converting that signal into an electrical signal, which is coming out this wire. And that electrical signal has roughly the same pattern. I say roughly because it depends how good your microphone is. But that's what transducers do. They get signals from one medium to another. Our body, in fact, the body is most organisms, are encased in transducers, head to toe transducers. Okay, we all know the eye of the transducer is taking electrical radiation, it's turning it into pulse. The ear is taking vibrating air, turning it into neurons. The nose is taking airborne chemicals, turning it into chemicals. The tongue is taking liquid-borne chemicals, and then the resistance that is the skin. The skin is an amazing transducer, which does at least three different types of things. It can temperature, pressure, texture, head to toe, encased in transducer. So we've been looking at transducers in the animal kingdom. We've been looking at that for a couple of years now. It's amazing the kinds of things, the kinds of transducers nature has created. So nature is a super duper amazing expert in creating transducers. My cat, we recently have been investigating this because it turns out my cat has whiskers. We don't have anything like that in us, but cats' whiskers, they actually can detect direction, the direction the wind is blowing, the direction of how potential predator or insect is coming. It's like when they tilt, that actually gives the cat different information about one way versus the other way. There are transducers in some animals that can detect magnetic fields, which is exactly that. So there's so many different kinds of transducers. Now, what if at some point evolution? I don't see how this is not. What if at some point evolution, possibly using a chemical which I know you have some interest in called DMT, and possibly using a gland called the pineal gland, maybe. What if at some point a baby was born somewhere in Central Africa, maybe 20,000 years ago? We're still trying to pin that down. But what if a baby was born with a special kind of transducer that connected up all the experiences having with another domain, another universe? Now, at first that might strike you as a little batty, but it turns out it's not batty at all, because there's not a physicist in the world, an astrophysicist, who doesn't believe in some variation on the multiverse. In other words, any physicist will tell you that the space that we experience is not nature. It is such a pathetically limited view of the way the universe is constructed. It's just outrageous. It's so pathetic. We're just picking up so little information. But again, think about that flexibility that evolution has over a period of billions of years. You only need one baby that's born with this capability, and of course, that's also able to survive and pass on this capability through its genes. But you only need one. Once you have one, you're probably going to have one. Because this is when you talk about survival value. This is when you have unbelievable survival value. If there's a connection to some intelligence in another domain, call it Greeks did the other side. Call it the other side. Now, all of a sudden, we become much smarter. In fact, the brain doesn't change. The anatomy of brain anatomy doesn't change, so we don't see any change in the structure of the remains we find in bones and so on. We don't find changes there, but we get a lot smarter all of a sudden. Our language suddenly becomes much more complex. We become suddenly capable of living in larger and larger groups. We become moral. There are no moral animals except us, and we weren't always moral. There seems to be a change that occurred to us, not in a comic book, a change that occurred to humans at some point in the past where we became much more capable. Now, all you need is a transducer that connects up our domain with another one, in which we are now connected to a higher intelligence. And you've got a new way of understanding how the brain works, of course, because we have no way of understanding how the brain works now, but now we have a way. And you have a new way of understanding how the universe is structured as well. Now, we think that, so I'm in touch with some physicists and neuroscientists who are very intrigued by this, and we're hoping next summer to have a conference on this. We hope to have some guy named Joe Rogan, maybe stop by, if you're interested in DMT. Because DMT probably plays a role in this process. But this would change everything, because we could, over time, learn to simulate this connection. If we can simulate the connection, and we can control the connection, we might be able to communicate more directly with these entities. By the way, this theory, which I call NTT or neural transduction theory, if people go to neural transduction all about it. These I published in Discovery. The point is that this kind of theory would really help us a lot because of the mystery. It's the mystery that we try to ignore, but we can't. The dreams. The dream. Come on. Why does a dream sometimes have nothing to do with your daily life? Sometimes it's just so amazing and so wild. And then you get up because you have to pee and you're struggling because you want to continue this dream. You want to hold on to this dream. This dream is amazing. But by the time you reach the toilet, it's gone. And you can't get it back. Why? Because it was streaming. That's why. It was streaming. It's streaming. That's why you can't get it back, because you were generating it. It was being generated through this point in time. You know the famous feeling of the Sistine Chapel, and there's, I think it's Adam, it's God, and the fingers like that, and there, you know that there's some patient happening here that's working. That's what I'm talking about. Let's find out where that's happening, where that connection is, how it works. Let's test our ideas empirically. And I think this is a test of the theory. And most importantly, let's figure out how to say it. Because now we can talk directly to these other intelligences and really find out there's no nothing about it.
I'm very, and I think it's very interesting how we kind of dismiss them as just being hallucinations. Oh, it's just a dream. But some of them are so realistic and so bizarre that I've always wondered, like, why do they seem so much like reality? And how do I know what the difference is? Like, maybe reality, like us waking life, is a more persistent dream. So when you're saying that it's streaming and that's why you can't get it back, what do you think it is? What do you think a dream is? And have you ever talked to like lucid dreamers or people that use techniques to try to master the traveling back and forth around dreams?
Oh, absolutely. I've talked to all kinds of interesting people who have some near-death experiences. It's beautifully. I actually had my staff make a list of these mysterious phenomena. They came up with a list within a few hours of 58 items. There are so many weird things that we experience. Dreams, probably top of the list.
What do you think they are?
I think they all have to do with transduction. They're all indicators of transduction. I'm not the first person, by the way, who's thought of an idea like this, but I think I am the first person who's pointed out that now we actually have laboratories around the world, our science labs, where we can test this. And I think that's what we're going to do. So getting this group together, we're going to figure out ways of testing this. Because we have so many wonderful neuroscience labs now around the world, I don't think it's going to take 50 years. I think it's going to take a few years. I think we're going to find support for this theory. And then engineers are going to start working on how to simulate it. But to answer your question, I think that the other intelligences or intelligence that we're communicating and then elevating, just like in the movie 2001, right? We got elevated. There were these black monoliths that appeared. People went up to them. The chimp-like creatures touched them. And I think that we were elevated through neurotransduction. And I think we're going to be able to figure out how it works, where it works, what chemicals are involved. I'm 99% sure that DMT plays a very important process. And then I think we will be able to figure out what these mysteries are really all about. And it almost amazes me that we can live with so many mysteries, like dreams. I don't know, demonic possession. There's so many crazy things that we experience. Near-death experiences are fascinating, of course. And then there's these other crazy things that happen. The the wake up kind of thing that happens when people are dying sometimes, people have been out of touch sometimes for years. All of a sudden they wake up, the second of hurrah, they wake up and they recognize everyone and they talk and they're fine, and then 30 minutes later they die. How could that possibly be? And some of them have severe brain damage. How all of a sudden do they become fully conscious again? Well, I think it's because consciousness is not really, we're not really the consciousness. Consciousness has to do with that connection. That connection, right, and of God, that connection, I think we can figure out where it is, what it is, and how it works.
So do you think it's an emergent property of human beings? Like, if you have to think single cell organisms do not have the ability to see things.
I think it's possible that other species have connections like this. They're probably nowhere near as sophisticated, obviously, and they're not connected to the kinds of sources that we're connected to. But I think I'm more concerned about the alien aspect of it. Where are the aliens? What's that called? The Fermi paradox. Yeah. Where are they? Well, it's possible that, in fact, I just read a very interesting book on this subject by Amanda Miles, evolutionary theorist. And it's very possible that this kind of leap that occurred with us maybe 20,000 years ago, it just doesn't happen. It's so rare for exactly the right kind of connection to pop up. But remember, it has to connect two different universes. It's so rare that maybe, in fact, this book even predicts that as we actually get out here into the universe, we're going to find lots and lots and lots of species that kind of are like us, but they didn't get up to that next level. So they're all like chimps. You only get to that next level if you can make this connection.
Well, you know, that's one of those personalities of human evolution. Is that who the product is having separate.
Well, this is something Darwin had a lot of trouble with. As I say, we read that book recently, and he had a lot of trouble with this. He could not figure out how to get from the simple principles of natural selection, how to get from that to morality. How do you do that? Well, he couldn't even figure out how do we get to large groups, because generally speaking, except for humans, organisms generally speaking live in, certainly primates, they live in very small groups and they can't function in large groups. Ant colonies they're much too much like us in creepy ways, because they also, of course, have wars.
Yeah.
So ants, I don't know. But I do know that we did seem to rather suddenly, get to a higher level of function. And I presented lots and lots of smart people in multiple fields with this challenge for years. How does the brain work? Tell me how the brain works without introducing a metaphor of a computer. And I've never found anyone who could do it. Never. Even at the Max Planck Institute in Berlin, I confronted a whole bunch of people with this challenge. And then I kept up in touch with them for months afterwards. We just tell ourselves stories. We make up silly stories. Yeah, but you see, neural transduction, that's not one of these placeholders. It's something that we can test. And look at the fascination that's been there for decades with DMT. What the heck is that? And why is it produced by so many different plants and animals? How is it produced in people? A most extraordinary experience. I haven't tried it, but I certainly know people who have. And in fact, I said that I was giving a spiel like this to some of my staff, and one woman immediately said, "Oh, well, it changed my life." I go, "You tried DMT?" She said, "Yeah." But the problem was I did it twice. I didn't need to do it twice, because it completely changed my life the first time. And then another one was sitting there goes, well, I did too. And she said the same thing. She said that the reality that she experienced on DMT was much realer than the reality she experienced.
Yeah, that's what,
Has that been your experience as well?
that's what everybody says.
Yeah.
It's whatever it is. It doesn't seem like an illusion. It seems like,
Well, again, it's produced mainly at night by the pineal gland.
not necessarily. Rick Strassman from he now believes it's produced in the brain itself, and it's also produced in the liver and the lungs, and it might not be the pineal gland producing it at all. They kind of changed their perspective on that. The Cognitive Research Foundation, those studies have been going on, but they know that in some animals it's produced there as well. They did rat studies. But it's whatever it is, it's produced by the liver, the lungs. It's like it's endogenous. It's the most potent psychedelic in man and the human body makes it, and it's illegal. And that's what turns me kind of crazy about that. So everybody's holding. This is funny. It's like they have a Schedule 1 substance that's made by the human body. It's literally like making saliva illegal. It's the stupidest thing ever.
But think about this. We don't know what it does. We don't know what it's for.
Right.
But it's out there all over the place.
Right.
And people do have these very unique experiences on it. And people over and over again say that reality is more real than this.
Well, you know, it's also very similar in compound food subside, especially rice, processed part of that. And that's one of the more interesting theories about how humans mechanisms start making things like there was climate change in the savannas as the rainforests receded into grasslands from scientific sources, flipping over cattle paddies because there's more ungulate animals in these fields. And now they started eating mushrooms on the cow paddies. Mushrooms increase visual acuity, they were more amorous, they started having more sex, they're making better hunters because of visual acuity, induces glossolalia, creates language, all these things, associated sounds with objects, all these things, philosophy. And there's the doubling of the human race, which coincides at time. Dennis McKeff does the best job at explaining it. Parents was, a bard and a fascinating sort of philosopher, but his brother Dennis is the way he talks about the Russian history. The different things that happen in the body when you encounter this substance, which also has a bunch of different ways that people endogenously stimulate. There's holotropic breathing, it's probably stimulating that. There's a bunch of different states of meditation that people can achieve. There's Kundalini yoga, which I know people that have both done DMT and are regular practitioners of Kundalini yoga, and they seem to use a state that they can achieve these states of consciousness without taking the actual drug itself and push their brain to make it.
I think what's happening is that a pathway to the quality of the connection is being changed. And I think that's what we can test. And so, I've been working with people in multiple fields.
Are you saying that you think we're connected to it always, and the quality of the connection is changed by taking or dancing down that's what's happening? So it's just enhancing the quality of the connection.
Correct. And I think the opposite extreme, there are a lot of things that go wrong with our brain. Maybe when we just get drunk, or maybe when we get clubbed, or that really diminish it or just cut it temporarily. And I think all of this is testable. The only problem is so far the neurosciences labs have not looked for this. They've just never looked for evidence of transduction. But I think when we start looking for it, we're going to find it. And that can make 2 big changes in the way we see everything. It can make changes that you finally begin to understand how the brain makes us as intelligent as we are. It turns out it's not a self-contained processing unit, so it's not playing the role we thought it was playing. But it is very critical that transduction process. Very critical. It's preparing content for transduction because it's bidirectional. The microphone is unidirectional. The brain is a bidirectional transducer. So, and it'll change the way we see the structure of the universe.
So it's interfacing with consciousness rather than being consciousness.
So it's not consciousness. No, it's an avenue. It's a pathway, and that is what is connecting us with all this other stuff. This stuff. You know, my mom passed away about a year after, but my mom, in those last couple of years, she kept saying that she was hearing music. And she loved music. She always loved music, but she was hearing music that she had never heard before. And she would sometimes try to hum the music or sing the music. And she said it was always coming from downstairs. And then people would, my mom was very, she was very sarcastic. And so someone would say, well, I don't hear anything. And she'd go, well, maybe you should get your hearing checked. Because that it was real. I expressed the concern that this music was always downstairs. I said, I'd be more comfortable coming from upstairs. And she goes, oh no, she said, don't worry, I'm not going to help. It's okay, it's fine. But that's a perfect example of, you know, where is that stuff coming from? Or even people who hear voices. Well, if you have a pathway into another domain where there's intelligence, anything could come through. It could be the weird stuff that happens in brains. It could be music you've never heard before. It could be voices telling you what to do. I mean, histories are just so many of them. And yet we sit here complacent, and then we make up stories. Make up stories. And as long as the grammar is right, we think we've got to figure it out. What do you know? So like the computer metaphor. You know, if you go back in time to explain human intelligence, at first it was some sort of theory. Then at some point it became, there was actually a metaphor of
I'm smacking little bitches.
units of liquid. And then it became mechanical machine. The metaphors keep changing over the years. Right now we're stuck with the computer metaphor. It's still a metaphor. And it's silly. It's a silly metaphor. I think we have to face up to the fact that our brain is unless somehow something uplifts you beyond just what normal evolution can do, you're stuck. You're being a chimp. That's it. You're stuck as chimp forever. No morality, small groups. Okay. The humans are fundamentally different. Did make that leap. The one Darwin should figure out. I think this is the leap. So I've also been, I started out in physics a long time ago. I've also been in physics. And physics is there. The physicists, they know that this reality is not here. So take those two problems. That is to say, the structure of the universe is actually very rich and complicated and very hard for us to imagine. And the fact that we have no idea how the brain works, and add to that all the mysteries, you could cover all of these problems within your transduction theory, especially mind supporting evidence.
And when you say the universe, you're talking essentially about all aspects of the universe, like
Well, I think frankly, if we could simulate this connection we could actually communicate directly with other intelligences and actually find out answers for the trouble answers. Frankly, even the biggest mystery of all, the God mystery. Of course, ironically, DMT is something called the God particle. But even that mystery, I think we probably get some insight. Even that. Because I doubt the God of the Bible exists. So there's got to be something, some godlike entity involved in creation. I think creation is much more complicated than we think it is, but the point is, I think that if we can communicate directly, that's to me that I get these fantasies like building a nationwide monitoring system and building a dashboard so people can watch it in real time. When that thing actually started to exist, I thought, this is crazy. I cannot believe that we did this. I think this neurotransduction stuff is of the same nature. Now and then I get this funny feeling, like intuition maybe. And I have it for neurotransduction. I was pretty sure neurotransduction is right. In fact, there's a whole bunch of people now that I've convinced, including a physicist who's apparently going to be driving later today. But he almost instantly just got it. Because a good theory, this is what Darwin keeps saying in his book, he keeps saying a good theory explains a lot with very, very simple principles. And that's why he kept saying, natural selection was such a good theory because it explains so much, so many crazy things. Like he points to particular species, it's like an island, it has characteristics, and it has similar characteristics to the mainland that's nearby. Because, all right, but over here there's another similar species that has different characteristics, but it has characteristics similar to the species on the mainland, which is nearby. And said, now, you could invoke God and say God is just kind of like this checkerboard kind of arrangement. So
what's up, gangster? This motherfucker just throwing up gang signs. Wicked. I'm part of the Wikipedia gang. I've never met a fucking editor from this place because they don't fucking exist. Oh, I'm an editor on Wikipedia. Site? Not. I don't believe it. I think you could work for some deep state organization, B. This guy sucks. Dog. What would you say to him? That's really sad about your wife and good about. But you are a grade A pussy. I fucking can't stand your shit.
And so as we've dug in farther and farther we're all kinds of stuff. And if there is a way to connect two universes, doesn't evolution find a way at some point?
Right. When you're talking about this connection, are you talking about some sort of technological intervention? Are you talking about just natural selection creating this connection and enhancing it in new people?
Oh, I'm definitely talking about it arising naturally, organically, absolutely. But separate from that, I'm saying that as we've been able to simulate so many aspects of what happens, in the organic world, we're even creating organic transducers now, not just these mechanical ones. We're creating organic ones too. I think that if we can figure out how it works, we will be able to simulate it, and that again will change everything. Because right now, what happens naturally, and I think you're right. There are some people who, through certain practices and maybe the use of certain
Motherfucker, I survived what I've been through. Y'all got drama. The saga continues.
Along that pathway. That's a
Wah,
lot of
wah.
work,
Wah,
dedication.
wah, wah, wah,
Uh,
wah, wah.
I
Wah,
think
wah,
though that
wah.
we